Chapter 254. Si Ting looked over. It was the seventh prince, Rong Xiu. Prince Li, the Honorable Prince Li. He was also someone she liked. He stopped in his tracks and did not walk forward. Even he had to admit that Prince Li, who had not been in the capital city for a long time, was indeed very handsome. Si Yang could not help but nudge Si Ting with his elbow and mumbled, "He's just a medicine man. He's just a medicine jar. I really don't know what that damn pervert likes about his face. What's the use of a man being so good-looking?" When he first heard Chu Luiyue say that she liked Prince Li, he was very indignant. His elder brother was much better than him in every way, except for his status. Moreover, his elder brother was going to be the head of the Si family in the future. Seriously speaking, his status was not that low. He really did not know what Chu Luiyue was thinking. Si Ting glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Si Yang knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. However, he did not know that Si Ting was thinking the exact opposite of him. His Highness Prince Li was known for his weak body and lack of real power. He didn't even have much talent in cultivation. Even so, she still liked him. No matter how good other people were, what could she do if she did not like them? Moreover, he felt that this prince was different from what the rumors said. He sensed a faint threat from Rong Xiu. It was definitely not the aura of someone who was bedridden all year round. Chu Luiyue did not notice the tension between the two of them and walked over to Rong Xiu. "Why are you here? What can I do for you?" Rong Xiu smiled faintly. "Just a small favor. However, I have to trouble Miss Lu Yu to come with me." Chu Luiyue thought to herself. They had only been separated for less than 4 hours. What was so urgent that he had to come to her for help? He was obviously doing it on purpose. However, when she saw Rong Xiu's gentle gaze, her heart softened and she felt a faint bittersweet feeling. The corners of her mouth curled up. "Since your Highness has spoken, I naturally have no reason not to help." Rong Xiu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was still around, he would have already stepped forward and carried her away. Senhu scratched his head and looked at the two people who were about to leave. "Lu Yu, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to celebrate with us?" Yesterday, when Chu Luiyue won first place in the warrior competition, they wanted to celebrate for her. However, after considering that she still had a Xian Master competition today, they temporarily delayed it. Today, she won first place in the Xian Master competition again. No matter what, she had to drink properly. "Didn't you say last time that we were going to Phoenix Restaurant?" Ouch. Senhu held the back of his head and looked at Mu Hongyu pitifully. Why did she hit him? Mu Hongyu flashed him a toothy smile. "His Highness needs Lu Yu's help. How can we delay? As for the celebration, it's the same if we wait for Lu Yu to come back." Senhu didn't understand, but when he saw the faint murderous intent in Mu Hongyu's eyes, his desire to live was still very strong. Yes, go ahead. We will wait for you." Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu with bright, almond-shaped eyes. She felt that she seemed to have guessed where Lu Yu went yesterday. Chu Luiyue trembled under her gaze. "Then I'll be right back." With that, she left with Rong Xiu. Yan Qing followed closely behind. "I heard that the thing that caught my eye at Zhenbao Pavilion last time has something to do with Miss Lu Yu," Rong Xiu said casually. Realization dawned on those who vaguely heard it. So it had something to do with Zhenbao Pavilion. No wonder. Who in the Imperial City didn't know that Chu Luiyue and Zhenbao Pavilion had a special relationship? Even Crown Prince Rong Jin and Fourth Princess Rong Zhen didn't get any benefits from Zhenbao Pavilion. Prince Li was so cautious and directly asked Chu Luiyue for help. It seemed quite wise. Sidu Xingchen clenched her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She spent a lot of effort to control her emotions. Others didn't think much of it, but in her eyes, the duo's every word and action was extremely glaring. It's probably just an excuse. She never knew that the cold and arrogant Rong Xiu would look at a girl with such a gaze. Gentle, loving, and doting. If this didn't prove that there was something between the two of them, Sidu Xingchen felt her nose sting. She thought that even if Rong Xiu didn't have any romantic feelings for her, he would at least treat her as someone from the same sect. After all, they had stayed at Minuet Tianshan for so long. However, everything that happened today woke her up from her beautiful dream. Doesn't even remember who I am. His gaze was so cold and indifferent that it was as if he was looking at a stranger. Mentor, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first, said Sidu Xingqian softly. Cheng Han sighed. That's good too. The celestial physician competition is tomorrow. Go back and rest well and prepare yourself. Situ Xingqian nodded in response and quickly turned around to leave. Chu Luiyue followed Rong Xiu out and saw a familiar horse carriage. Rong Xiu came out in a horse carriage? Come to think of it, he's still that weak Prince Li in the eyes of the imperial city's people. Yan Qing had already gone forward to ride the horse. Rong Xiu walked over and personally lifted the curtain. However, Chu Luiyue didn't move. His gaze slowly swept across Rong Xiu's body, especially stopping at his sleeves and the corners of his clothes. He seemed to smile. Your Highness, the pattern on your clothes is really unique. Is this the only one in the world? Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. I'm so jealous. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 255. I personally drew this pattern and hired a professional to embroider it. It's indeed unique. Chu Luiyue let out a long "oh" with a subtle expression. She had also clearly heard Rong Xiu and Sidu Xingqian's conversation and knew that there was nothing between the two of them. Sidu Xingqian had a secret crush on Rong Xiu, so the pattern on her clothes was most likely secretly made by herself. However, whenever she thought of this, she would feel uncomfortable. Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly. Let's get on the horse carriage first. We'll talk on the way. Chu Luiyue thought that since the competition had ended, the people inside should be coming out soon. If they saw this scene, it would probably cause unnecessary misunderstandings. She lightly snorted and got on the horse carriage. Rong Xiu followed closely behind and only put down the curtain when they were in the horse carriage. Yan Qing waved her long whip. Giddy up. The horse started galloping and left very quickly. In the horse carriage, Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu sat opposite each other. Your Highness has a distinguished status. What can I help you with? Chu Luiyue raised her brows and asked. Rong Xiu chuckled softly. Are you angry? Chu Luiyue didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. She stared at him with her clear eyes. Other than you, I've never had any feelings for any other girl, much less, I believe you. Chu Luiyue interrupted Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu was a little surprised. Chu Luiyue's expression was natural and firm. Since we're already together, I naturally believe you. Seeing the girl's confident look, a smile gradually appeared in Rong Xiu's eyes. He gently held Chu Luiyue's hand. It's great that you believe me, but since these things made you unhappy, I'll explain it to you. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Seeing Rong Xiu's serious and gentle expression, her heart suddenly felt warm. He lowered himself and explained so much just because she was unhappy? Of course, Rong Xiu liked to see Chu Luiyue jealous of him, but he liked her happy even more. Therefore, even if it was just a little bit of grievance, he would not let her suffer. He flipped his cuff over. Take a closer look. Chu Luiyue looked down and saw that there were also strange and exquisite patterns embroidered on his cuffs. Does it look like tree vines? On the outside, there were peach blossoms that looked like clouds, and on the inside, there were lifelike tree vines. Of course, the tree vines were also embroidered with golden threads, making them look even more ethereal. It's just that if you don't open it and look carefully, it's really not easy to notice. I like this pattern very much. Most of my clothes have this pattern. Anyone who has seen me a few times and paid a bit of attention will be able to draw and imitate me. However, I've only learned a little. It's just the form and spirit. Rong Xiu's tone was calm, and he was too lazy to even mention Situ Xingqian's name. There was naturally nothing to mention about a person who was not worth his attention. If it weren't for the fact that she made Chu Luiyue unhappy, he wouldn't have wanted to be so calculative with her. But now, it was different. When Chu Luiyue saw the tree vines pattern in the cuffs, the anger in her heart had already dissipated by half. Hearing Rong Xiu's explanation, she calmed down even more. This was originally not something to be angry about. After all, Sidu Xingqian had her own hands and legs. No one could stop her from doing whatever she wanted. Actually, if I take a closer look, this pattern doesn't really look like it. Every stitch and thread of the cloud pattern on Rong Xiu's clothes were extremely precise. Even the faint pattern on the peach blossom petals could be vaguely seen. It was as if it was blown up by the wind and scattered into clouds. Situ Xingqian's pattern only looked a little similar, but thinking back, it didn't have any beauty. It didn't look like peach blossoms or clouds. It was a little out of place. Chu Luiyue stared at his sleeves, and her fingertips subconsciously slid across his palm. After thinking for a while, she suddenly could not help but laugh. I'm the one who's petty. Rong Xiu's palm, which was scratched by her, felt itchy. He looked up slightly, and his gaze landed on her soft and fair neck. Further up were her soft, rosy lips. I can't ask for more than this, petty. No one else can have it. When Chu Luiyue heard this, she glared at him angrily. Not only did it not deter him, but it also made him even more captivated. Rong Xiu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he suddenly felt a little hot. Some things really can't be started. Once it's started, it can't be stopped. He forced himself to look away and suddenly moved back a little. Chu Luiyue found it strange when she saw him remove his cloak and put it aside. She could not help but tease him. But isn't Prince Li weak and has a cold body all year round? Are you feeling hot now? Rong Xiu raised his brows slightly and did not say anything. His slender hands then reached for his belt. Cut. The belt's jade buckle was undone. The smile on Chu Luiyue's face froze. Rong Xiu, what is this? Rong Xiu did not seem to notice her stiffness at all. After undoing his belt and throwing it on his cloak, he slightly raised his neck to untie his collar. He was originally tall and was more than a head taller than Chu Luiyue. Now that the two of them were sitting side by side, when he raised his head, Chu Luiyue could clearly see his protruding Adam's apple and his smooth jade-like chin. As Prince Li, he was naturally wearing a brocade robe. Chu Luiyue could recognize that it was made of the best flowing light brocade. At first glance, one would only think that the plain white material was ordinary, but it was exceptionally clean and soft. But if one looked carefully, one would see a faint light on it, as bright and clear as the moonlight in the dark night. His collar was very tight, and the embroidery was exquisite. The stitches were fine, and it was fastened with beads polished from a round crescent stone. But at this moment, his fingers gently moved the clasp and it was easily undone. A straight clavicle could be faintly seen. Your Highness, you. Chu Luiyue's face suddenly became hot. Rong Xiu slightly raised his head, but his phoenix eyes were slightly lowered. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the confusion and panic on the girl's face. His thin scarlet lips slightly curved, but he did not answer. His fingers gradually moved down. 1 button. 2 buttons. The buttons on his brocade robe were undone one by one just like that. Chu Luiyue could even see the snow-white inner robe. Because most of the restraints were gone, the clothes on his upper body had become loose, as if they would be taken off at any time. He stretched out his long arm and actually took off his outer robe. Chu Luiyue could even see the indistinct abdominal muscles under his inner robe when he moved. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Although Rong Xiu often slept with her before, it was always at night. Moreover, the relationship between the two was ambiguous, so she did not think too much about it. But now, it was broad daylight, and his clothes were half undone. What was he doing? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 256. There were only 5 people who chose the advanced formula. Now, the first person who tried to form the pill failed, leaving only 4 people. The key was that he had used up too much energy previously. Even if there was a second set of herbs beside him, he did not have the energy to try. Hence, he had no chance at all. He would be like the people who failed and were eliminated. He would not be able to obtain the final ranking. This result was very cruel, but there was nothing he could do. He had to be prepared for this when he chose the advanced formula. Cheng Lishue's face darkened. Out of the 5 people in the competition, Nanfeng Academy had 2, Taiyan Academy had 2, and Tianlu Academy only had 1. They originally had an advantage, but now, they only had 1 person left, just like Tianlu Academy. The key was that they did not even know if they could succeed. Emotsong could not hide the delight in his eyes. Look, what did I say before? This sort of thing like refining pills, what one could not afford the most was this kind of impatient attitude for success. If you don't have a stable mind, you won't succeed in the end. Of course, the most important thing is talent and ability. Enough. It's not too late to say this after your academy's people form the pill. Cheng Lishue interrupted him in annoyance. Emotsong snorted and did not argue with him. When the results are out, we'll see who will be slapped in the face. Elder Feng Yi did not say much to the two of them and only smiled as he looked at the students competing in the competition. Anyway, Tianlu Academy had 2 of the 3 first places in this year's Qingjiao competition. Even if they did not win the Celestial Physician competition, it was nothing. Chu Liuyue's outstanding performance previously helped him reduce a lot of pressure. The young man did not continue trying and left the competition with a defeated look. Situ Xingchen only glanced at him from the corner of her eye before retracting her gaze. Now, she only had 3 opponents left. Brother Zhongyan, more than half of the time has passed. It won't be long before the last round of the competition ends. It seems like Elder Yi won't be coming. Cheng Han purposely asked. Sun Zhongyan knitted his brows. On the first day, he had already told Cheng Han that Elder Yi had been in closed-door training recently. Why was he still asking? Martial Uncle has always been carefree and casual. All these years, he has only been interested in alchemy. Everyone should know this, right? Cheng Han laughed. Brother Zhongyan, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that it's a pity. Sun Zhongyan instinctively felt that he wouldn't say anything nice, so he didn't say anything. However, Cheng Han was brimming with confidence today. He had steeled his heart to hold his head high. Naturally, he would not stop here. On the one hand, I've always respected Elder Yi, but I've only seen him a few times over the years, which is a pity. On the other hand, Elder Yi's strength is formidable and his skill in alchemy is unparalleled. But up until now, there has been no one to inherit his mantle. Isn't it an extreme pity? He narrowed his eyes as if he was trying to recall something. 10 years ago, I made an agreement with Elder Yi that if I had a disciple in the future, I would definitely let them spar with each other. But now, Sun Zhongyan sneered. Promise? It was just a joke. 10 years ago, Cheng Han became a level 5 celestial physician. He thought that he was already strong enough, so he specially came to Tianlu Academy to challenge Elder Yi. At that time, Elder Yi had already been famous for a long time. Not to mention country Yaochen, even the surrounding empires couldn't compare to him. Cheng Han came full of confidence, but in the end he suffered a crushing defeat and left dejectedly. The so-called agreement regarding the spar between his disciples was just an excuse for himself back then. Now, he still has the cheek to mention it? Cheng Han was very pleased. Yi Zhiding was indeed formidable as a celestial physician. Even now, he knew that he was most likely not Yi Zhiding's match. However, Yi Zhiding had never accepted a disciple. Today, in country Yaochen's imperial capital, as long as Star Union won the Qingjiao competition and trampled on those people, from a certain perspective, he would be able to win back some ground. Who said that Uncle Master doesn't have a disciple? Sun Zhongyan interrupted Cheng Han's words with a carefree smile. Cheng Han was stunned. Elder Yi accepted a disciple? Why haven't I heard of this before? Could it be one of the contestants in the competition? As he spoke, he quickly scanned the competition venue. He remembered that the only contestant from Tianlu Academy who chose to go up was another celestial physician's disciple. As for the others, their standards were even worse. Up until now, he couldn't tell which one of them was particularly outstanding. When did Yi Zhiding's judgment become so bad? Sun Zhongyan remained calm. Uncle Master's disciple didn't compete today. Cheng Han found it even stranger and laughed strangely. Why is that so? Could it be that Elder Yi's disciple doesn't care about the Qingjiao competition? Or is he not even qualified to compete? To be able to sign up for the Celestial Physician competition, one had to be at least a second-grade Celestial Physician. Sun Zhongyan was so angry that he laughed. Does this Cheng Han really think that he's great just because he accepted Situ Xingchen? If he knew that Uncle Master's disciple was Chu Luiyue, who won the previous 2 competitions, I really wonder what kind of expression he would have. Brother Cheng Han, you don't have to worry about this. Cheng Han laughed, but he felt even more smug inside. If he was really talented, why didn't he compete? It's most likely that he wasn't qualified. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but smile when he heard the two of them bicker with each other. Cheng Han was too overconfident. Situ Xingqian did have some talent as a celestial physician, but it was only SOSO. She was considered the best here, but if she went to the Tianling dynasty, she wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Situ Xingqian also started to try to form the pill. Buzz buzz. The commotion caused by her forming the pill was clearly stronger than that of the previous young man. Chu Luiyue looked up slightly. The outline of a pill gradually appeared in the fire in the cauldron in front of Situ Xingqian. There was a commotion in the crowd. Situ Xingqian stared at it closely, and her heart was in her throat. As long as I can hold on, as long as I can survive this last round. The process of forming the pill exhausted a lot of energy. In just a short while, her face turned a little pale. The fire in the cauldron seemed a little unstable, but it kept burning shakily. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue focused his gaze. A familiar and dangerous aura suddenly appeared. The next moment, she suddenly stood up and dashed toward the competition venue. She was very fast and reached the edge in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu, what are you doing? Seeing Chu Luiyue suddenly appear, everyone was shocked, but they didn't have time to stop him. Chu Luiyue flicked his wrist, and a dagger flew out. The dagger deeply stabbed into the cauldron in front of a young man. The strong impact directly flipped the cauldron over. Situ Xingqian wasn't far away. When she saw Chu Luiyue rushing over, her heart skipped a beat, and she lost control of the fire in the cauldron. Boom! She lost control, and the fire in the square cauldron started burning fiercely. The pill that had already formed the outlines suddenly shattered. Situ Xingqian was dazed for a moment and finally couldn't hold it in. Chu Luiyue, what are you doing? Chu Luiyue ignored her and quickly walked toward the young man. The thing in his hand just now, Chu Luiyue. Situ Xingqian suddenly exploded and hurriedly blocked Chu Luiyue as she sternly shouted, I'm in the midst of a competition. I'm about to form the pill, but you suddenly barged in and destroyed my pill. What exactly are you planning to do? Chu Luiyue coldly glanced at her. You better not stop me now. As for the medicinal pills that were destroyed, I'll compensate you. A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 257. Earlier, Lord Chuning came to me for help and said that Miss Lu Yu was missing. I was very anxious and immediately sent people to look for her. There was no news for a long time, so I went to the forest outside the capital to try my luck. I didn't expect to meet Prince Li's confidant, Yan Qing, not long after I entered the forest. I heard that he was going to look for Prince Li, so I followed him, thinking that I might be able to ask Prince Li for help. I didn't expect to see Miss Lu Yu there as soon as I arrived. After asking around, I found out that Prince Li happened to meet Miss Lu Yu, who was unconscious in the forest, and saved her. He chuckled. After I came back, I immediately sent someone to inform Lord Chuning. Lord Chuning just arrived and was about to go to Jianan Square together. I didn't expect Miss Lu Yu to come back so soon. Yan Ji's words were half true. Chu Luiyue did come back with Yan Qing and Yan Gu, but Rong Xiu was the one who added that he saved her. They were in a hurry, so they didn't go into detail. Yan Gu blinked his eyes. Chu Luiyue immediately understood that this was a deliberate excuse to reassure Chuning. She didn't expose him and nodded in agreement. Anyway, in Chuning's eyes, Rong Xiu had already helped her several times, so one more time wouldn't make a difference. Chuning sighed. Speaking of which, we, father and daughter, owe your highness more and more favors. Rong Xiu smiled. Lord Chuning, you're too polite. It's just a small matter. Seeing that he was so humble, Chuning felt even more grateful and admired him at the same time. Prince Li could be said to be the most gentle person among all the princes of His Majesty. Unfortunately, his health wasn't very good and he was bedridden for many years. Your Highness, are you feeling better recently? Thank you for your concern, Lord Chuning. I'm much better than before. That's good. Chuning looked at Rong Xiu's expression. It seemed that he was indeed better than before. However, I heard that even the celestial physician in country Yaochen was unable to cure his body. I wonder how he is now. He suddenly thought of something and glanced at his daughter without batting an eyelid. That's right, maybe Yu has a way. Hadn't his old injuries and her Yuan meridian been healed by herself? If he could help Princely recover, it would be considered as returning a favor. Thinking of this, he felt more and more that it was feasible. He planned to have a private chat with you when he had the opportunity. After all, they were father and daughter and their hearts were connected. Chu Luiyue could guess most of Chu Ning's thoughts with just a glance. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Chu Ning knew that Rong Xiu, who was standing in front of him, was not only healthy, but was also very powerful and could be considered one of the top figures in country Yaochen, who knew how he would react. Chu Ning looked at Chu Luiyue worriedly. Well, what happened yesterday? Why did you leave the academy? Who exactly? Chu Luiyue coughed. Father, this matter is rather complicated, and I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you in detail later. However, there's something else that I didn't have time to tell you. I won first place in the Xian Master competition today. Chu Ning was originally on tenterhooks, but when he heard the last sentence, he was shocked. What did you say? First place in the Xian Master competition? He knew that you had signed up for both the Xian Master and Warrior competitions, but he was already overjoyed when she won first place in the Warrior competition yesterday. He didn't expect her to also. Really? Why would I lie to you? Chu Luiyue smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Although it's a pity that you didn't see it personally today, the results didn't disappoint you, right? Chu Ning looked at her smiling face and found it hard to believe for a moment. First place in the Warrior competition. First place in the Xian Master competition. There were a total of 3 competitions in the Qingjiao competition, and she won first place twice. However, Yan Gu was the first to react. He clapped his hands and said excitedly, Miss Lu Yu is indeed amazing. His master's taste was undeniable. The madam that he had chosen was 1 in a million. After you won first place in the Warrior competition yesterday, I already gave the order to book the entire Phoenix restaurant. I was just waiting for the competition to end to invite you over. I didn't expect you to enter another competition today. It seems that booking the entire restaurant for a day is far from enough. Ha! Chu Luiyue immediately shook her head. How can I accept this? I already troubled Second Master Yen a lot last time. This time, no matter what, sigh. Your status is different now. Over the years, those who have outstanding results in the Qingjiao competition will be highly sought after and have a meteoric rise. Now that Miss Lu Yu won first place in 2 competitions, she'll definitely become a popular figure. If you don't agree, you're not giving Zhenbao Pavilion face. Chu Luiyue knew that he seemed to want to build a relationship with her. However, with Zhenbao Pavilion's status, it didn't seem to be necessary. However, she didn't show it and agreed with a smile. Alright, then I'll thank Second Master Yen first. However, why don't we postpone it until the Qingjiao competition is over? Yen Ge laughed. Of course. The few of them chatted for a while more before Chu Ning decided to leave with Chu Luiyue. Before leaving, she didn't forget to express her gratitude to Rong Xiu again. Your Highness, you've helped me so many times. I really don't know how to thank you. If your Highness has time, why don't you come to my humble abode? Chu Ning asked tentatively. Only if Rong Xiu came would you be able to take his pulse. Rong Xiu smiled sincerely. Lord Chu Ning, I naturally have no reason to reject your kindness. When this matter is over, I'll definitely pay you a visit personally. Chu Luiyue coughed. If she went again, it might be a marriage proposal. Rong Xiu had always been a man of his words. She also curtsied and bid farewell to Rong Xiu and Yan Ge before leaving with Chu Ning. After the father and daughter disappeared, Rong Xiu turned around. Yan Ge instinctively wanted to bow, but when he remembered that there were outsiders around, he suppressed his impulse and asked with a smile. Your Highness, do you want to pick something? Rong Xiu nodded slightly. Yes, I should. Do you know what Lord Chu Ning likes? He only knew Yu-er's preferences, but he didn't know much about Chu Ning. Ah! Yan Ge was stunned. Rong Xiu glanced at him indifferently. Yan Ge almost slapped himself on the head. Stupid. Master was obviously trying to woo his father-in-law. This Lord Chuning used to run a weapons shop and seems to like this. There are also porcelain and other things inside. Why don't you take a look? Rong Xiu walked in. Without turning his head, he said lazily, Yan Qing, do what I told you to do immediately. Yan Qing immediately bowed and said respectfully, yes. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 258. After Situ Xingchen and Cheng Han left, she rejected a few people who wanted to accompany her and left alone. She walked on the streets aimlessly, not knowing what she was feeling. She just felt that her mind was blank and she didn't want to think about anything. However, the scene that happened in the square just now kept replaying in her mind, making her feel more and more uncomfortable. After thinking about it, she suddenly had an idea. Why don't I go to Princely Mansion to take a look? Ever since she came to the Imperial City, she knew that Rong Xiu had been conferred the title of Prince Li and was living in Princely Mansion. Hence, she wanted to visit him. But at that time, she held on to her status and felt that she was being too proactive, so she didn't go. But now, she didn't want to care so much. She couldn't explain why she suddenly had this idea, but she couldn't help but walk toward Princely Mansion. Even though she didn't go to Princely Mansion personally, she had thought about the location many times. She was worried that people would recognize her, so she found a secluded place and changed into a cloak to cover her figure completely. She also put on a hood, covering her entire body tightly. Even if someone walked toward her, they wouldn't recognize her if they didn't look closely. After she was done, she continued walking toward Princely Mansion. When she was a short distance away from Princely Mansion, she realized that many people seemed to have gathered there. Outside Princely Mansion's walls, there were 3 layers of people as if they were watching a show. Situ Xingchen was very surprised. Princely Mansion is where the prince lives. Why are these commoners so presumptuous and all standing here? I don't know how Princely Mansion servants are doing their jobs. They can't even do such a small thing. Situ Xingchen took 2 steps forward, wanting to see what was going on, but she quickly smelled the stench of those people's sweat, which made her feel uncomfortable and disgusted. She stood there, but her legs seemed to be fixed, and she didn't go forward. No matter what, she didn't want to push through the crowd and walk through them. It's just a small show. Thinking of this, she turned around and planned to leave. But the moment she turned around, she heard a few discussions from the crowd. I really don't know what Prince Li is thinking. These clothes are still fine. Why did he throw them away? Looking at the material of the clothes, all of it was extremely precious. What we're burning is shining silver. But that dress is really good. Even the cloud patterns on it are especially exquisite. What a pity. Upon hearing those words, Situ Xingchen's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly turned around, wanting to squeeze into the crowd to take a look. However, the people in front of her were all gathered together, and she wasn't willing to use her origin power to cause too much of a commotion. She stood on tiptoe and took a few glances. She could barely see the guards of Prince Li's mansion standing in a circle, and there was a red flame dancing in the air. More than that, there was nothing to see. Helpless, she could only whisper, "Excuse me." The few men in front were a little impatient, but when they turned around, they saw a slender woman standing behind them. Even though she was wearing a cloak and a hood, her voice was gentle and pleasing to the ear. It was obvious that she was a beauty. Looking at the clothes she's wearing, it seems to be Star Luo Academy's uniform. It seemed like the students of Star Luo Academy were here to join in the fun. The few men glanced at each other, and an obscure light flashed in their eyes. Then, they immediately stepped aside. Very quickly, there was a path in the middle. Situ Xingchen's entire mind was on the scene, so she didn't notice the few people's expressions at all. When she finally endured the pungent smell and walked inside, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw a gigantic black metal bucket on the ground in the middle, and a ball of fire was burning fiercely inside. Under the flames, she could clearly see the embroidered clothes. She immediately saw the cloud pattern at the corner of the topmost piece of clothing. Under the burning fire, it quickly turned black and curled up. Her heart instantly felt as if it had been harshly clawed, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. "Look at how useless you are. What kind of status does Prince Li have? He just threw a few pieces of clothing. What's there to be upset about? It's fine if he gave these clothes to us too. What are you thinking about? Are you worthy of wearing Prince Li's clothes? Besides, that person has always been sick. Who would know about these clothes? The soft discussions around Situ Xingqian reached her ears, but she didn't react as she dazedly stared at the burnt clothes. Beside the metal bucket, there were many more. Yan Qing stood beside the metal bucket and ordered the guards to throw the remaining clothes in. His cold face was expressionless as usual. His Highness said that all the clothes with this cloud pattern are to be burned. Don't leave a single one behind. If you find another one in the residence and dirty His Highness's eyes, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yes. The guards didn't know the reason, but they did as they were told seriously. But when Situ Xingqian heard this, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Burn all the clothes with this cloud pattern? Doesn't Rong Xiu like this the most? He even drew this pattern himself. Why did he suddenly? Her entire body froze, and the blood in her body seemed to have frozen at this moment. Cloud pattern, yes, because I like him, I secretly drew the cloud pattern and embroidered it on my clothes. When I'm free, I often stare at the cloud pattern on my clothes in a daze as if I'm seeing him. I even embroidered it on the sleeves of the academy uniform I'm wearing. Rong Xiu saw it? His eyes have always been sharp. How can he not see it? Just because she had embroidered this cloud pattern, he wanted to burn all the similar clothes? What did that person say just now? He said that he's afraid of dirtying his eyes? Does he hate me so much that he won't even wear these clothes because of a cloud pattern and wants to burn them completely? Situ Xingqian's limbs turned cold, and her heart seemed to have been harshly dug out and thrown into the snow. It was bone-chilling. She was so cold that she shivered, but hot tears silently rolled down her face. I've never been humiliated like this in so many years. At that moment, she almost felt as if her clothes were engulfed by the flames, causing her entire body to hurt from the burning. Situ Xingqian's gaze stiffly turned. There were still quite a lot of clothes piled up beside the metal bucket, and people were continuously bringing more from Princely Mansion. I don't want them all anymore. Situ Xingqian couldn't bear to watch this any longer. She turned around, rushed out of the crowd, and quickly left. The crowd was crowded, and everyone was watching the show. Hence, no one cared about her small actions. Only the few men who made way for Situ Xingqian looked at each other and silently left, chasing after her. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 259. Situ Xingqian was immersed in immense humiliation and sorrow as she walked forward. Her entire body seemed to be numb, and she was in a daze. Her eyes were unfocused, and only tears kept falling. After walking for some time, she seemed to have met someone walking in front of her. She instinctively avoided him, but she realized that the person also moved with her. She avoided him again, but it was still the same. She then realized that something was amiss and looked up. There were 3 men standing in front of her. These people were wearing old clothes and looked to be in their 30s. They had stubble on their faces and they had a strong masculine aura. They looked very uncouth. At this point, their greedy eyes were sweeping across her body without any restraint. Even though she was wearing a hood, the girl's exquisite face could still be vaguely seen. Little girl, you're alone. Where are you going? Hearing this disgusting emphasis, Situ Xingqian's face turned cold. How dare you? As Xing Luo's eldest princess, no one had ever dared to speak to her like this. When the few men heard her, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they became even more excited. Oh, you have a fiery temper? But it's okay. We like you like this. Hee hee, it seems like you're not from the imperial city. Why don't we bring you around? As he spoke, the man in front stretched out his hand and directly pulled Situ Xingqian's arm. Situ Xingqian immediately drew out her sword and slashed at that man's hand. However, that man quickly avoided it. Situ Xingqian's sword missed, and she then realized that even though these few people looked lowly, they were also cultivators. Especially the person who attacked just now, he was definitely a stage 3 warrior. She usually studied celestial physician and was not proficient in warrior cultivation. Her current ability was barely at the level of a stage 3 warrior. Young lady, your sword is so soft. Don't take it out and make us laugh. Ha! The few men laughed. They had long known that this lady was a student from Xing Luo Academy. If she didn't have some ability, how would they dare to have any ideas about her? However, they did not expect her to be so mediocre. From the way she swung her sword, they could tell that she didn't have much combat experience. This was perfect. The three men looked at each other and pounced on Situ Xingqian. Situ Xingqian was shocked. These people are actually stage 3 warriors. She was definitely not a match for him alone. Thinking of this, she quickly retreated and took out something from her sleeve. You want to call for help? A sharp-eyed man saw her movements and immediately stepped forward, kicking away the thing in her hand. Situ Xingqian felt the pain and stabbed him with her sword. But how could she be a match for the three of them? After a few rounds of fighting, she quickly fell into a disadvantage. Hee little girl, you don't have to resist. We promise that we'll make you comfortable. A few people rushed forward, and one of them directly removed Situ Xingqian's hood. A pure and beautiful face appeared before his eyes. The three men didn't expect her to be so beautiful and were stunned for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Situ Xingqian suddenly raised her hand. What is it? The few of them instinctively tried to block it, only to realize that it was actually black powder. I thought it was something big. Hey, little girl, you're still. The man in front of him was talking when his expression suddenly became distorted. This was because he saw his arm, which was stained with the black powder, start to silently corrode. The intense pain then came. My hand. My face. The few people's faces and bodies were stained with the black powder. At this moment, they all fell to the ground and groaned in pain. However, that thing was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, their bodies had already corroded to the point that they didn't look human anymore. They looked very scary. Suddenly, the air rippled and a black crack appeared. An elder in a black robe suddenly walked out and respectfully bowed to Situ Xingqian. Lian Ning greets your highness. This old subject has come late. I hope your highness the eldest princess will forgive me. His voice was hoarse and filled with vicissitudes of life. He spoke slowly and slowly, sounding very strange. Situ Xingqian's expression was cold as she walked over to pick up the item that was kicked away. Actually, the moment she took it out, she had already injected her force into it and summoned Lian Ning. Elder Lian Ning, you should have arrived long ago, right? Asked Situ Xingqian coldly as she put on her hood again. He grinned evilly. Your highness, you're very smart. Why would you care about these things? You summoned me for something else, right? Situ Xingqian didn't hide it. That's right. There's something I need your help with. Your highness, please tell me. Help me check, Chu Luiyue. Surprise flashed across Lian Ning's face. Why are you checking on her? Situ Xingqian knitted her brows. You know her? Lian Ning chuckled. After all, she was Crown Prince Rong Jin's fiancée, so I naturally know a thing or two. Displeasure flashed across Situ Xingqian's eyes. The reason why Lian Ning paid so much attention to Rong Jin was that her father wanted her to marry Rong Jin after Rong Jin cancelled his marriage agreement. Even though she repeatedly expressed that she didn't want to, her father didn't seem to have completely given up on this idea. Hence, Lian Ning knew a lot about Rong Jin. Lian Ning looked at Situ Xingqian with an ugly expression, and it was obvious that she had cried before. He knew very well that Situ Xingqian liked someone else. Now that she's like this, it must have something to do with Princely. But why does she suddenly want to check on Chu Luiyue? Don't worry, your highness. I'll do it now. He didn't ask anything else and immediately agreed. But before he left, he hesitantly looked at the rotting corpses on the floor. But your highness, these people, I'll take care of them myself. Okay. Then I'll take my leave first. After Lian Ning finished speaking, he stepped into the void and left silently. Situ Xingqian walked forward and stared at the incomplete corpses. Suddenly, she raised the sword in her hands and harshly stabbed it out. As if she was crazy, she first chopped off the corpses' limbs and dug out their eyeballs. She finally stopped panting when the three corpses completely turned into a pile of rotting flesh. She completely melted the corpses of the three people until they were completely gone. Only then did she spit out the words coldly. B***. Damn it. Digression. Last night I was originally sleepy, but a bolt of lightning suddenly lit up my entire room and almost blinded me. Then, there was the rumbling of thunder rolling in the clouds, and hailstones fell from the sky with a pitter-patter. Then I became energized. Can you imagine the feeling of wearing a blindfold and seeing white lightning in front of you? Woo-woo. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 260. Chu Luiyue followed Chu Ning home. Although Chu Ning was happy to have participated in 2 consecutive martial artist and Xian master competitions, he also felt heartache. Thus, when he reached home, he didn't ask anything when he saw the faint green circles under Chu Luiyue's eyes. You've been tired for a few days. Have a good rest today. Chu Luiyue knew that Chu Ning had a lot of questions, but he forced himself to hold them back. Chu Luiyue's heart warmed. Father, many things have happened in the past few days. After the Qing Jiao competition ends, I'll tell you the details of what happened. But don't worry, yesterday's incident won't happen again. As she spoke, she took out something from her heaven and earth bag and handed it to Chu Ning. Chu Ning took it and looked at it carefully. He was shocked. This is the Tianfeng compass? It was a palm-sized black compass. It was made of neither wood nor stone and was cool to the touch. There was a silver needle on it that glowed faintly. Chu Luiyue nodded. Previously, Second Master Yen sent many gifts, including a pair of Tianfeng compasses. I kept one for myself and wanted to give the other to you, but I didn't have the time. I'll give it to you now. Chu Ning asked hesitantly. This thing seems to be expensive, right? Chu Luiyue smiled helplessly. How was she going to tell Chu Ning that this was actually a relatively ordinary gift among Second Master Yan's gifts? She didn't dare to tell Chu Ning that there were even more expensive gifts. Otherwise, based on Chu Ning's character, he would definitely think of ways to repay them. Don't worry, Second Master Yen and I are considered friends now. It's not too much to accept this Tianfeng compass. In the future, as long as you carry this thing with you, you can follow it to find me within a certain range. This way you'll be more at ease, right? Chu Ning nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know how you became friends with Second Master Yen, it was ultimately a good thing. He had interacted with Yen Gu a few times before, and he could tell that Second Master Yen treated you sincerely. Most importantly, he really did want this thing. All right. Chu Ning sighed softly and carefully put away the sky compass. I'll thank Second Master Yen when I have the chance in the future. Chu Luiyue nodded and chatted with Chu Ning for a while before going back to rest. For the past few days, her mental state had been extremely tense. It was only when she lay on the bed and relaxed her mind that she could not suppress the heavy exhaustion that came over her. She soon fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Chu Ning tossed and turned, various thoughts flashing through her mind. Only after a long time did she manage to fall asleep. That night, everyone from Tianlu Academy was in a good mood. Chu Luiyue had taken first place twice in a row, and it could be said that they were basking in glory. Tianlu Academy had not achieved such a result for many years. Naturally, they were elated. As for the people from the other 2 academies, their morale was low. Not only did he lose the first match, he even lost the second one. However, this was not the most important thing. To the people from Nanfeng Academy, everything that Shi Wanwan had done on the field today had already made them lose all face. As for Taiyan Academy, they had always been the most glorious in the past few years. Now that 2 of their first places had been snatched away by someone else, they felt extremely depressed. Yet Chu Luiyue had won so thoroughly. They did not even have the chance to doubt him. After Cheng Han returned to the inn, he originally wanted to find Situ Xingchen to talk about the competition on the last day. However, he was shocked to find that she had not returned. After sending someone to ask around, he found out that she had not returned to the inn after leaving Jianan Square. However, she was clearly the first to leave. Cheng Han could not help but feel anxious when he did not see her for a long time. It was currently the Qing Jiao competition, and there were all sorts of people in the imperial city. Situ Xingchen was alone outside. Who knew if she had met with any trouble? Just as he was about to send someone to look for her, he finally saw Situ Xingchen return. Cheng Han heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly went up to her. "Xingchen, where did you run off to?" The tears on Situ Xingchen's face had long been wiped dry, and nothing could be seen. She smiled apologetically, as gentle as ever. "Mentor, I was just casually walking around the imperial city to relax. You don't have to worry." Seeing that her expression was normal, Cheng Han thought that she had really let go of her emotions and was relieved. That's good. Tomorrow is the last day of the Qingjiao competition, and it's also the busiest day. Anyone can appear, so it's best to be careful. Disgust flashed across Situ Xingchen's eyes when she thought of the three men, but Cheng Han did not notice it. He only nodded lightly. "You're right, Mentor," Cheng An said earnestly. "Tomorrow's celestial physician competition is the most important part of the Qingjiao competition. No matter what happened previously, as long as you can get first place, this trip will be worth it. Of course, you don't have to feel too much pressure. I've already asked around. There are less than 100 students participating in the celestial physician competition this year. Among these people, there are no more than 3 people who can compete with you. As long as you perform normally, nothing will be a problem." Situ Xingchen had heard this many times. Previously, she did not take it to heart. However, after experiencing a series of setbacks today, her mentality was very different from before. It was as if something was stuck in her chest, making her feel aggrieved and uncomfortable. Only by getting first place in the celestial physician competition could she truly and completely prove to Rong Xiu that she was 1,000 times more outstanding than Chu Luiyue. "Mentor, don't worry. I'll definitely get first place tomorrow." Cheng Han was stunned when he heard this. As a mentor, he knew his disciple's character best. Even though Situ Xingchen wanted to get first place previously, she didn't seem to be this passionate about it. Or rather, she seemed to be dying to get first place now. Cheng Han thought for a while and secretly guessed that it might have something to do with Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue, but he did not ask in detail. It's a good thing that Situ Xingchen wants to get first place so much. Okay, ponder over the things that I taught you before. Just wait until tomorrow. It was the last day of the Qingjiao competition. It was not time for the competition yet, but Jianan Square was already packed with people. The previous few days were considered lively, but compared to this day, it was still lacking. After all, compared to warriors and Shen masters, celestial physician's status was the highest. In the eyes of many ordinary people, celestial physicians were superior, and it was not easy to see one. It was rare to see so many celestial physician competitions at the same time during the Qingjiao competition. In addition, the prizes would be given out on the last day, so it was considered a highlight. Naturally, many people came. However, Chu Luiyue did not sign up for the celestial physician competition, so she slept in comfortably at home. She only arrived when the celestial physician competition was ready. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 261. Even though Chu Luiyue came late, nobody found trouble with her as she had gotten first place in the first 2 rounds. She quickly scanned her surroundings and saw that Emperor Zhouan had finally sat down on the empty chair on the east side of the competition venue. The Empress was sitting beside him. Looking to the side, she saw the various princes and princesses. After a rough glance, Chu Luiyue found most of the people present quite familiar. However, Rong Xiu's seat was empty. Many students were already in their seats in the competition venue, and there was a cauldron in front of each of them. Sun Zhongyan was announcing the competition rules. There's a jade box in front of each of you. There are a total of 3 prescriptions in the jade box. These 3 prescriptions are of different grades, so you can choose the one that you're most confident in according to your abilities. As long as you produce the medicine on the prescription, you'll have completed the competition. Finally, the elders from the 3 academies will judge the prescriptions according to their grades. The first place will be decided. A deep and forceful voice reverberated throughout the huge Jianan Square. The surrounding crowd was excited and expectant, but the celestial physician was more nervous. Chu Luiyue quietly walked to her seat. At this point, most of the people's attention was on the competition venue, so she didn't attract much attention. After sitting down, she glanced at the competition venue. Situ Xingchen was indeed standing there. The surrounding crowd was softly guessing who would get first place. However, Chu Luiwei was more interested in the prescriptions in the box. I wonder what the Qing Jiao competition's questions are like. Sun Zhongyan instructed a few more things before announcing the start of the competition. Everyone in the competition venue opened the boxes in front of them and looked at the 3 prescriptions. For a moment, some people were shocked, some were happy, and some were troubled. Clearly, there were good and bad people in the competition, and they all had different reactions to the competition's questions. After a short silence, a young man in the competition venue raised his hand. Nanfeng Academy's He Yang chooses the grade of the prescription, intermediate. The judges by the side quickly went forward and brought the corresponding herbs up. Everyone only has 2 sets of herbs. If you fail twice in a row, it'll be considered a failure. Are you clear? He Yang nodded. Thank you for your advice, Judge. I understand. After he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the medicinal cauldron and injected his origin power. A ball of blue flames rose up. Seeing such a scene, the students at the side did not want to be outdone. They all began to choose their prescriptions and began to refine medicine. Chu Luiwei watched with great interest. He found that many people chose middle, and very few chose bottom. I don't know what's the difference between those prescriptions. Why would someone still choose lower? Isn't it obvious that he will lose? Si Yang couldn't help but murmur curiously. Chu Luiwei smiled faintly and kindly answered, that's because a celestial physician has a clear understanding of their own strength. They all knew their own standards, so they naturally knew which one to choose. To heavenly doctors, it was better to choose low than to choose medium and fail. At the very least, he would be able to rank first. If he couldn't successfully refine anything, he would be eliminated. Of course, there were also those who wanted to give it a try. Si Yang came to a sudden realization and understood. According to what you said, those who chose lower might not be the weakest? Chu Luiwei corrected him. To be precise, their ranking might not be the weakest. Si Yang nodded thoughtfully. Then his eyes suddenly widened. How do you know all this? Chu Luiwei glanced at him lazily. Si Yang immediately realized. He almost forgot that this pervert in front of him was also a celestial physician. It wasn't strange that he knew all this. Speaking of which, why didn't you participate in the celestial physician competition? Chu Luiwei smiled faintly. Si Yang lightly slapped his own mouth. He was so stupid. Chu Luiwei had taken first place in 2 of the 3 competitions. Why would he need to participate in the last one? Besides, there were rumors in the academy that Chu Luiwei wasn't very talented in this area. She probably felt that it was a waste of time to participate. Chu Luiwei retracted his gaze and looked at the stage. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Rong Jin cough again, Emperor Zhouwen turned around to take a look, and he looked unhappy. Since you're injured, why aren't you resting in the residence? Hearing this, the Empress was elated. His Majesty seemed strict, but he was actually concerned. If he really didn't care about the Crown Prince, he would have directly sent someone to bring Rong Jin back instead of saying this. Rong Jin also noticed this, and his pale lips curved into a smile. Thank you for your concern, Father. My body is fine. Mr. Zhuarong already said that I just need to rest for a while. Besides, I haven't seen you in a long time, so... Ever since he was grounded in Crown Prince Mansion, there was no news from the palace no matter how much he requested to see him. Today was a good opportunity, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Emotions flashed across Emperor Zhouwen's eyes. Even though the Crown Prince was a little narrow-minded, he did watch him grow up and had high hopes for him. How could he not have any father-son feelings? Now that he saw his weak appearance, Emperor Zhouwen couldn't bear to see him like this. Rest well when you go back. What does it look like for the Crown Prince to always look so sickly? Once this was said, the surrounding people's hearts tingled. His Majesty doesn't seem to want Rong Jin to step down from his position as the Crown Prince. The Empress was even happier. Originally, she didn't agree with Rong Jin coming over. She knew better than anyone that Rong Jin came today because of Chu Luiwei. However, she didn't expect His Majesty to be so compassionate and resolve the current situation. This was really a stroke of luck. She smiled eagerly. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has grown up and is more sensible now. I don't think he'll make you angry over such small things in the future." Emperor Jiawen grunted coldly but didn't say anything. Rong Jin felt much more at ease, and he couldn't help but look in Tianlu Academy's direction. Chu Luiwei was sitting in the middle of the crowd. She was clearly a distance away, but he could still see her at one glance. She was bright, dazzling, and eye-catching. He had already heard about Chu Luiwei's performance in this Qingjiao competition, and he couldn't help but admire her even more. Only such an outstanding girl was the most suitable person for him. When he came, he had secretly asked his mother about it. When he found out that she hadn't taken any action, he was a little anxious. At this point, he had another thought in his heart. After today's Qingjiao competition ends, if mother still hasn't mentioned it, I'll report it to father myself. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 262. The Celestial Physician competition lasted for the same day as the Xian Master competition. However, to the spectators, the Celestial Physician competition was much more interesting. In the Xian Master competition, every Xian Master had to solve Xian formations on the chessboard in front of them. They could sit for several hours at a time. Most people didn't understand Xian formations, so the competition was rather boring. However, the Celestial Physician competition was different. Everyone had a cauldron in front of them. They used the cauldron to extract various medicinal herbs and fuse them together. It was quite interesting. During this process, many people could directly see the level of these competitors, and who was strong and who was weak. Therefore, most of the spectators were watching the competition with relish. However, Chu Luiwei wasn't among them. Among these students, there were only a total of 5 people who chose the advanced formula. In other words, those who had the ability to form pills were merely skilled. Moreover, these 5 people might not be able to form pills. There was no need to mention the rest. To a celestial physician, it was about the same if they couldn't form pills. Some people couldn't form pills their entire lives, so they could only be doctors forever and would never be able to step into the realm of celestial physician. After taking a closer look at the medicinal herbs they used, Chu Luiwei could already roughly guess their formulas. This made the competition even more boring. Dumpling was on her shoulder. Its head was tilting as if it was dozing off. Chu Luiwei hugged it in her arms, and it curled up comfortably into a ball and fell asleep. "Hey, Luyu, your blood ferret is very powerful. Where did you get it?" Si Yang was curious at the side. Many people have gone to buy blood ferrets these few days. The supply of blood ferrets in the entire imperial city can't meet the demand. However, I don't think any of them can compare to yours. As a third-grade demonic beast with the weakest combat strength, no one wanted blood ferrets. At most, some noble ladies from aristocratic families would buy them as pets. However, blood ferrets were rare and expensive. It wasn't worth it to buy them, so only a few people bought them. Dumpling became famous after the battle, and the blood ferrets became very popular. Chu Luiwei raised his eyebrows and gently stroked Dumpling's tail. It was a furry ball and looked very cute. From the looks of it, Dumpling was no different from other blood ferrets. However, it was indeed the most special one. I picked it up in Wanling Mountain. What? Si Yang was stunned. He didn't even spend any money? He had picked up such a treasure? Isn't your luck too heaven-defying? His face scrunched up. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Chu Luiwei glanced at him coldly. It's not your turn to be besieged by magical beasts. You're pretty lucky. Si Yang was speechless. Luyu? Luyu? As the two of them were talking, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. Chu Luiwei turned around and saw that Zhuorong had come to their side. Teacher Zhuorong, are you looking for me? Zhuorong waved at her. Chu Luiwei stood up and followed Zhuorong to the side. Zhuorong saw that no one was paying attention to them and lowered his voice. Luyu, are you really not going to participate in the Celestial Physician competition? Looking at Zhuorong's cautious and expectant look, Chu Luiwei couldn't help but laugh. You called me here just for this? I didn't sign up, so I naturally won't participate. Zhuorong probably still had some expectations for her because of the prescription she gave at Heaven Medicine Pavilion. It was a pity that she wasn't interested. Zhuorong saw that she was calm and seemed to have made up her mind. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If you participate, he believed that Chu Yuyue's talent as a celestial physician was absolutely outstanding. However, in this aspect she had always been very low-key. He tried to persuade her, but seeing that Chu Luyue was really not interested, he could only give up. Alright. Since you don't want to, others can't force you. If you need any more herbs, just go to Heaven Medicine Pavilion. Chu Luyue thanked him with a smile, but in her heart, she thought that she could get ordinary herbs from Heaven Medicine Pavilion, but for some special herbs, it would be more convenient to go to Treasure Pavilion. After bidding farewell to Zhuorong, she turned around and was about to return to her seat when she suddenly stopped. Just now, she seemed to have felt an extremely dangerous gaze sweep past her. Chu Luyue immediately became alert. Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. However, that biting cold and dangerous aura quickly disappeared. She looked for a while and didn't sense anything unusual. "Luyu, what's wrong with you?" Zhuorong couldn't help but ask when he saw that Chu Luyue suddenly stopped when she turned to leave. Could it be that this girl changed her mind at the last minute? Chu Luyue turned around and smiled at him. "Nothing." After she finished speaking, she returned to her seat. From the beginning to the end, her expression seemed normal. This small episode didn't attract anyone's attention. However, after sitting down, Chu Luyue's body still tensed up, and her gaze gradually turned cold. Her senses couldn't be wrong. That terrifying murderous intent was indeed directed at her. According to her estimation, the other party must be very strong. That kind of suffocating suppression was at least a stage 6 warrior. But who exactly was it? Even though she had offended many people during this period, one had to know that there had never been a stage 6 warrior in the entire country Yaoqin. Chu Luyue slowly stroked Dumpling, and a thought suddenly flashed across her mind. Wait. She forgot that she still had an enemy hiding in the dark. The person who poisoned Liao Zhongshu. Chu Luyue didn't know when she had offended such a mysterious and powerful person. The other party seemed to have set up a trap in the dark and was just waiting for her to step on the wrong foot. Then they would completely kill her. Could it be that the person behind this Qingjiao competition is also here? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her gaze and look at Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin didn't sit with Rong Jin. Instead, she stayed at Tianlu Academy's side. Even though she had already married into Crown Prince Mansion and had been serving Rong Jin by his side. However, as a concubine, she didn't have the right to sit beside Rong Jin in such an occasion. Chu Xianmin seemed to have noticed something and looked up. The two's gazes met. Chu Xianmin couldn't help but shiver. For some reason, she felt that Chu Yuyue's eyes seemed to see through everything. She almost touched her neck unknowingly. The wound left by the dagger had already formed a scab, and it was very rough to the touch. It constantly reminded her how scary Chu Luyue was. She turned her gaze away in a panic. Chu Luyue squinted her eyes slightly. Seeing Chu Xianmin's reaction, it does seem like something is wrong. She pretended to look around unintentionally, but she still didn't discover anything. At this point, a dull sound was heard from the arena. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 263. Chu Luyue looked over. A young man stood there with a pale face. The fire in the cauldron in front of him had already been extinguished, and there was only black ash left inside. The voice from earlier had come from inside the cave. It turned out that the refinement failed. Judging from his clothes, he's from Tai Yen Academy. The judges at the side reminded him, "You still have one last chance." The young man then returned to his senses and nodded mechanically. He hurriedly cleaned the cauldron and started to pick up the second set of herbs at the side for his second attempt. However, perhaps because he was very nervous after his first failure, his hands kept trembling. The judges secretly shook their heads. Some of the people watching from below the stage also sighed. They had seen many such situations before. The competition was already intense, and the failure of the first refinement was a huge blow. Many students who weren't mentally strong would quickly lose their confidence after their first failure and become dispirited, resulting in consecutive failures the second time. As expected, not long after, the young man actually took the wrong order of the herbs. When he realized this, he started to frantically take out the herbs again. This action caused the fire in the cauldron to lose control and extinguish once again. The set of herbs that couldn't be refined was wasted just like that. The judges looked as if they had expected this and shook their heads. Number 37, eliminated. Upon hearing this, the young man trembled, and deep defeat surfaced in his eyes. He then weakly walked down the stage. He's the first person to be eliminated in this year's Celestial Physician competition, right? I didn't expect his second performance to be worse than his first. At least he refined the herbs previously, but there was a problem when he was merging them. He's probably too nervous. Not to mention them, even I'm worried. He's still not talented or capable. Look at Situ Xingchen. She's been very calm since she went on stage. Even though it's her first time participating in the Qing Jiao competition, her refining skills seem to be smoother than the rest. After all, she's country Xing Luo's beloved eldest princess. She really lives up to her reputation. Situ Xingchen was determined to get first place this time, so she didn't hesitate to choose the most difficult prescription from the start. Because of this, the medicinal herbs placed beside her were several times more than the others. While the other people who had chosen the middle or lower prescription had already begun to fuse, she was still processing the herbs in an orderly manner. Gradually, more and more people began to be eliminated. Situ Xingchen listened to those voices and remained unmoved. She would only occasionally look up to see the progress of those who had chosen the advanced prescription like her. She didn't care about the others at all. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. By noon, there was only half left. Chu Liwei had been waiting for that person to appear, but ever since that one glance, the other party had not moved at all. She felt some regret in her heart, but she did not give up. She was still waiting vigilantly. Since the other party had come here, they must be plotting something. Now that there are so many people in the Qing Jiao competition, it won't be easy to make a move. Emperor Zhouwen looked at the competition and smiled. Situ Xingchen is indeed outstanding. When I saw her a few years ago, she was still a young lady. Now, she's already so beautiful. No matter if it was her looks or talent, she was extremely outstanding. The Empress saw that Emperor Zhouwen really liked Situ Xingchen, so she smiled and supported him. Your Majesty, you're right. A girl like Situ Xingchen is indeed rare. I heard that she's not engaged yet? Emperor Zhouwen laughed. That's right. Her father dotes on her a lot and can't bear for her to get married. He keeps saying that he wants her to stay for a few more years. However, when the two of them were exchanging letters previously, Situ Xingchen's father, country Xing Luo's current Emperor Jingkong, Situ, had taken the initiative to mention a marriage alliance. As for the marriage alliance's target, it was the crown prince, Rong Jin. Not many people knew about this, and Situ seemed to have casually mentioned it. However, as the emperor, how could he joke about such things? Emperor Zhouwen knew very well that Situ was testing his attitude. He was naturally very satisfied with Situ Xingchen, but he didn't know why Situ would suggest this. In country Xing Luo, Situ Xingchen could also choose a prince consort that she was satisfied with, so why did she insist on a marriage alliance? Furthermore, she chose Rong Jin. The empress naturally knew what he was thinking about. Back then, His Majesty had unintentionally mentioned it to her, but she didn't take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, it was an excellent choice. At least, it was better than Chu Liwei. If His Majesty wanted to bestow a marriage, Rong Jin wouldn't be able to resist. Needless to say, the other party was country Xing Luo's eldest princess. She seemed to be joking. I wonder who will be so lucky to marry this eldest princess in the future. Emperor Zhouwen was in deep thought. Rong Jin secretly knitted his brows. Actually, he had heard some news from his mother before, and he was tempted back then. However, that was before he angered his father. During this period of time, he had met with many setbacks, and he originally thought that there was no hope. However, it seemed like his father didn't completely reject him. However, he had already decided on Chu Liwei as the crown princess in his heart. If it were him in the past, he would be very happy to have a marriage alliance with Situ Xingchen. Who wouldn't want to marry such a perfect crown princess? However, he only had Chu Luiwei in his heart now. No matter what, he didn't want to change it to anyone else. He coughed and seemingly unintentionally said to Rong Qi, who was sitting beside him, "I heard that Chu Luiwei took first place in the competition 2 days ago." Rong Qi was dazed. Doesn't my brother hate Chu Luiwei the most? Why did he bring it up now? Rong Qi's mind turned, and he suddenly remembered that there were rumors these 2 days that the crown prince's attitude toward Chu Luiwei had changed. He even invited her in public. However, Chu Luiwei rejected him. According to my understanding of him, he shouldn't have any contact with Chu Luiwei anymore. Rong Qi nodded. I think so. It's just that I didn't come a few days ago, so I don't know the exact situation. However, brother, why did you suddenly mention her? Haven't you always? Rong Jin smiled. She saved me previously, but I haven't had the chance to thank her in person. Rong Qi felt increasingly strange. He felt that Rong Jin's expression was a little strange when he talked about Chu Luiwei. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhouwen turned and glanced at him. Rong Jin is actually speaking up for Chu Luiwei? It seems like the things that happened during this period have changed him quite a bit. Lu Yu is indeed a good child. Rong Jin nodded and laughed bitterly. Father, you're right. I didn't have the foresight in the past, so I missed it. But, digression, I owe you another chapter. 2 new chapters at 4 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 264. It's good that you have such thoughts. It won't be too late to thank her when you're better. The Empress suddenly interrupted Rong Jin. Even though she was smiling, her gaze toward Rong Jin was filled with warning. Rong Jin's lips moved, but he swallowed his remaining words. Now that his father's opinion of him had changed, it might be more appropriate to speak when the situation was better. Emperor Zhouwen looked at Rong Jin with deep meaning. Based on his understanding of his son, he wouldn't admit that he was wrong in front of everyone even if he was saved by Chu Luiwei. His change in attitude was a little strange. Emperor Zhouwen didn't know what he was thinking. I heard that Chu Xianmin has been taking care of you these few days? Rong Jin nodded nonchalantly. Emperor Zhouwen smiled. That child is not bad, and she's quite sincere to you. After a while, you can raise her status. Your Majesty, the Gu family and the Chu family are still in a stalemate. The Empress reminded him softly. Emperor Zhouwen paused and then remembered that Chu Xinmin's mother, Lu Yao, had done a lot of good deeds. Not only did she steal the Chu family's money, but she also secretly instigated the Gu family's madam to cause trouble at Tian Lu Academy. If it weren't for the Lu family and Crown Prince Mansion, Lu Yao might not have been able to leave the Gu family alive. Even so, she was harshly taught a lesson. With such a family and parents, Chu Xinmin's reputation wasn't any better. She really wasn't suitable for raising her status. Emperor Zhouwen swallowed the rest of his words. Just treat her well. Yes, Your Majesty. Rong Jin agreed verbally, but he didn't think so in his heart. Father could say such things so easily because he didn't see Chu Xinmin's face. He did want to treat Chu Xianmin better, but every time he saw her, he would unknowingly remember the horrifying and ugly face he saw that night. No matter what, he couldn't develop any feelings for her. Besides, the Chu family was on the decline now, and Lu Yao and Chu Yan's situation wasn't optimistic. He was already kind enough for not despising Chu Xinmin's family for bringing so much trouble to him. How could he treat them well? Ding! A crisp sound was suddenly heard in the competition venue. That was the sound of someone successfully refining a pill. Everyone hurriedly looked over and found that this person was He Yang, who was the first to choose the prescription. His forehead was full of sweat, and his face was red from nervousness and excitement. At this moment, he was carefully placing the medicinal soup that he had refined in his medicinal cauldron into a jade box that he had prepared beforehand. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. Looks like his refinement was very successful. The medicinal effect of this decoction is probably not low. I heard that he had already broken through to become a level 3 doctor last year. He just needs to take one more step and he will be a real celestial physician. As long as you can't produce pills, you can't be considered a celestial physician. He wanted to know if he could cross this threshold. You have to know that some people will remain as a level 3 doctor for their entire lives. Easy for you to say. There were less than 5 celestial physicians in country Yaochen. Being able to become a level 3 doctor was already considered pretty good. How could they expect everyone to be a celestial physician? In my opinion, there are less than 3 people in this competition who have the ability to form a pill. It's even harder to say who will succeed in the end. The young man carefully presented the jade box to the 3 celestial physicians sitting beside him. These 3 physicians came from 3 different academies, and they judged together to ensure fairness. The one in the middle was Elder Feng Yi from Tianlu Academy. On his left and right were Elder Cheng Lixue from Nanfeng Academy and Elder Emotsong from Taiyan Academy. Elder Feng Yi opened the jade box, glanced at it, and said, "Level 3 middle grade." The smile on He Yang's face froze for a moment. He was a level 3 doctor, so the medicinal soup that he refined was naturally level 3 as well. However, there were differences in standards even among doctors of the same level. He originally thought that he could be considered a level 3 superior grade. Therefore, Elder Feng Yi's judgment had more or less disappointed him. He took a deep breath and looked at the other 2 elders. However, after the other 2 looked at it, they gave the same judgment. Seeing that the arbitration elder was about to record the results, He Yang hurriedly said, "Elders, please take a look again. Is this student's medicine really only a middle-grade medicine?" Elder Feng Yi smiled and shook his head. "Are you doubting the 3 of us?" He Yang immediately lowered his head. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that. However, if it was really middle grade, then he definitely wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. Actually, you know very well what the grade of this medicine of yours is. Although you refined it according to the prescription, you didn't handle the herbs cleanly enough and left some impurities, which will affect the medicine's efficacy. Don't tell me you didn't see the mottled colors on it?" He Yang's face flushed red, and he didn't dare to argue anymore. He hurriedly said, "Thank you for your guidance, elders." After saying that, he quickly retreated. Elder Feng Yi and the other 2 elders looked at each other and smiled. They were heavenly doctors who had gone through hundreds of battles. They only needed to take a look at the medicine and smell it to be able to accurately guess the quality of the medicine. How could they make a wrong judgment? I'm afraid we still have to wait for a while before we can get to level 3 superior grade. Elder Cheng Lixue stroked his beard. Elder Mo Tsang snorted. "Haha, if there's someone here who can refine a pill, this old man will be more than happy to wait." Elder Feng Yi and Elder Cheng Lixue exchanged glances. Who couldn't tell that he was secretly praising Situ Xingchen? From his tone, it was as if he was certain that Situ Xingchen could produce a pill. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the competition hall. The crowd hurriedly looked over and saw that the movement came from the cauldron in front of a young man. "He's about to produce a pill?" exclaimed Elder Cheng Lixue in surprise. Like him, that young man was from Nanfeng Academy, so he was naturally happy to see him produce a pill. Elder Feng Yi stared at him for a while and didn't say anything. However, Elder Mo Tsang poured cold water on him. "He's producing a pill so quickly? Don't be too anxious, right? What if something goes wrong?" Cheng Lixue furrowed his brows in frustration. "Mo Tsang, I've never said anything bad about Taiyan Academy's students." Mo Tsang shrugged. "Can't you tell? The fire in his cauldron can't hold on for much longer." Cheng Lixue was shocked. He looked over and realized that it was indeed so. That young man's face rapidly turned pale, and his body trembled as if he had reached his limit. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Indeed, not long after, the fire in the cauldron was completely extinguished. Even the medicinal ingredients that were in the process of being fused into a pill had all turned into ashes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 265. With that, Chu Liwei quickly walked past Situ Xingchen and rushed in front of the young man. "Hand it over." The young man was startled by Chu Liu's attitude and took a step back. "What are you doing?" "I don't know what you're talking about." He pointed at the cauldron that had already toppled over and complained. "You destroyed my elixir." This young man was another student of Taiyan Academy who had chosen to form his elixir, Yang Jianqing. Not long after Situ Xingqian had started forming his elixir, he had also reached this step. When Chu Liyue's dagger had flown over, the outline of the elixir could already be vaguely seen inside the cauldron. Now that it had been destroyed, Yang Jianqing looked at Chu Liyue furiously after he came to his senses. Chu Liyue narrowed his eyes. You know very well what I want. Are you going to take it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? Yang Jianqing was intimidated by the cold pressure coming from her body and couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of his heart. Chu Liyue looked like a teenage girl, but she had an aura about her that no one dared to defy. Being stared at by those obsidian eyes, Yang Jianqing couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He averted his gaze and his voice was also a little airy. I don't understand. Chu Liyue. We were having a good competition, but you just had to barge in at this time. I'd like to ask you, what right do you have to do this? Chu Liyue's expression turned cold and she was about to step forward. At this moment, the surrounding people finally reacted. Cheng Han was the first to speak harshly. Chu Liyue, how dare you? What do you think this place is for you to act like this? Chu Liyue sneered and turned around. Dean Cheng Han, if it wasn't for the fact that someone from your academy made a mistake, I wouldn't have come here so rashly. What did you say? Cheng Han frowned, feeling even more furious. Are you implying that there's something wrong with Yang Jianqing? Chu Liyue shrugged. No, I'm explicitly saying that. Cheng Han choked and trembled in anger. Who did Chu Liyue think he was? How dare he question their extreme Yen Academy in public? Not only did he destroy their students' pill, he even dared to slander them. He knew that he was no match for Chu Liyue in terms of eloquence. Besides, with his status, it would be embarrassing for him to argue with Chu Liyue in public. He looked at Sun Zhongyan and shouted in a low voice. Sun Zhongyan, this is the kind of student your academy has nurtured. Truly audacious to the extreme, doing as he pleased. Does she really think she can be so arrogant just because she got first place twice? Sun Zhongyan was also shocked by Chu Liyue's actions. However, he had always had a good impression of Chu Liyue, so even though her actions were too sudden, he still felt that there must be a reason for it. Liyue has always known her limits. She must have a reason for doing this. Once she explains herself, Brother Cheng Han, it won't be too late to pursue this matter. Isn't that right? Cheng Han gritted his teeth. Sun Zhongyan was very protective of Chu Liyue. Sun Zhongyan, Chu Liyue has ruined the last match of the youth's gathering. You've caused such a disaster and you're still going to pretend that nothing has happened? Sun Zhongyan glanced at the situation on the field and coughed, reminding him. Brother Cheng Han, isn't the competition still going on? Liyue went up and only knocked over Yang Jianqing's medicine cauldron, preventing him from forming the pill. The others are still fine. Oh, right, there's also Situ Xingqian. Cheng Han was stunned. He turned his head to take a closer look and found that it was indeed so. Other than Yang Jianqing and Situ Xingqian, the others really did not seem to have been affected. On one hand, the field was very big. In order to make it easier to refine pills, each student occupied a large area on their own. The distance between each student was not very small. On the other hand, Yang Jianqing and Situ Xingqian were both students of Super Yen Academy. The two of them were next to each other, so although Situ Xingqian was affected more, the others in the distance were not. His lips moved, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. If that's the case, it proves that Liyue did it on purpose. Otherwise, why would she destroy the students of our academy when there are so many people on the field? And the two who are in the process of forming their pills? Sun Zhongyan smiled. Brother Cheng Han, Liyue was obviously targeting Yang Jianqing. Everyone can see this and Liyue herself admits it. As for Situ Xingqian, honestly speaking, the destruction of her pills is mostly due to her own fault, right? Southwind Academy's Qi Yunfeng is also on the verge of forming his pill, and he's also next to Yang Jianqing. The distance between the two of them is the same as the distance between Yang Jianqing and Situ Xingqian. Isn't he still doing fine? Fu Yunshan stroked his beard, somewhat pleased with himself. That child Yunfeng has always been calm and steady. When he saw Situ Xingqian and Yang Jianqing form their pills one after another, he was still a little worried. But who would have thought that Chu Luiwei would appear out of nowhere? He'd actually finished off both of them at the same time. Now that the two academies were at loggerheads, he would naturally watch the show from the sidelines, and even add fuel to the fire. Just now, I saw that the flames in Situ Xingqian's medicine cauldron seemed a little unstable. It seemed to be in a similar situation to that of the student from our academy. Li Xue, what do you think? Cheng Li Xue was just regretting that his academy had lost a student who could compete for a place in the rankings, but when he heard Fu Yunshan's words, he immediately understood. That's right. The process of forming a pill is very energy-consuming. If one's strength is insufficient, the flames in the medicine cauldron will be extinguished at any time, resulting in failure. In my opinion, Situ Xingqian's pill might not have been. Cheng Li Xue, don't speak nonsense. Xingqian's pill was clearly about to form just now. If not for Chu Liyue's interference, how could it have failed? Cheng Han immediately retorted, his face ashen. He was obviously doubting Situ Xingqian's strength. Cheng Li Xue chuckled. President Cheng Han, as a heavenly doctor, shouldn't you know very well whether I'm speaking nonsense or not? The pill is about to form, but it hasn't formed yet. Until the very last moment, who knows what the result will be? If only they could take the opportunity to kick Situ Xingqian and Yang Jianqing out. How could Cheng Han not know what the Southwind Academy was planning? He didn't want to waste any more time with them, instead looking at Sun Zhongyan again. No matter what, Chu Luiwei must give us an explanation for today's matter. Otherwise, we won't have to participate in this youngsters' gathering. The moment these words were said, everyone fell silent for a moment. They hadn't expected Cheng Han to use this as a threat. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Martial artists and mystic masters hadn't taken first place, so they only had this last bit of hope left. If Yang Jianqing and Situ Xingqian didn't get a place because of this, then they would really have suffered a crushing defeat. Sun Zhongyan looked hesitantly at Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei gave him a reassuring look. President Cheng Han, since you want to explain, then please listen carefully. Chu Luiwei raised his hand and pointed at Yang Jianqing, his gaze cold. Every word fell like thunder. He has the blood-red goo on him. Mobile users, please browse to read. A better reading experience came from LoveNet. Chapter 266. Then, Chu Luiwei quickly walked past Situ Xingqian and rushed to the young man. Hand it over. The young man was shocked by Chu Luiwei's actions and took a step back. What are you trying to do? I don't know what you're talking about. He pointed at the cauldron that had already toppled over and complained. You destroyed my pill. This young man was the other student from Taiyan Academy who chose to form the pill, Yang Jianqing. Not long after Situ Xingqian started forming the pill, he also reached this stage. When Chu Liyue's dagger flew over, the pill's outline could already be seen in the cauldron. Now that it was suddenly destroyed, Yang Jianqing snapped out of his daze and glared at Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei narrowed her eyes. You know very well what I want. Do you want to take it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Yang Jianqing was intimidated by her cold aura, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Chu Luiwei looked like a teenage girl, but she vaguely had an aura that made people dare not defy her. Yang Jianqing couldn't help but feel guilty when he was stared at by those obsidian-like eyes. He looked away and his voice drifted. I don't understand. Chu Luiwei, we were having a good competition, but you just had to barge in at this time. I want to ask you, what right do you have? Chu Liyue's expression turned cold, and she was about to step forward. At this point, the surrounding crowd finally reacted. Cheng Han was the first to speak harshly. Chu Luiwei, how dare you? Where do you think this is? How dare you do this? Chu Luiwei sneered and turned around. Director Cheng Han, if it weren't for your academy's mistake, I wouldn't have come up so rashly. What did you say? Cheng Han furrowed his brows and became even angrier. Are you hinting that there's something wrong with Yang Jianqing? Chu Luiwei shrugged. No, I'm making it clear. Cheng Han choked and trembled with anger. Who did Chu Luiwei think he was? How dare he question Taiyan Academy in public? Not only did he destroy their students' pills, but he also slandered them. He knew that his eloquence was no match for Chu Liyue's. Besides, with his status, arguing with Chu Liyue in public would be a disgrace. He simply looked at Sun Zhongyan and shouted in a deep voice, "Sun Zhongyan, these are the good students that your academy has taught." He was truly audacious, doing whatever he wanted. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you got 2 first places? Sun Zhongyan was also shocked by Chu Liyue's actions. However, he had always had a good impression of Chu Liyue, so even if her actions were too sudden, he still felt that there must be a reason for it. Liu always knows her limits. She must have her reasons for doing this. Brother Cheng Han, it won't be too late for you to pursue this matter after she explains it clearly. Wasn't that right? Cheng Han gritted his teeth. Sun Zhongyan is extraordinarily protective of Chu Liyue. Sun Zhongyan, the last round of the Qing Jiao competition has been ruined by Chu Liyue. After causing such a disaster, can you still pretend that nothing happened? Sun Zhongyan glanced at the situation, coughed, and reminded Cheng Han. Brother Cheng Han, isn't the competition still ongoing? Liu Yu went up and only knocked over Yang Jianqing's cauldron, stopping him from producing pills. The others are still fine. Oh, right, and Sidu Xingqian. Cheng Han was stunned. He turned his head to take a closer look and realized that it was indeed the case. Other than Yang Jianqing and Sidu Xingqian, the others really didn't seem to be affected. On one hand, the venue was very big. To make it convenient for refining pills, every student occupied a large area by themselves, and the distance between them was not small. On the other hand, Yang Jianqing and Sidu Xingqian were both Taiyan Academy students, and they were right next to each other. Hence, even though Sidu Xingqian was greatly affected, the others who were further away were spared. Cheng Han's lips moved, and he felt embarrassed and angry. In that case, this proves that Chu Liyue did it on purpose. If not, why didn't she interrupt the other people in the competition? Why did she ruin our academy's students? Moreover, the 2 of them were producing pills. Sun Zhongyan smiled. Brother Cheng Han, Liu Yu clearly went for Yang Jianqing. Everyone can tell, and even Liu Yu admitted it himself. As for Sidu Xingqian, honestly speaking, it's more of her own fault that her pills were destroyed, right? Nanfeng Academy's Qi Yunfeng was also about to produce pills, and he was beside Yang Jianqing. The distance between the 2 of them was the same as the distance between Yang Jianqing and Sidu Xingqian. Isn't he still fine? Fu Yunshan stroked his beard proudly. Yunfeng has always been a calm and steady child. Previously, when he saw Sidu Xingqian and Yang Jianqing producing pills one after another, he was still worried. However, he didn't expect Chu Liyue to appear out of nowhere. He actually defeated the 2 of them together. Now that the 2 families were fighting, he naturally wanted to watch the show and even add fuel to the fire. Just now, I saw that the fire in Sidu Xingqian's cauldron was a little unstable. It seemed to be similar to the situation of our academy student. Li Xue, what do you think? Cheng Li Xue was feeling sad that his academy had lost a student who could compete for a ranking. When he heard Fu Yunshan's words, he immediately understood. That's right. The process of producing pills is very tiring. If one's abilities can't support it, the fire in the cauldron will extinguish at any time, resulting in failure. From what I see, Sidu Xingqian's pills might not have been refined at all. Cheng Li Xue, don't spout nonsense. Xingqian's pills were clearly about to be produced. If Chu Liyue didn't interfere, why would it fail? Cheng Han immediately retorted, his face green. He's clearly doubting Sidu Xingqian's abilities. Cheng Li Xue chuckled. Director Cheng Han, as a celestial physician, shouldn't you know whether I'm spouting nonsense or not? The pills were about to be produced, but they weren't. Who knows what the outcome will be until the last moment? If only we can take the chance to kick Sidu Xingqian and Yang Jianqing out. How could Cheng Han not know what Nanfeng Academy was up to? Hence, he didn't argue with them and looked at Sun Zhongyan again. No matter what, Chu Liyue has to give an explanation for today's incident. If not, we won't participate in the Qing Jiao competition. The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. They didn't expect Cheng Han to use this to threaten them. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. They didn't get first place in the Warrior and Xian Master categories, so they were only left with this last bit of hope. If Yang Jianqing and Sidu Xingchen didn't get a ranking because of this, they would really fail miserably. Sun Zhongyan looked at Chu Luiwei hesitantly. Chu Luiwei gave him a reassuring look. Dean Chenghan, since you want to explain, then please listen carefully. Chu Luiwei raised his finger and pointed at Yang Jianqing. His gaze was cold, and his words were like thunder. He has the red blood goo on him. Chapter 267. Once she said that, the entire square fell silent. Most of the people didn't know what red blood goo was, so they were all confused. However, those who had some understanding of the red blood goo were all filled with shock, so shocked that they were speechless. Yang Jianqing's pupils constricted. I hid it so well. How did Chu Luiwei see through it? Cheng Han was also shocked when he heard that. He immediately said, impossible. Red blood goo is such an evil thing. How can Yang Jianqing have it? Chu Luiwei's lips curved up coldly. Whether it's possible or not, you'll know when you see it for yourself. Then, she looked at Yang Jianqing again. Do you still want to deny it this time? Yang Jianqing made up his mind and planned to deny it. I don't have that kind of thing on me. Why should I admit it? Don't slander me. Chu Luiwei almost laughed out loud. If I wasn't confident, do you think I'd do it? Yang Jianqing was stumped. Chu Luiwei picked up the dagger and played with it in her hands. If you know what's good for you, you'd better go down with me now and hand over the thing. Also, you have to explain clearly so that you won't affect the others' competition. Otherwise, she paused and looked up. Yang Jianqing shuddered. Even though Chu Luiwei didn't say anything else, her gaze was enough. Yang Jianqing didn't know what he was going to face next, but he knew very well that he couldn't handle Chu Luiwei's methods. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, I'll go down with you for a check. Then he walked down the stage first. Chu Luiwei raised her brows and followed him. When the two of them reached the stage, the judges had already rushed over and stood at the side cautiously. The competition was still ongoing, but more people's gazes had already turned to this side. The atmosphere was tense. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows. Elder son, what's red blood goo? This question was what the crowd wanted to ask. Sun Zhongyan patiently explained. So, even though this kind of poison is hard to find, it's extremely vicious. Once you come into contact with it, you'll definitely die. Emperor Jiawen's face became increasingly stern. Chu Luiwei chuckled and added, Your Majesty, there is one more thing that Elder Sun forgot to mention. If the red blood goo were to be roasted in the cauldron's flame, its toxicity would increase by several times, and it would spread out. Once inhaled, even if it was a small amount, it could still endanger one's life. This shocked Emperor Jiawen, and the crowd's expressions changed. Are you serious? Chu Luiwei gently nodded. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other celestial physician. Emperor Jiawen looked at Cheng Lixue and the rest. As expected, he saw that their faces had turned ugly after hearing red blood goo. Even if he didn't ask, he knew that Chu Luiwei wasn't lying. Emperor Jiawen leaned forward and anxiously asked, You mean that Yang Jianqing planned to do that just now? Chu Luiwei glanced at Yang Jianqing and saw that his expression was becoming more and more flustered. That's right. The crowd was in an uproar. If Yang Jianqing really did that, then wouldn't the people sitting here be affected? Just the thought of it made them tremble in fear. Cheng Han saw that the situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction, so he anxiously stepped forward and angrily said, Chu Luiwei, don't spout nonsense. If Yang Jianqing really did that, why are you the only one who saw it? Why didn't the others notice it? Could it be that you're stronger than all the heavenly doctors here? Her words made sense, and quite a few people looked at Chu Luiwei suspiciously. Chu Luiwei asked in return, Director Cheng Han, may I ask if you've seen red blood goo before? Cheng Han was dazed and he flung his sleeves. Of course, I haven't seen such a despicable and sinister thing. Chu Luiwei smiled. I've seen it before. Chu Xianmin, who was sitting in the crowd, tightly clutched the corner of her shirt. Her entire body was tense. Ever since Chu Luiwei said red blood goo, she had been uneasy, afraid that Chu Luiwei would implicate her. Now that she heard this, She was so nervous and afraid that she could not even breathe. If Chu Luiwei exposed her, she would be finished. To be honest, there is one person in our academy who has been poisoned by red blood goo. Chu Xianmin lowered her head, and her knuckles turned white. His name is Liao Zhongshu. Previously, he was poisoned for no reason and was on the verge of death a few times. The teachers in the academy can testify to this. Zhuarong said in a low voice, "That's right. Liao Zhongshu was indeed poisoned by red blood goo, and he's still bedridden." Cheng Han looked as if he had heard a joke. "Oh, you said that if one was poisoned by red blood goo, he would die without a doubt and wouldn't even last a few days. How can your academy's student be poisoned by red blood goo until now? Could it be that you all saw wrongly, or perhaps you all colluded to deceive me?" Zhuarong and the other teachers' expressions were ugly. "Director Cheng Han, are you suspecting us? If you don't believe us, you can come to our academy. You can see if the poison in Liao Zhongshu's body is red blood goo. As a celestial physician, you can't not recognize this, right?" Cheng Han was speechless. It's all thanks to Luiwei that Liao Zhongshu can last until now. If she didn't come up with the prescription to temporarily suppress the poison in Liao Zhongshu's body, Liao Zhongshu wouldn't have survived. From Zhuarong's point of view, Chu Luiwei could come up with such a shocking prescription, which was enough to prove many things. Thus, he was very confident in speaking up for Chu Luiwei. Ha! What a joke! Cheng Han was originally a little nervous, but he could not help but laugh when he heard this. This red blood goo is extremely sinister. Only a few celestial physicians here have seen it before, let alone the prescription to cure it. Who is Chu Luiwei? You actually dare to put this title on her head? I admit that she does have some talent as a martial artist and a mystic cultivator. However, don't you think it's ridiculous to say that she can suppress the red blood goo's poison? Sun Zhongyan also smiled and calmly interrupted him. You're right. She is Martial Uncle's disciple. Digression, something happened at home yesterday and I couldn't open my eyes from crying. I barely managed to write 2 chapters. The remaining 3 chapters will be completed around 4 in the afternoon. After calculating, I owe 5 chapters, which is exactly 10,000. I'll make up for it in a few days. Myo mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 268. Dead Silence. Not only Cheng Han, but everyone present was stunned as well. Elder Sun only had one uncle master, the current dean of Tianlu Academy, a 5th grade celestial physician, Yi Zhiding. What did you say? Cheng Han's tongue seemed to be tied as he hesitantly spat out a sentence in disbelief. Sun Zhongyan smiled nonchalantly. I said, Uncle Master only accepted one disciple in his entire life, and that was Lu Yu. However, Uncle Master always kept a low profile, so not many people knew about this. However, Uncle Master had already personally written Lu Yu's name on the Academy's register. Thus, this was an indisputable fact. Cheng Han was speechless for a long time. Since Sun Zhongyan dared to say this in public, it must be true. The people from Tianlu Academy were shocked as well. Did I hear wrongly? Chu Luiwei is actually the dean's disciple? Elder Sun said it himself. How can it be false? I was wondering why I couldn't find out who Chu Luiwei's teacher was. So, my goodness, didn't the dean say that accepting a disciple was the most troublesome? How did he suddenly become Chu Luiwei's master? The dean rarely comes out, so not many people know about this. I only want to know one thing now. Is Chu Luiwei also talented as a celestial physician? He did not finish his sentence, but everyone was well aware of it. They could even see the same expression in each other's eyes. Even Mu Hongyu and the rest were stunned for a while. Their expressions were strange. Xin Hu, did you know about this? I didn't. Hongyu, you didn't know either? It seems like no one knew. Gu Mingfeng recalled what had happened in Wanling Mountain and laughed at himself. We're really slow on the uptake. She said that she only knew a little about it, but we actually believed her. They did not think so back then, but now that they thought about it, they felt that something was wrong. Chu Luiwei was too skillful in this aspect. How could she only know a little about it? Mu Hongyu's eyes gradually lit up. I have a feeling that the thigh we're hugging is even thicker than we imagined. Isn't Chu Luiyue a xian cultivator? Fu Yunshan couldn't help but ask. Sun Zhongyan nodded. Of course, after she entered the academy, her main focus was indeed on being a mystic cultivator. However, this did not conflict with the fact that she was Martial Uncle's disciple. After all, she had gotten first place in the warrior tournament, hadn't she? Fu Yunshan opened his mouth but realized that Sun Zhongyan's words made sense. But why did it seem like something was wrong? How could there be such a person who took a celestial physician as his master, cultivated as a mystic cultivator, and even beat other martial artists who were of a higher level? This was too ridiculous. The others' reactions were similar to Fu Yunshan's. They had seen geniuses before. In reality, those who were able to enter these three great academies were all people with enviable talent. But compared to Chu Luiyue, it instantly paled in comparison. Emperor Zhaowen finally couldn't help but ask. Elder son, when did Elder Yi take in Chu Luiyue as his disciple? Why isn't there any news about this? Even though Tianlu Academy was independent of the royal family, and even Emperor Zhaowen had to be polite to it, Emperor Zhaowen only found out today that Elder Yi had taken in a disciple. Hence, he naturally felt a little awkward. More importantly, this disciple was Chu Luiyue, who was once known as a good-for-nothing. Sun Zhongyan lowered his head slightly and explained. Your Majesty, before Chu Luiyue entered Tianlu Academy, she already knew Martial Uncle and became his disciple. The crowd was even more shocked. Could it be that Chu Luiyue's Yuan Meridian recovered and became a genius because of Elder Yi? If that's the case, everything makes sense. However, Emperor Zhaowen didn't continue asking about this. He just looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated gaze. After a while, he said, Luyu, you're very outstanding now. Back then, who would have thought that Chu Luiyue would become like this? She's a genius, and she's not an ordinary genius. The Chu Xianmin back then wasn't even half of what Chu Luiyue was now. He couldn't help but recall Rong Jin's expression when he mentioned Chu Luiyue. Of course, he could guess Rong Jin's thoughts. Back then, breaking off the engagement with Chu Luiyue was probably the decision he regretted the most. However, this matter was in the past, so it wasn't appropriate to mention it now. Chu Luiyue bent her knees and bowed. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Emperor Zhaowen shook his head and smiled. No, you deserve it. The Empress was upset as she watched from the side. From the past until now, she had never liked Chu Luiyue. In the past, it was because Chu Luiyue was a good-for-nothing and wasn't good enough for Rong Jin. Even though she had become a prodigy now, one could tell that she was a ruthless character based on how Chu Luiyue treated the Chu family. If they really allowed Rong Jin to marry Chu Luiyue again, they definitely wouldn't have a good life. They had to stop it no matter what. Cheng Han spent a lot of effort to accept this matter. However, he still felt exceptionally upset as if something was blocking his heart. He felt aggrieved and angry. But why didn't Chu Luiyue participate in the Celestial Physician competition? Chu Luiyue lazily said, I didn't. Because I didn't want to. The crowd was speechless. Over the years, many students yearned for the Qing Jiao competition, and the Celestial Physician competition was even more so. However, when it came to Chu Luiyue, why did it seem like it didn't matter? Cheng Han sneered and said, You didn't want to. You didn't want to? Is it because you don't have the right? Just as he finished his sentence, he noticed the strange gazes that the crowd was giving him, and he immediately regretted it. Who was Yu Zhiding? He was one of the most outstanding celestial physician in the past few decades. To be able to catch his eye, he was definitely not a mediocre person. Yet he actually openly doubted Chu Luiyue here. Wasn't that equivalent to doubting Yu Zhiding? The key was that he wasn't Yu Zhiding's match at all, so it was especially laughable for him to say this. Chu Luiyue shrugged nonchalantly. I'll answer this question later, but it's better to solve Yang Jianqing's problem now. Now, everyone should have no more doubts about what I said just now, right? Cheng Han decided to go all out. All right. As long as you show me the evidence, you can do whatever you want with it. Thank you, Director Cheng Han. I hope you can remember what you said now later. Chu Luiyue followed his advice and finally looked at Yang Jianqing, who was already drenched in cold sweat. Yang Jianqing suddenly stretched out his hands and gritted his teeth. You can check however you want. If I say there's nothing, there's nothing. Chu Liyue's gaze lightly swept past his hands. It was very clean. As if he was afraid that Chu Liyue wouldn't believe him, and also as if he wanted to prove himself, Yang Jianqing directly took off his outerwear and loudly said, I don't have anywhere to hide anything on me. Is it clear enough now? As he was a little anxious, he even tore his outerwear in a hurry. Coupled with his flushed face and messy hair, he looked especially disheveled. Chu Liyue paused, and the corners of his lips slowly curled up. Did I say that I was going to search your body? Chapter 269. Yang Jianqing was dumbfounded. You tricked me? His expression became a little ferocious, as if he was about to rush up and fight Chu Liyue to the death. He had made such a scene in front of so many people. He had lost all his face, and Chu Liyue actually said such a sentence? I only asked you to hand over the red blood goo. I didn't search your body, and I didn't ask you to take off your clothes. You! Yang Jianqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. With great difficulty, he finally found his last shred of reason and said sternly, No matter what, I have already proved to everyone that I don't have the red blood goo on me. You slandered me like this. I won't let this matter go. Chu Liyue smiled faintly. You don't have it on you, but does that prove that you didn't bring it? Yang Jianqing was stunned. What do you mean? Chu Liyue pointed at the overturned cauldron on the arena. We will know soon whether you have anything to do with the red blood goo. As she spoke, she walked towards the cauldron again. Yang Jianqing's heart was empty. No! He ran in front of Chu Liyue without thinking and stopped her. Chu Liyue raised her eyebrows. Why not? I just want to check the cauldron. If you didn't do anything, why are you so nervous? Yang Jianqing panicked even more when he was exposed. He wanted to continue stopping Chu Liyue, but there were already many people looking at him suspiciously. He also realized that doing so would only make him look even stranger. His legs were trembling. He didn't dare to step back, but he also didn't dare to step forward. He muttered, No. Seeing his reaction, everyone also felt that something was wrong. Cheng Han felt a sense of unease. This scene was all too familiar. It seemed to be the same when Chu Liyue exposed Hing Jingchua. Chu Liyue looked at Yang Jianqing mockingly. Did he think he could stop her? With a slight movement of her feet, her figure flashed and she silently bypassed Yang Jianqing. He quickly rushed towards the arena. In a blink of an eye, she already walked to the side of the medicinal cauldron. She bent down and gently scraped the edge of the cauldron with the dagger in her hand. A ball of red powder appeared on the shiny dagger. Under the illumination of the sun, it flickered with a cold and strange light. Yang Jianqing's face paled. His movements were so subtle that even the celestial physician present did not notice it. How did Chu Liyue discover it? This is red blood goo. Chu Liyue carefully examined the crimson powder on the dagger. If I'm not wrong, you put this thing in when you put the red root into the cauldron to refine it, right? The crimson root burned in the cauldron and soon turned into red powder, mixing with the red blood goo and making it difficult to distinguish. Moreover, the high temperature would also cause this thing to automatically scatter on the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron, making it even more undetectable from the outside. If the burning time is sufficient, for example, when you finish refining the pill, this period of time is enough for these red blood goo to completely burn and scatter. Chu Liyue's tone was calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. However, the contents of her words set off a huge wave in everyone's hearts. Yang Jianqing, is what Lu Yu said true? Sun Zhongyan asked sternly. If this was true, then Yang Jianqing was preparing to make a move on everyone here. The severity of this matter was far greater than Huan Jingchua's. Yang Jianqing's lips trembled as he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. That's not red blood goo. It's not? Then why don't you try it yourself? Chu Liyue suggested. Yang Jianqing immediately took a few steps back. En? Didn't you say that this is not red blood goo? Why are you so afraid? Since so many people here have not seen this thing before, why don't you open everyone's eyes? With that, Chu Liyue's gaze turned sharp as he flung that dagger out. That dagger drew a bright and straight line in the air as it flew towards Yang Jianqing. Yang Jianqing immediately wanted to dodge, but how could he be Chu Liyue's opponent? Before he could run a few steps, that dagger directly pierced his calf. Yang Jianqing cried out in pain as he staggered and knelt on the ground. His calf was already bleeding profusely. Chu Liyue, how dare you? Cheng Han was about to make a move but was stopped by Sun Zhongyan without batting an eyelid. Brother Cheng Han, Yang Jianqing has already said that it's not red blood goo. Why are you so anxious? Don't worry, Liu knows his limits. The wound on his calf is not fatal. Our academy will provide the medicinal herbs for this wound. If that really isn't red blood goo, I will personally apologize. At this point, Cheng Han had no other choice. His leg. It was unknown who suddenly shouted this. Cheng Han took a closer look and was shocked. Yang Jianqing's calf was rapidly swelling. Moreover, the blood flowing out of the wound was gradually turning into a strange black color. The aura on his body quickly withered. If there was nothing wrong with that thing and it was just a simple dagger piercing through his calf, this situation would definitely not have happened. Sun Zhongyan sneered. Brother Cheng Han, as a celestial physician, you should know better than me whether this is red blood goo or not, right? Cheng Han was speechless. He only felt that his face was being ripped off and ruthlessly trampled on. Yang Jianqing's entire body trembled like a sieve. He was extremely frightened. Chu Liyue's dagger just now was contaminated with too much red blood goo. So much weight and now all of it was on his body. Moreover, it had directly seeped into his body from the wound and spread extremely quickly. He hugged his leg and finally could not continue pretending. He began to plead in horror. No, I don't want to die. The elders, save me. I don't want to die. At this point, what else did he not understand? He crawled towards Tai Yen Academy with tears and mucus flowing down his face. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. Stop him! Cheng Han was almost screaming at the top of his lungs. The judges immediately took action. A rope flew out and tightly bound Yang Jianqing. Chu Liyue walked towards him. Lu Yu, be careful. Sun Zhongyan reminded him. Chu Liyue did not stop walking. Don't worry, Elder Sunday. I just have some things that I want to ask him. As she spoke, she was already in front of Yang Jianqing. She looked at him condescendingly and enunciated each word clearly. Who sent you? Yang Jianqing sobbed. He did not dare to look at her or speak. Chu Liyue inched closer, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. If you tell me, I can help you detoxify. Yang Jianqing was stunned. Otherwise, how do you think Liao Zhongshu survived until now? Chu Liyue said softly. A hint of struggle flashed across Yang Jianqing's eyes. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. Yang Jianqing clearly knew more than Chu Xianmin. If he was willing to talk, Yang Jianqing opened his mouth as if he wanted to speak, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Liyue knew that something was wrong and immediately retreated. A terrifying force suddenly surged out of Yang Jianqing's body. Boom! Digression. There was good news. My swollen eyes have recovered. There was also bad news. It's about 5 p.m. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 270. A ball of fire suddenly exploded from Yang Jianqing's body. Along with this terrifying explosion, his body also completely exploded. The fire quickly swallowed the blood and flesh that splattered everywhere. Chu Liyue immediately used her crystal barrier to block that terrifying power. Everything happened too quickly. By the time everyone realized what had happened, Yang Jianqing's body had already been completely destroyed by that ball of fire. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Damn it! Chu Liyue cursed under her breath. She had been worried that such a situation would happen, so she specially came forward to ask, but she did not expect that. The last ball of fire quickly dissipated as well. There was nothing left on the ground except for a small patch of burn marks. Many people in the crowd sucked in a cold breath. In less than 5 minutes, not only was Yang Jianqing exposed for using the red blood goo, but he also self-destructed and died. Not even his corpse was left behind. This time, his crime was completely confirmed, but there was no way to prove his innocence. Chu Luiwe looked around. That cold and obscure aura did not appear again. However, she had a feeling that Yang Jianqing was definitely related to that person. Whether it was the red blood goo he brought or his self-destruction, it was obvious that someone had manipulated him. She had seen clearly that Yang Jianqing did not want to die. If she had more time, she might have been able to get something useful out of him. However, the other party was too powerful and did not leave any chance for her to do so. Yang Jianqing's life was directly ended. The square fell into a long, eerie silence. After a while, Sun Zhongyan said, "Accidents happened frequently in this Qingjiao competition. It was our negligence." However, Dean Qinghan, shouldn't you explain yourself? First, it was Heng Jingchua, then it was Yang Jianqing. What exactly happened? If the red blood goo was not discovered, all of us here today would have suffered. Dean Qinghan, can you bear this responsibility? There were at least tens of thousands of people in the square. There were also many powerful people and geniuses from the 3 major academies. There was also the royal family of country Yaoqin. If anything happened to these people, it would be unimaginable. Aye. Cheng Han was also panicking. One Heng Jingchua wasn't enough. Now there was another Yang Jianqing. There was no way he could clear his name no matter how hard he tried. I really don't know. Fu Yunshan laughed perfunctorily. You're the dean. Now that something like this has happened, you think you can just say, "I don't know," and let it go? Cheng Han almost choked. He felt that he was at odds with country Yaoqin. Nothing good happened every time he came. Cheng Han took a deep breath in and bowed to Emperor Juan. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I won't shirk away from this matter. After the Qingjiao competition ends, I'll investigate this matter together with Heng Jingshua's matter. If I discover any problems, I will definitely not tolerate it. Emperor Jiawen also took this matter to heart. But since Cheng Han had already said so, he couldn't continue to be aggressive, so he could only raise his hand. We know Dean Qinghan's character. He definitely wouldn't allow his students to do such a thing. Now that the Qingjiao competition has yet to end, let's wait until everything is settled before we discuss this matter. Since the person with the highest status had spoken, everyone naturally wouldn't harp on it. Sun Zhongyan took a deep look at Cheng Han. Your Majesty is magnanimous, but we definitely can't put this matter aside. Dean Qinghan, we'll wait for you to give us a satisfactory answer. Fu Yunshan also agreed. That's right. We have plenty of time and patience. This matter has serious implications, and we can't just sit back and do nothing. If not, we won't even know when we'll die. Cheng Han felt very aggrieved, but he could only agree like this. Since this matter has temporarily come to an end, we should talk about my matter next, right? Sidu Xingchen, who had been silent at the side, finally spoke. At this point, the way she looked at Chu Luiwe was different from before. She didn't expect Chu Luiwe to be Yi Zhiding's disciple. Master had always been regretful about losing to Yi Zhiding, and he had mentioned it a few times in the past few years. Of course, she knew how powerful Yi Zhiding was, so she felt even more uncomfortable about this matter. She really didn't understand how Chu Luiwe was chosen by Yi Zhiding. Chu Luiwe met Sidu Xingchen's gaze openly. Sure. Even though I wasn't targeting you when I attacked back then, and I could also ensure that no extra force would affect you, I'll compensate you since your pill formation was interrupted because of this. Situ Xingchen's expression was a little strange. Compensate? You destroyed a pill that I was about to complete. How are you going to compensate me? Chu Luiwe lifted his chin. Don't you have another set of herbs beside you? Situ Xingchen's expression changed slightly. You want me to refine it again? Not to mention that I don't have enough time now. Even if I do, I don't have that much strength. When I formed the pill previously, I already felt that my strength was about to be depleted. I definitely can't try again now. Chu Luiwe blinked. I said that I'll compensate you, so I'll naturally do it. What? Situ Xingchen didn't understand at that moment. Chu Luiwe explained. I'm saying that I'll replace you to refine the pill for the second time. After the pill is refined, it'll be considered your result. How about that? At this moment, not only Situ Xingchen, but even the other people's expressions became very strange. Chu Liyue's suggestion doesn't seem to have any problems, but there seems to be something wrong. Situ Xingchen was so angry that she laughed. This is the compensation you're talking about? Chu Liyue nodded. Yeah, but you think it's not enough? Situ Xingchen was speechless. How confident is Chu Liyue to think that he can use such a method to compensate me? I started memorizing prescriptions since I was 4 years old and had been cultivating diligently for many years. I can only barely form pills now. Chu Liyue shouldn't have been Yi Zhiding's disciple for too long. I wonder if he's already a stage 2 doctor. With such standards, he wants to refine pills for me? What a joke! Situ Xingchen suppressed the mockery and disdain in her heart and calmly said, "That means that no matter what grade you refine, it'll be considered my result? I'd like to ask, but your current celestial physician grade is?" Chu Liyue could tell that she didn't think much of it, but he didn't care and smiled. "It's hard to say my grade, but you'll naturally know later. This is the only solution now. If you don't agree, I can't do anything about it." Situ Xingchen sneered in her heart. "But I want to see how Chu Liyue will have the cheek to say that it's my result after I refine a pile of trash." Digression. The weather was bleak, and the temperature difference was more than 20 degrees. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 271. Chu Liyue walked to the competition venue and stood at Situ Xingchen's previous position. Situ Xingchen failed to produce the pill, and only a handful of black ash was left in the cauldron. Chu Liyue picked up the prescription and looked at it before cleaning the cauldron. Situ Xingchen coldly watched from the side. Countless pairs of eyes below the competition venue also gathered on Chu Liyue. They were curious, doubtful, and excited. Isn't Chu Liyue too confident of herself? She actually went up personally? She's Elder Ye's disciple. She should be quite capable, right? Didn't they say that even though she passed all 3 examinations when she entered Tianlu Academy, she was the worst in the Celestial Physician examination? If she didn't produce anything, it would be too embarrassing. The crowd discussed fervently. Chu Liyue acted as if she didn't hear anything as she gently placed her slender hand on the cauldron. Immediately after, a cluster of crimson-red flames abruptly sprang up within the medicinal cauldron. Chu Liyue casually picked up an ingredient at the side. It was a reddish-brown fruit the size of a fist, sky cashew. When Chu Liyue placed it into the fire rapidly surrounded it. The skin of the sky cashew quickly shrank. Situ Xingchen stood closer, so she could see it more clearly. When she saw Chu Liyue actually put the sky cashew into the cauldron to refine it, disdain flashed across her heart. The sky cashew was extremely fragile and soft, especially the mature ones. A light touch might even break through its skin. All of its medicinal effects were stored in the juice inside, so when refining it, one had to carefully draw out the juice inside. But the most important thing was that once the sky cashew's juice flowed out and came into contact with the air, the medicinal effects would quickly disappear. Hence, when using the sky cashew, the celestial physician would usually leave it for last. This way, they could preserve its effects to the greatest extent. After Chu Liyue went up, the first thing she refined was the sky cashew. It seems like she's really ignorant. I really don't know how Yi Zhiding teaches his only disciple. Chu Liyue's actions clearly attracted the other celestial physician's attention. Elder Emotsong couldn't help but laugh. She's indeed Elder Ye's disciple. She's really unique and actually put the sky cashew in first. Even I can't compare to her courage. Elder's expression expressionless as he calmly said, "It's not too late to comment after the results. When the results are out." That's right. There was only one set of herbs here. If the sky cashew was destroyed, then it would naturally be over. Elder mocked him. "I didn't expect you." Of course, I didn't expect her to not know such basic knowledge. Gluzeths. Even. Of Chu of Chen. Of his. Of him, of his, of him, on. Elder Emotsong choked and shut his mouth with an ugly expression. Cheng Lishue didn't even have the time to care about the two of them as he watched the competition nervously. Now, Nenfeng Academy only had one seedling left, Leng Chuan. He's at the crucial moment of pill formation. Only Sidu Xingchen was left on Tai Yen Academy's side, and she was replaced by Chu Luiyue. There was basically no hope. Tian Lu Academy's Ji Zixing was the slowest among them. He had only just started his attempt, so his skills were limited. As long as Leng Chuan succeeded, he could basically take first place. Zuorong and the rest were also watching nervously. Why did Lu Yu put the Sky Cashew in first? They couldn't figure it out either. If he failed, then, wait, it's been a while. Why isn't the Sky Cashew broken yet? Zuorong frowned and mumbled. According to the Sky Cashew's characteristics, it should break apart on its own after being placed in the fire. But until now, the Sky Cashew in Chu Liyue's cauldron was still fine. Even though its surface had shrunk into a small ball, it was still intact. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that Lu Yu is planning to refine the Sky Cashew like this? The surrounding celestial physician teachers looked at him strangely, clearly not understanding what he meant. Zuorong suppressed his excitement and said, "What I mean is that she seems to be planning to extract all the juice inside before drawing it out." "How's that possible?" A teacher at the side immediately retorted. "The ripe Sky Cashew is extremely fragile and can't withstand the roasting of the fire. Unless she can control the fire to a certain extent, she can extract the juice without causing it to break. But that requires too much control. It's impossible." At this point, the few of them suddenly fell silent. Chu Luiyue seems to have done it. The perfectly intact Sky Cashew is the best proof. Zuorong couldn't help but look up at Chu Luiyue, only to see her calm expression as she started to put in the second ingredient. The Sky Cashew quietly floated in the fire. Chu Luiyue indeed has such an idea. Zuorong swallowed his saliva with much difficulty. "Even I might not be able to do this. This is because the requirement for an alchemist's talent is too high. Extracting the Sky Cashew isn't a difficult task, but to be able to do it so meticulously, it means that one must have sharp senses and control." Even though his level was higher than Chu Liyue's and he was more capable, he believed that he might not be able to do it as well as Chu Luiyue. This is probably the aura of a celestial physician that the director mentioned before. Someone softly muttered, "This level of talent can only be a gift from the heavens. It can't be obtained even if one begged for it." I finally know why the director was willing to take her in as his disciple. Zuorong bitterly laughed. This girl is even stronger than I imagined. He thought that he had already thought highly of Chu Luiyue, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated her. It's no wonder she's so calm. Even if she just started to cultivate as a celestial physician, it's destined that her future achievements will far surpass ours. Situ Xingchen's talent is not bad, but it's a pity that she can't compare to Lu Yu. This is a good thing. That old fellow, Cheng Han, is very arrogant, and he's even more so after taking Situ Xingchen in as his disciple. Think about it. Every time we talk about Situ Xingchen and the celestial physician competition these few days, he looks like he's going to win. Isn't it because he thinks that Situ Xingchen's talent is unparalleled? I just don't know if Lu Yu can produce pills. She just started cultivating not long ago, right? Even though she's talented, she can't do it without enough force to support her. Zuorong listened to the few of them talk and couldn't help but smile delightedly. So what? If we can see it, I don't believe that Cheng Han can't see it. If Lu Wei can replace Situ Xingchen to refine medicine, they'll be letting them off easy. Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 272. Countless herbs gradually condensed into a ball in the crimson flame, and the outline of the pill was already formed. That was indeed a movement that would only occur when the pill was about to be formed. Cheng Lixue scanned the people around Chu Luiyue in shock. Because of his shock, his figure also became a little sharp. When did she finish processing all those herbs? Didn't Chu Luiyue just go up not long ago? They were only distracted for a while, but she had already reached this step. Not only Cheng Lixue, but everyone who was watching Chu Luiyue refine the pill was also in disbelief. I kept watching Chu Luiyue refine the pill just now, and I felt that she didn't do anything. So, she has already finished processing all those herbs? That's too fast. With this speed, Can she be considered in the top 3 of today's competition? I think it's not impossible for her to be first. Did you notice that Chu Luiwei directly put the formula back after taking a look at it on the stage and didn't look at it again afterward? She actually memorized the formula directly. With just one look. Having a photographic memory is nothing. The key is that she didn't even stop in the middle and kept throwing herbs into the cauldron without any hesitation or mistakes. That's why she's so fast. Emotsong was also shocked when he saw that. However, as an elder of Taiyan Academy, he did not have a good impression of Chu Luiwei, so he immediately sneered. So what if she's fast? Previously, there were also people who tried to form the pill very quickly, but didn't they also fail in the end? Elder Feng Yi stared fixedly at the pill condensed in Chu Luiwei's cauldron, and he was very nervous. When he heard Emotsong, he could not help but retort. Regardless of whether she can form the pill in the end, it's already enough to prove her talent. Emotsong's expression turned even colder, but he did not know how to retort. He could only snort with disdain in his eyes. Previously, Elder Feng Yi really did not have high hopes for Chu Luiwei, but now, his gaze shifted slightly, and it landed on Chu Luiwei's face. Even in such a tense moment, the beautiful girl still had a calm and collected expression on her face. She had done something that others thought was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but she didn't seem to care about it. The dean seemed to have taken in an amazing disciple. In the arena, some people succeeded while others failed. Those who succeeded had already sent their medicines to be evaluated, while those who failed had already left the stage. However, among these people, no one was able to refine any more pills. The best ones were only 2 upper-level 3 pills. Obviously, these people were no threat to Lung Chuan. Gradually, only Chu Luiwei and Ji Zixing were left on the field. Not long after Chu Luiwei, Ji Zixing also finally began to try to form the pill. In other words, other than Lung Chuan from Nanfeng Academy who had refined a 4th-grade medicinal pill, only Chu Luiwei and Ji Zixing had the same hope. However, these 2 people were both from Tianlu Academy. Elder Feng Yi leaned against the chair with a smile and said in a seemingly unintentional manner, he casually said, even though Zixing is a little slow, he's still considered reliable. He's not like Luyu. He's just a little impatient. Cheng Lishue knew that the only thing he could do now was wait, so he sat in his seat and didn't say a word. He could only hope that Chu Luiwei and Ji Zixing would both fail. This way, Lung Chuan would be able to completely take first place. Elder Feng Yi glanced at Emotsong and lightly knocked his head. Look at me. I almost forgot that Lu Yu is now representing Situ Xingqian in the competition. No matter who wins or loses, it's still Taiyan Academies. Emotsong, don't take my words of criticism to heart. Emotsong took a deep breath. If it weren't for so many people watching, I would have already taken action. Feng Yi looks like an honest person, but he's actually very evil. Everyone could tell that this celestial physician competition had nothing to do with Taiyan Academy anymore. If Chu Luiwei loses, it means that Situ Xingqian loses. If Chu Luiwei wins, it means that she wins. It would embarrass Taiyan Academy even more. At this point, Emotsong started to regret it. Why did I agree to let Chu Luiwei represent Situ Xingqian in the competition? Situ Xingqian also realized that something was amiss. From the moment Chu Luiwei started trying to form the pill, she was silently waiting for Chu Luiwei to fail. But what disappointed her was that Chu Luiwei had been doing it in an orderly manner. Even though this depleted most of Chu Luiwei's energy and made her look a little pale, the fire in the cauldron didn't have any signs of being extinguished. Seeing that the pill in the cauldron was becoming rounder and rounder, Situ Xingqian's heart was in her mouth. If Chu Luiwei really forms the pill, Chu Luiwei focused on the cauldron in front of her and carefully controlled the changes in the fire in front of her. This time, she was determined to give it her all. This wasn't to compensate Situ Xingqian but because of other considerations. Previously, she had been hiding her talent and abilities as a celestial physician because she didn't want to expose too much and attract more trouble. However, it was obvious that even if she didn't look for trouble, trouble would come knocking on her door. From Chu Xianmin to Heng Jingchua to Yang Jianqing, everything exuded a strange aura. She had a strange premonition in her heart. The same person seemed to be controlling all these things behind the scenes. The other party was obviously targeting her. Chu Luiyue thought about it but couldn't figure out who would spend so much effort to deal with her. There were very few people who had such means. Therefore, instead of hiding, it would be better to reveal everything. Luring the snake out of its hole. She was in the light, and the other party was in the dark. She was already at a disadvantage. However, if she stood under the brightest sunlight, no shadow could hide from her. She looked at the pill in the fire. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the force in her body had become much more abundant after she broke through to become a stage 2 warrior. Even the effects were better when she refined medicine. This was the reason why she was able to process all the herbs faster than expected and start to form the pill. However, it seemed like she took a long time to form the pill this time. Boom! Waves of energy exploded in Ji Zixing's cauldron. A round medicinal pill shockingly took shape. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance spread. The stone in Tianlu Academy's hearts finally landed. Ji Zixing placed the pill into a jade box and presented it to Yang Kai. Elder Feng Yi opened the jade box and couldn't help but glance at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue clearly started forming the pill earlier than Ji Zixing. Why isn't she done yet? Emotsong sneered. I thought she was very capable. You're just putting on an act. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 273. Emotsong, isn't it inappropriate for you to say that? Luiyue is now competing on behalf of your academy. Do you want your academy to lose if you say that she's putting on an act? Elder Feng Yi replied indifferently. Emotsong was exasperated. Elder Feng Yi retracted his gaze and looked at the elixir in the jade box. 4 lines were clearly visible. However, the 4th line was the same as Leng Chuan's. It was a little faint. Elder Feng Yi pondered for a moment. 4th grade, lower. Ji Zixing's expression was very calm. He naturally knew the grade of the elixir he refined himself. Cheng Lixue, who was next to him, hurriedly took the elixir and looked at it carefully. He frowned and said reluctantly, 4th grade, lower. Emotsong only glanced at it symbolically. He didn't say much and gave the same judgment. Elder Feng Yi nodded at Ji Zixing. It's the first time you've seen the formula. It's not bad to be able to successfully refine it. You seem to have made progress recently. Ji Zixing cupped his hands respectfully. You flatter me, Elder. I still have many shortcomings. He had always felt that he wasn't smart enough. Out of all the people present who had received the superior prescription, he was probably the slowest. He had spent a full hour studying the prescription, and he was also the last to attempt to form the pill. Even Chu Luiyue, who came on halfway, caught up and was faster than him. Although he succeeded, he still seemed a little clumsy compared to the others. You have your merits. You don't have to be so modest. Seeing that Ji Zixing didn't become arrogant because of the success of this competition, Elder Feng Yi was very satisfied. For heavenly doctors, temperament was also an extremely important part of their talent. Go and rest first. You'll be fine after Luiyue is done. Yes. Chu Luiyue was the only one left in the arena. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. Anticipation, doubt, sarcasm. Chu Luiyue ignored them and remained patient. In order to conserve origin force, she controlled the flames in the medicine cauldron to reduce a little and gathered the rest in one place. In this way, she could hold on for a longer time. However, as time passed, the others gradually became anxious and suspicious. Why hasn't Chu Luiyue finished yet? Previously, she said she was fast. Now that Ji Zixing has already finished for quite a while, there's still no progress on that medicinal pill of hers. Could it be that there's some problem? I think it's most likely going to fail. Think about it, Leng Chuan and Ji Zixing who successfully refined medicinal pills. Which one of them is like her, taking so long to form the pill? I think so too. In the end, her standard is still not enough. Even if she's old man Ye's disciple, she doesn't seem to have cultivated for too long, right? Everyone from Sky Foothill Academy felt very complicated. On one hand, Ji Zixing forming the pill, at least he had the strength to compete, which was worth being happy about. But on the other hand, Chu Liuyue's failure to succeed after so long also made them somewhat worried. Situ Xingqian stood at the side of the arena. Every second really felt like a year. Looking at Chu Liyue standing in her position to refine medicine, she had an indescribable awkwardness in her heart. Previously, she was filled with anger, only feeling that Chu Liyue blocked her path to winning first place. Under impulse, she even agreed to let Chu Liyue replace her to participate in the competition. But after she gradually calmed down, she realized that doing so did not seem to have any benefits for her. Seeing that Chu Liyue still did not move, she finally took a step forward. Chu Liyue, I've thought about it for a long time and still feel that it's not suitable for you to replace me in the competition. Her voice was gentle and sweet, her tone extremely sincere. Her slightly furrowed brows were even more pitiful. I believe that you definitely did not deliberately interrupt me forming the pill previously. So if I continue to bicker with you like this, it's also unfair to you. Don't worry, even if you can't refine the pill, I won't blame you. Boom. In the medicine cauldron in front of Chu Liyue, flames suddenly rose. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy crashed heavily onto the medicine cauldron. Boom. An indescribably rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Chu Liyue stretched out her wrist and the pill automatically fell into her hand. She quickly placed the elixir into the jade box at the side. Her actions were as smooth as flowing water. It was only when Chu Liyue closed the lid of the jade box with a clack that everyone realized what had happened. Chu Liyue had actually succeeded. Situ Xingqian was stunned on the spot. All the blood in his body seemed to have frozen and he was completely stunned. Only then did Chu Liyue look at her. What did you say just now? Situ Xingqian opened her mouth, but she couldn't spit out a single word. She was still in the midst of a huge shock and couldn't recover from it. Chu Liyue tilted her head and asked again. The corners of Situ Xingqian's mouth twitched. She wanted to use her usual smile to cover up her current embarrassment, but she found that her face seemed to be wearing a thick mask. She couldn't move at all, and even the corners of her mouth became incomparably heavy. Chu Liyue had actually succeeded. How could she smile like this? Nothing. Situ Xingqian was extremely vexed. Why did she say those words just now? Now it seemed that she was extremely stupid. Chu Liyue shrugged her shoulders and raised the corners of her lips nonchalantly. She didn't continue to pursue the matter and walked towards Elder Feng Yi and the other two elders. She stood in front of the three of them and handed over the jade box in her hand. I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long, seniors. Chu Liyue said very politely. Elder Feng Yi laughed heartily. Not long, not long. Originally, there was no rigid time limit for the Heaven Doctors competition. Furthermore, you've successfully refined the elixir. As he spoke, he nervously and curiously opened the jade box. An elixir appeared in front of him. The moment he saw the elixir, Elder Feng Yi's eyes widened abruptly. He almost couldn't wait to pick up the elixir and study it carefully. It took him a while to suppress the excitement in his heart. This is the 4th grade, medium. What? Cheng Lixue and Emote Song, who were at the side, were originally very unhappy, so they had been sitting in their chairs and didn't take a closer look. Hearing Elder Feng Yi's words, the two of them spoke in unison. Feng Yi, don't tell me you're deliberately overestimating her just because she's a student of your academy? Emote Song blurted out. Elder Feng Yi waved his hand. Take a look for yourself. Won't you know? Emote Song took the elixir suspiciously, then his expression changed. Cheng Lixue sensed that something was wrong and came over. On the surface of the elixir, there were 4 lines. But the most important thing was that the 4th line was obviously clearer than Lung Chuan's and Ji Zixing's. This was indeed the 4th grade. Elder Feng Yi laughed. Now, you won't object, right? The two of them fell silent. Elder Feng Yi raised his voice, his eyes shining with pride. Liyue, congratulations. The final evaluation of this elixir, 4th grade, medium. This is the highest grade elixir that has appeared in today's competition. It is undoubtedly the first. Chu Liyue looked at Situ Xingqian with a smile. Congratulations, Princess Situ Xingqian. Digression, let's have a meal. The 5th grade is estimated to be a little late. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 274. Emote song, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to say that? Lu Yu is competing for your academy now. You say she's just putting on an act. Do you want your academy to lose? Elder Feng Yi replied indifferently. Emote song was furious. Elder Feng Yi had already retracted his gaze and looked at the pill in the jade box. The 4 lines were clearly visible. However, the 4th line was the same as Leng Chuan's. It was a little faint. Elder Feng Yi thought for a moment. 4th grade, lower. Ji Zixing's expression was very calm. He naturally knew what grade the medicinal pills that he refined himself were. Cheng Lixue, who was next to him, quickly took the pill and looked carefully. He frowned and said reluctantly, 4th grade, lower. Emote Song only glanced at it symbolically. He didn't say much and gave the same judgment. Elder Feng Yi nodded at Ji Zixing. It's your first time seeing the prescription. You're very good to be able to successfully refine it. You seem to have improved recently. Ji Zixing cupped his hands respectfully. Elder, you flatter me. I still have many shortcomings. In fact, he always felt that he wasn't smart enough. Out of all the people present who had taken the advanced prescription, he was probably the slowest. He had spent a full hour studying the prescription, and he was also the last to attempt to form the pill. Even Chu Luiyue, who went up halfway, caught up with him and was faster than him. Although he succeeded in refining the pill, he was still clumsy compared to the others. You have your own merits. You don't have to be too modest. Seeing that Ji Zixing didn't become arrogant because of his success in this competition, Elder Feng Yi was very satisfied. For a celestial physician, temperament was also an extremely important part of talent. Go and rest first. You can wait for Lu Yu to finish. Only Chu Luiyue was left in the arena. All eyes were focused on her. Anticipation, suspicion, and sarcasm. Chu Luiyue ignored them and was still very patient. However, in order to save force, she reduced the flame in the medicine cauldron and gathered the rest in one place. This way, she would be able to last longer. However, as time passed, the others gradually became anxious and suspicious. Why isn't Chu Luiyue over yet? Previously, I said that she was fast, but now, Ji Zixing has already completed it for a long time, and she still hasn't made any progress with her pill. Could there be a problem? I think it's most likely going to fail. Think about it. Among Leng Chuan and Ji Zixing who successfully concocted medicinal pills, which one of them took as long as her? I think so too. In the end, her level is still not high enough. Even if she is old Ye's disciple, it doesn't seem like she has been cultivating for too long, right? Everyone from Tianlu Academy had mixed feelings. On one hand, Ji Zixing's success meant that he had at least a fighting chance. This was something to be happy about. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue's lack of success also worried them. Situ Xingxin stood by the side of the competition venue, and every second felt like a year. When she saw Chu Luiyue standing in her spot and concocting the pill, she felt inexplicably awkward. Previously, she was filled with anger as she felt that Chu Luiyue was blocking her path to first place. In a moment of impulse, she even agreed to let Chu Luiyue replace her in the competition. However, when she gradually calmed down, she realized that doing so did not seem to benefit her at all. Seeing that Chu Luiyue still did not move, she finally stepped forward. Chu Luiyue, I've thought about it for a long time, but I still feel that it's not appropriate for you to replace me in the competition. Her voice was gentle and sweet, and her tone was extremely sincere. Her slightly furrowed brows made her look even more pitiful. I believe that you didn't purposely interrupt my pill concoction, so it's unfair to you if I continue to be so calculative with you. Don't worry. Even if you can't concoct the pill, I won't blame you. Boom. Flames suddenly rose from the medicine cauldron in front of Chu Luiyue. At the same time, a strong wave hit the medicine cauldron. Boom. An indescribable dense medicinal fragrance spread throughout the air. Chu Luiyue stretched out her wrist, and the pill automatically landed in her hand. She quickly placed the pill into the jade box at the side. Her series of actions were smooth, and the crowd only realized what had happened when Chu Luiwei closed the jade box with a thud. Chu Luiwei actually succeeded. Situ Xingqian was dazed. All the blood in her body seemed to have frozen, and she was dazed. Chu Luiwei then looked at her. "What did you just say?" Situ Xingqian opened her mouth, but she could not spit out the rest of her words. She was still in a state of shock and could not recover her senses. Chu Luiwei tilted her head and asked again. Situ Xingqian's lips moved. She wanted to use her usual smile to hide her awkwardness and embarrassment, but she realized that it was as if she was wearing a thick mask. She could not move at all, and even the corners of her lips became extremely heavy. Chu Luiwei actually succeeded. How could she laugh at this? Nothing. Situ Xingqian was frustrated. Why did I say all those things just now? Now, it seems like I'm really stupid. Chu Luiwei shrugged and nonchalantly curved her lips. She didn't continue asking as she walked toward Elder Feng Yi and the other two. She stood in front of the three of them and handed over the jade box in her hands. "I'm sorry to have made you wait," Chu Luiwei said very politely. Elder Feng Yi laughed out loud. Not long. Originally, the Celestial Physician competition did not have a fixed time limit. Besides, you even successfully produced a pill. As he spoke, he nervously and curiously opened the jade box. A pill appeared in front of him. The moment he saw this pill, Elder Feng Yi suddenly widened his eyes. He almost couldn't wait to pick up the pill and carefully examine it. He only suppressed the agitation in his heart after a while. This is a 4th grade, medium. What? Cheng Lixue and Emote Song, who were at the side, were originally very unhappy, so they sat in their chairs and did not look carefully. Upon hearing Elder Feng Yi's words, the two of them spoke in unison. "Feng Yi, don't tell me you purposely overestimated her just because she's a student from your academy?" Emote Song blurted out. Elder Feng Yi waved his hand. "Take a look yourself. You'll know when you see it." Emote Song suspiciously took the pill, and his expression changed. Cheng Lixue sensed that something was amiss and also leaned over. He saw that there were 4 lines on the pill. But the most important thing was that the 4th line was clearly clearer than Lung Chuan's and Ji Zixing's. This was indeed a 4th grade, medium. Elder Feng Yi laughed out loud. "Now, you won't object, right?" The two of them were silent. Elder Feng Yi raised his voice, and his eyes glowed with pride. "Lu Yu, congratulations. This pill's final evaluation is a 4th grade, medium. This is the highest grade pill that appeared in today's competition. It's unquestionably first." Chu Luiwei smiled and looked at Situ Xingqian. "Eldest Princess Situ, congratulations." Digression: after a meal, the 5th update will probably be a little late. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 275. Congratulations. When Situ Xingqian heard this, it was as if she had been slapped harshly. Even if Chu Luiwei replaced me in the competition and let me get first place, everyone could clearly see that Chu Luiwei was the one who refined the 4th grade pill. Everyone had personally witnessed Chu Luiwei's extraordinary talent and shocking abilities. At this point, Situ Xingqian finally realized something. The higher the grade of the pill Chu Luiwei refined and the better the ranking, the greater the humiliation he brought to me. After the Qing Jiao competition, everyone would know that I, Situ Xingqian, could only get first place in the Celestial Physician competition because Chu Luiwei was outstanding enough. By then, everyone's focus would be on Chu Luiwei. Who would care about me? All the fame and glory would belong to Chu Luiwei in the end. What am I? I'm just a pitiful and lamentable accessory. Chu Luiwei gave me first place, but at the same time, he gave me a huge humiliation. Situ Xingqian was so regretful that her intestines turned green. Her face was red and white, and she wanted to disappear from this place immediately. Elder Feng Yi surveyed the surroundings. "I hereby announce that the first place in this year's Qing Jiao competition for the Celestial Physician competition is Tai Yen Academy's Situ Xingqian." When his low and powerful voice landed, the huge square fell into an eerie silence. Especially the people from Tai Yen Academy, their expressions were indescribable. "Eldest Princess Situ, you don't seem to be very happy." Chu Luiwe blinked and asked. I vaguely heard you say that you wanted to cancel the agreement between us. But is my compensation not enough? Situ Xingshan's body trembled slightly. You're asking the obvious. Chu Luiwe clearly did it on purpose. She clenched her teeth and forced a smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. And no, Chu Luiwe helped me get first place. How can I say that it's not enough? But she would rather not have this first place now. Elder Feng Yi cupped his hands towards Cheng Han and chuckled. Dean Cheng Han, congratulations. Cheng Han felt like he was about to vomit blood. Before this, he had never thought that he would actually obtain first place in the warrior tournament in such a manner. But now, when he heard the word, congratulations, he felt that it would be better if he didn't have a ranking. In the end, Chu Luiwe was the one who took first place. For so many years, he had never encountered such an aggrieved and speechless matter. Sun Zhongyan looked at Ji Zixing and patted him on the shoulder. Zixing, you performed very well this time. Although you didn't help our academy get first place, but strength is respect, and you have to admit defeat. Am I right? Ji Zixing replied, Thank you, elder son, for your guidance. This student will remember it well. Cheng Han clenched his fists. Sun Zhongyan was making oblique accusations. Every word was filled with mockery. However, he had no way to refute it. Zuorong, Xian Song, and the others looked at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Zuorong could not help but hold his forehead and mutter to himself. I knew that this girl was indeed hiding her true abilities. Previously, she probably acted so clumsy on purpose. To think that they thought that she was really not good at alchemy. Xian Song was even more embarrassed. At that time, he was the one who looked down on Chu Luiwe the most. He did not expect that, after keeping silent for a while, he said, no wonder the dean was willing to accept her as a disciple. There was probably no other person with such talent in the entire country, Yao Chen, right? Zuorong quickly got over it and clapped his hands. Hee, why are you thinking so much? That girl was hiding her abilities on purpose previously. Not only us, but so many people also did not see through it, right? TSK, I heard that Lu Yu caused a lot of trouble for the Chu family. Now, it seems like it was nothing. When the news of the Qing Jiao competition spreads, TSK. Previously, when Chu Luiwe entered Tian Lu Academy, the Chu family might have regretted it, but it was not to the extent of heartache. After all, the Chu family still had Chu Xianmin, who was considered one of the best in the academy. However, it was different now. In the Qing Jiao competition, Chu Luiwe took first place in both the warrior and Xian master categories. Strictly speaking, she was also first in the celestial physician category. Even in the entire history of country Yaochen, such a genius had never appeared before. Even if one used their toes to think, they would know what Chu Luiwe's current talent meant. As long as there were no accidents, she would definitely be a top-notch warrior with a bright future. That would be a fatal blow to the Chu family. The 3 rounds of the Qing Jiao competition had finally ended. Next, the prizes would be given out according to the rankings. Situ Xingshan did not remember how she accepted the so-called first place. Her entire body was numb, and her mind was in a mess. In comparison, Chu Luiwe was not affected at all. The judges handed over 2 cosmic bags. Sun Zhongyan smiled. Lu Yu, these 2 cosmic bags are your prizes for winning first place in the warrior category and first place in the Shen master category. The items are inside. You can check them yourself. Envious noises could be heard from the crowd. Just these 2 cosmic bags were precious enough, not to mention the other treasures inside. Chu Luiwe did a simple check and realized that there were some precious Xian formation diagrams, some high-leveled martial arts techniques, and even a mid-level fiend's core of essence. Her lips curled up into a bright smile. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Elder Sun nodded in satisfaction when he saw her being neither servile nor overbearing. There were many good items in the cosmic bag. Chu Luiwe was actually so calm and magnanimous. She was giving face to the academy's director. Of course, the most important thing was her talent and abilities. Other than these, there's one more thing. You can choose any one of the 3 academies and borrow books for free for a month. I asked you a few days ago, and you said that you needed to think about it. Do you have an answer now? Chu Luiyue nodded. Elder son, I've thought about it. I want to go to Tai Yen Academy. Once she said that, everyone was shocked. Even though Tai Yen Academy was also an option, it was obvious that Chu Luiyue had completely offended the entire academy. If she went, wouldn't she be causing trouble for herself? Even Ching Han couldn't help but ask. Are you sure? I'm sure. Chu Luiyue's expression didn't change. She had to personally investigate Hing Jingchua and Yang Jianqing's matter. This was the best opportunity. But don't you welcome her, Director Ching Han? Cheng Han sneered and slowly said, Why? Why would I? Tai Yen Academy welcomes her. Chu Luiyue pretended not to hear the threat in his words and smiled. Thank you. Emperor Jiawen finally spoke. Lu Yuyu, before he could finish his sentence, Eunuch Min suddenly walked over and anxiously said, Your Majesty. Emperor Jiawen said unhappily. Why are you so flustered? Eunuch Min hurriedly knelt down and presented a letter with both hands. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I do have something important to report. The Tianling dynasty's envoy is already 20 kilometers away from the imperial city. He'll arrive soon. Chu Luiyue's heart harshly trembled. She suddenly looked up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Yuan. Chapter 276. Emperor Jiawen was also shocked as he stood up abruptly. What? Didn't they say that it would take some time? Why are they here so suddenly? We aren't prepared yet. Eunuch Min wiped the sweat off his forehead and said fearfully. Your Majesty, I don't know either. What do you think we should do? What should we do? What else can we do? Emperor Jiawen hurriedly walked forward. Of course, I'll personally welcome them. Hearing Emperor Jiawen say this, the Empress hurriedly followed and signaled Rong Jin and Rong Qi with her eyes. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and I will go with you. Emperor Jiawen thought for a while and agreed. In such an occasion, it would be more solemn with more people. The Empress and the Crown Prince's identities were just right. His footsteps kept moving forward. His face, which had always been expressionless, was visibly nervous. Seeing Emperor Jiawen's reaction, the others naturally didn't dare to delay. Other than Rong Jin, the other princes and princesses immediately stood up and obediently followed. The elders from the 3 academies were also shocked, and their expressions were strange. However, most of the people in the square didn't know what kind of existence the Tianling dynasty was, so they were confused when they saw this scene. Tianling dynasty? What's that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Look at His Majesty's anxious look. I really don't know where the other party is from. Could their status be higher than His Majesty's? Gosh, I heard that there's an existence thousands of miles away that's countless times stronger than our country Yaochen. Could it be? Sure. This matter isn't something we can discuss. Be careful of what you say. Probably because of Emperor Jiawen and the rest's influence, the entire square's atmosphere became strange and tense. Sun Zhongyan thought for a moment. Bai Chen, immediately bring the students back. I'll go with His Majesty. Bai Chen and the rest immediately nodded. This matter concerned the Tianling dynasty, so even they couldn't help but be nervous. But at the same time, they couldn't help but feel curious. One had to know that this was the first time the Tianling dynasty had sent people to country Yaochen in 100 years. If he had the chance to meet him, he might be able to obtain some kind of opportunity. Sun Zhongyan then looked at Fu Yunshan and Cheng Han. As expected, he saw that their faces were also filled with shock. He couldn't care less and quickly said, Brother Yunshan, Brother Cheng'an, this is an important matter. You should bring your students back first. If anything happens, I will immediately. People from the Tianling dynasty are coming? Cheng Han couldn't help but walk up to Sun Zhongyan. He couldn't believe his ears. Why would a top empire that only existed in rumors send people to a small country like country Yaochen? Sun Zhongyan paused for a moment. They're not coming. They're already here. Not many people knew about this piece of news, and Emperor Jiawen clearly said that the news wasn't to be leaked before the people came. Therefore, Cheng Han and the others didn't know about this, so it was normal for them to react this way. Cheng Han sucked in a breath of cold air and spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. However, Eunuch Min's words kept flashing in his mind. The people of the Tianling dynasty were just 20 miles away from the imperial capital. I'll go too. Cheng Han blurted out. What? Sun Zhongyan knitted his brows. Cheng Han shook his sleeves and said sternly, I'm Emperor Juan. As the dean of Taiyan Academy, don't I have the right to meet you? Sun Zhongyan was about to retort when Fu Yunshan spoke up. It's fine if we're not here. After all, the esteemed guests are here to visit country Yaochen. But coincidentally, we're here. Your Majesty, why can't you introduce us to them? Cheng Han suddenly became eloquent. This matter concerned the Tianling dynasty, so he naturally couldn't give up on this great opportunity. Seeing that Sun Zhongyan was about to reject him again, Cheng Han decisively turned around and walked toward Emperor Juan. Your Majesty, my Taiyan Academy, Director Cheng Han and Director Fu Yunshan can come along. Emperor Jiawen quickly gave a reply as he kept walking forward. At the same time, he kept instructing his subordinates on what to do. He had heard Cheng Han and Fu Yunshan's words clearly. Even if he didn't want anyone else to be involved in this matter, he couldn't reject them in front of so many people. Hence, he quickly decided to let the two of them participate. However, this was enough for Cheng Han and Fu Yunshan. The two of them quickly arranged for the other elders to bring the students back as they quickly followed Emperor Juan and the rest. Sun Zhongyan had no choice but to do so. Bai Chen was counting the number of people when he inadvertently turned around and realized that Chu Liwei was standing there in a daze, not moving at all. Luyu? He shouted, but Chu Liwei didn't react at all. Luyu? It's time to go. Chu Liwei then looked over. Her expression didn't change, but her eyes were frighteningly deep and cold. Bai Chen was dazed, and a subtle sense of respect grew in his heart. Chu Liwei seems a little different. She didn't seem to have changed at all, but Bai Chen strangely felt that there was a terrifying aura around her that couldn't be defied. To be precise, it was a terrifying aura that only a superior person would have. He closed his eyes, and when he looked again, he saw that Chu Liwei was already walking over. The aura around her had also disappeared as if it had never existed. Teacher Bai Chen, shouted Chu Liwei. Seeing that she didn't seem to be acting strangely, Bai Chen felt that he might have sensed wrongly, so he didn't think too much about it. Lu Yu, the Qing Jiao competition has ended. You can go back and have a good rest. The people from that place are here? Asked Chu Liwei suddenly softly. Bai Chen was dazed and nodded. He didn't notice the light that flashed across Chu Liu's eyes. I heard that the people from that place are very strong? Chu Liu's voice was very soft, as if she was asking curiously. If someone else asked this question, Bai Chen wouldn't be bothered to answer. However, it was different since the person asking was Chu Liwei. He admired Chu Liwei before, and Chu Liu's performance in the Qing Jiao competition had amazed him. Now that he liked Chu Liwei so much, he was naturally willing to answer some of her questions. That's right. To us, it is a place we can only look at but not reach. Now that they've sent someone here, it's naturally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chu Liwei nodded in understanding. Then, she asked jokingly, didn't you say that the person who came in first in the midterm assessment can also go and meet them? Not only did she come in first in the midterm assessment, but she also came in first in the Qing Jiao competition. She should be qualified, right? Chu Liwei asked, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. She never thought that one day, it would be so difficult for her to even meet someone from the Tianling dynasty. Bai Chen was a little troubled. That's right, but the situation now, buzz. The sound of a sword suddenly resounded in the sky. Chu Liwei looked up and saw a tall figure with fluttering clothes standing on a long sword. The figure broke through the air. A familiar aura rushed towards her. Her heart was beating wildly, as if it would jump out of her mouth at any time. The air in her chest was squeezed out, leaving behind an endless oppressive feeling. Chu Liwei clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She stared at that person. That was digression. I have to catch a plane in the morning. I'll try to finish writing the update on the way and on the plane, but it'll probably be very late. Mua mua. I feel like I'm about to save an explosive update. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Iowa. Chapter 277. The Deputy General of the Tianling Dynasty's Black Cavalry, Mu Qinghe. His face was handsome, but there was a scar that extended from his left eyebrow to his cheekbone, which made him look more ferocious. Coupled with his cold aura, he made people feel that it was difficult to get close to him. It was a fighting spirit that had been honed through countless life and death experiences on the battlefield. Although more than a year had passed, Chu Luiwei recognized Mu Qinghe immediately. He was one of her most trusted subordinates. When Chu Luiwei saw that it was him, many emotions flashed through her mind. Confusion. In the Tianling dynasty, everyone knew that the youngest deputy general of the Black Cavalry, Mu Qinghe, was the subordinate of the Heavenly Princess. He was born into a lowly family and had been living in exile since young. He had been following Shanghai Yu since he was 13 years old. Later, he volunteered to join the Black Cavalry and went to the most dangerous place, Da Huang Swamp. He did his best to gain military merits and was promoted to the position of deputy general in the shortest time possible. When he gained a foothold in the Black Cavalry, Shanghai Yu was about to be in power. At that time, he had military power and became a huge pillar of support for Shanghai Yu. Later on, Shanghai Yu was trapped in the Imperial Ancestral Hall, and all the rescue requests they sent were ignored. Among them, Mu Qinghe was sent. Chu Luiwei looked at the familiar face, and many emotions surged in her heart. After she was reborn, she had thought about the situation countless times and felt that something was wrong. Mu Qinghe had been carrying a communication device with him. Logically speaking, he should have received her message. Even if he didn't know, she had been trapped in the Imperial Ancestral Hall for 3 days and 3 nights. According to Mu Qinghe's usual vigilance, he should have realized that something was wrong. However, from the start to the end, she did not see Mu Qinghe appear. There were many strange things, and she had her suspicions. However, Mu Qinghe was one of the people she trusted the most. He had followed her for many years and had always been loyal. Chu Luiwei didn't want to continue thinking about it. She even worried that Jiang Yuqing and Shang Guanwan would do something to Mu Qinghe after her death. But now, Mu Qinghe was here, representing the Tianling dynasty. In other words, Mu Qinghe had not been implicated in her death for more than a year. According to Jiang Yuqing's personality, how could he easily let go of anyone who had a close relationship with her? Unless, Mu Qinghe's sudden appearance shocked everyone on the spot. Just the powerful aura on his body alone was enough to disdain him. Emperor Zhaowen reacted first. Vice Admiral Mu. The person who came was actually Mu Qinghe. He had met Mu Qinghe when he went to the Tianling dynasty. At that time, he was still with the princess. Now that the princess was no longer around, it was rumored that the person in power had changed. He originally thought that Mu Qinghe would be defeated, but it seemed like he wasn't affected at all. A ray of light flashed under Mu Qinghe's feet, and the long sword rapidly disappeared. He floated in the air and walked down step by step. His footsteps were steady as if he was walking on flat ground. Chu Luiwei pressed her lips against each other. Mu Qinghe had long been a stage 8 warrior. Now that they were outside heaven's canopy, his cultivation level seemed to be suppressed to stage 6. Even so, he was still the strongest existence here. The suppression from a top warrior was substantial, and it made everyone in the square unknowingly respect him. The originally spacious square seemed much more cramped at this moment. Everyone quietened down. They were nervous, excited, and full of respect. Most people even lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Mu Qinghe directly. Mu Qinghe walked in front of Emperor Zhaowen. His aura was too strong, and it made Emperor Zhaowen seem much smaller and weaker. "Rong Xiao, how have you been?" said Mu Qinghe. His voice was as cold as snow in winter, and it was bone-chilling. Emperor Zhaowen couldn't help but shiver. He bowed slightly and was even more respectful. "Vice Admiral Mu came from afar, and we didn't welcome you properly. Please forgive us, Vice Admiral Mu." The two of them had a simple conversation, but it stirred up waves in the crowd's hearts. This man, who's called Vice Admiral Mu, actually dared to call His Majesty by his name. Not only was Emperor Zhaowen not angry at all, but he was even more respectful and attentive. This showed that this person's identity was definitely more honorable than imagined. "It's fine. This trip was very sudden. said Mu Qinghe lightly. Even though he said that, his face was still expressionless and exceptionally cold. Emperor Juan was still very nervous, and he tried to ask, Vice Admiral Mu, do you want to change to another place so that you can have a good rest first? Right. Don't worry. We've already prepared a place for you, and you can move in immediately. It's already late today, so why don't we officially welcome you tomorrow? Mu Qinghe thought for a moment and nodded. Emperor Juan heaved a sigh of relief. This person was the princess's favorite, and it was rumored that he was hard to get along with. When Emperor Juan saw that the envoy was actually him, he was very worried for a while. However, it seemed like it wasn't that exaggerated now. Then I'll bring you there now. Vice Admiral Mu, please. Emperor Jiawen didn't dare to say the word in front of Mu Qinghe. Mu Qinghe's gaze lightly swept across Emperor Jiawen and the people behind him. Emperor Jiawen didn't know what he was looking at, but he didn't dare to rush him. He could only wait at the side. Mu Qinghe suddenly said, Qing Jiao competition? It seems like it's not just country Yao Chen. Even the young talents from country Xing Luo and country Huaicong are here? When Qing Han heard that, he was elated and immediately took 2 steps forward. Greetings, Vice Admiral Mu. I'm the director of country Xing Luo's Tai Yen Academy, Qing Han. It's an honor to meet you. For so many years, the Tianling dynasty was still a rumored existence. This was the first time he saw a strong warrior from the Tianling dynasty, and it sounded like he had a high status. If he could take this chance to get close to him, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before he soared to the top? Mu Qinghe calmly looked at Qing Han. Suddenly, Qing Han felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His entire body was in excruciating pain. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and his ears were ringing. He was shocked and wanted to speak, but he realized that he couldn't even open his mouth. Most people didn't notice this, but Fu Yunshan, Sun Zhongyan, and the rest, who were standing nearby, were shocked. No matter what, Qing Han was a Stage 5 celestial physician and a Stage 4 warrior. Even if his combat skills weren't top-notch, he wasn't easy to deal with. However, this man, no, he didn't even make a move. He just looked at him, and Qing Han was suppressed to this extent. His strength was unfathomable. More importantly, this man looked very young. He was at most in his 20s, but he had already reached such a level. After a while, Mu Qinghe retracted her gaze, and Qing Han felt the pressure on him disappear. His lips and teeth were filled with the strong smell of blood. He took a step back in panic and didn't dare to speak again. Mu Qinghe turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly felt a gaze on her. Her eyes flickered and she turned to look. Digression, bad news. My plane took off 3 hours later, so I had to wait again. Good news, I don't have to ride on the plane anymore. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveWeb. Chapter 278. That night, Chu Luiwei did not sleep well. In a blur, she seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, there were many scenes that kept appearing. However, in the end, they were all burnt to a crisp and were all annihilated in a ball of flames. When Rong Xiu arrived, he saw Chu Luiwei lying on the bed, her brows tightly furrowed and her body curled up into a ball, muttering something softly. The moonlight shone through the window, elongating his tall figure. Half of his face was in the light, while the other half was in the dark. His eyes were as deep as the sea, but there seemed to be an icy flame burning within them. He walked forward and pulled her into his arms. Chu Luiwei was like a traveler walking in the desert who had finally found an oasis. She subconsciously leaned closer. Rong Xiu bent down and kissed her forehead lightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chu Luiwei grabbed the front of his shirt with both hands. Her eyes were tightly shut, but a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. Rong Xiu sucked that teardrop away. The tip of his tongue was bitter. He moved back a little and looked at the person in his arms. His voice was low, drifting in the night wind, so low that it was almost inaudible. What will come will come. The next morning, when Chu Luiwei woke up, she smelled a familiar cold fragrance on her body. She immediately understood that Rong Xiu had come. Actually, even without this smell, she would have been able to guess. In the first half of the night, she had been restless and had nightmares, But in the second half of the night, she had quietly calmed down and become at ease. Only Rong Xiu could be like this. Unknowingly, she had long gotten used to Rong Xiu's existence and gradually developed a dependence on him. A hint of sweetness overflowed from the bottom of her heart. Chu Luiwei took a deep breath and walked to the window, looking at Yifeng courtyard. Rong Xiu was not in the courtyard at this moment. She could only see the lush peach tree. A gentle breeze blew, making her much more clear-headed. Since she had already reached this step, she could only continue forward. Luiwei. Someone was calling her name downstairs. Chu Luiwei tidied up briefly and went downstairs to open the door. It was Teacher Bai Chen. Teacher Bai Chen? Why are you here? Bai Chen's expression was a little complicated. There was excitement and worry. He handed over an invitation. This is the invitation for today's palace banquet. His Majesty wants to welcome that person. You took first place in the midterm examination and performed very well at the youth's meeting, so you are also invited. This was an extremely good thing. After all, not everyone was qualified to meet the envoys of the Tianling dynasty. But Deputy General Mu seemed to treat Chu Luiwei a little differently yesterday. She didn't know if he would take Chu Luiwei's rebuttal to heart. Chu Luiwei took the invitation. Thank you, Teacher Bai Chen. I will be punctual tonight. Luiwei, Teacher Bai Chen said hesitantly. You have to be careful when you follow Elder Sunday. Are you worried that Deputy General Mu will target me? Chu Luiwei immediately guessed Bai Chen's worries. The corners of her mouth curled up. Don't worry. If someone of his status really wanted to do anything to me, he wouldn't have waited until the palace banquet. Bai Chen thought about it and found that was true. What you said is not unreasonable. But it's better to be more cautious. Bai Chen said a few more words before leaving. After Chu Luiwei thanked him, she looked at the invitation in her hand again. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smile. She had waited for this day for too long. At noon, there was still an hour before the banquet officially started. The seats on the left and right sides of the Jiaoyang Hall were already filled with people. Only a few seats at the head of the table were still empty. Clothes were worn, and people were toasting each other. Everyone was chatting with each other, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. But in fact, everyone's eyes would look up from time to time. They had all come today for that Deputy General Mu of the Tianling dynasty. Mother, you have to help me this time. Rong Zhen moved closer to the Empress and begged incessantly. That Deputy General Mu is so powerful, he'll definitely be able to help me recover. She had seen it clearly in the square yesterday. That Deputy General Mu's strength was stronger than anyone she had ever seen before. The Empress felt some hope in her heart. She patted Rong Zhen's hand and comforted her in a low voice. Don't worry, Mother will definitely find a chance to help you ask for it. But that Deputy General Mu seems to be a cold person, so I don't know if he will help. Why not? He definitely will. Rong Zhen's eyes lit up and her face was full of admiration. Mother, I feel that although he looks cold, but... Her cheeks blushed. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Rong Zhen, she had clearly fallen in love with that Mu Qinghe. She had really gone crazy. Zhenshin, what kind of person are you? You're not someone we can provoke. You'd better get rid of that thought as soon as possible. The smile on Rong Zhen's face immediately disappeared. Mother, what do you mean by that? He's the most powerful person I've seen all these years. Even Imperial Brother can't compare to him. Why can't? The Empress hurriedly pulled her arm and quickly scanned the surroundings. Only when she found that no one was paying attention to them did she feel slightly relieved. What else could I mean? You know very well in your heart. Mother will only tell you one thing. This time, I only want to help you recover your body. You're not allowed to have any wild thoughts about anything else. That Mu Qinghe was obviously a ruthless person. Not to mention that he didn't like Rong Zhen. Even if he did, he could easily toy with Rong Zhen in the palm of his hand. Rong Zhen had long been raised to be very willful after so many years. When she was around such a person, the slightest carelessness could cost her life. In short, don't mention it again. If this path doesn't work, then we'll do it according to Chu Luiwei's method. The Empress's expression became a little more severe. Rong Zhen didn't dare to make a fuss anymore and pursed her lips. Got it. But that Chu Luiwei is really a fox. He actually dared to seduce me in front of so many people yesterday. The Empress gave her a warning look. Only then did Rongjin shut her mouth completely, but her disgust for Chu Luiwei deepened. If she found out that Chu Luiwei still dared to act like this at the banquet today, she would definitely not let Chu Luiwei off easily. After Chu Luiwei arrived with Elder Sun and the others, she sat down in her seat and waited quietly. She could feel a lot of eyes on her, but she didn't care. She slowly swirled the wine cup in her hand. Until Tianling Dynasty's Deputy General Mu has arrived. She turned her head to look. Mu Qinghe walked in from outside the door. Emperor Zhouwen was half a step behind and respectfully invited him to take a seat. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, everyone bowed in unison. Mu Qinghe's gaze swept across the crowd. Almost uncontrollably, his gaze once again landed on Chu Luiwei. Emperor Zhouwen thought that he was still angry about what happened yesterday, so he said eagerly, "Vice General Mu, didn't you come here to find some outstanding geniuses? Chu Luiwei is one of the best among them. Perhaps you also know that she's a rare martial artist, mystic adept, and heavenly doctor." Mu Qinghe's gaze flickered. What a coincidence, I have an old friend who's also a martial artist. Digression. I'll probably only be able to update one chapter tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, but it won't be as late as today. I'll be back to normal in a few days. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 279. How are you worthy of using this name? This sentence clearly landed in Chu Luiwei's ears. She almost couldn't help but laugh. I'm not worthy? This is my name. How am I not worthy? Mu Qinghe's words almost made her think that he was speaking up for her. But, is that possible? If Mu Qinghe had always been loyal to me and never betrayed me, why would I die so tragically a year ago? As for him, how was it possible that he wasn't affected at all after her death? The Black Cavalry's lieutenant was an important position. Jiang Yuqing was very ambitious. How could he let her remaining henchmen continue to occupy these positions? She was almost certain that Mu Qinghe had long sided with Jiang Yuqing without her knowledge. If not, there was really no way to explain everything that happened afterward. Upon seeing his reaction, Chu Luiwei was shocked and felt that it was a joke. Where was he when I asked for help back then? What did he do when I was forced to take my virginity? After I died, he even killed the snow deer and made it into a pair of boots, stepping on it every day. Now he's saying all this again. Don't you find it contradictory? Chu Luiwei had too many questions and too much hatred. All of it accumulated in her heart, making her unable to breathe. But in the end, she still took a deep breath and lowered her head. Even if you think that you're unworthy, you have no right to change it. Lu, what are you talking about? Emperor Zhouwen was shocked and immediately reprimanded him. Hurry up and apologize to Vice Admiral Mu. As he spoke, he nervously looked at Mu Qinghe. Vice Admiral Mu, this child is still young, and he really didn't mean to contradict you. Please don't take it to heart. Why don't you let Lu Yu change his name? It's just a name. Do you have to make such a fuss? Not to mention a mere Chu Luiwei, even he would not dare to go against Mu Qinghe. Chu Luiwei had always been smart. What was wrong with him today? Mu Qinghe stared at Chu Luiwei. That's not necessary. With that, he turned around and left. His steps seemed slow, but his speed was very fast. Emperor Zhouwen gave Chu Luiwei a warning look. You brat. Consider yourself lucky today. Don't do it again, do you understand? Chu Luiwei's tense heart relaxed a little. Even though she knew that Emperor Zhouwen was worried that she would be implicated, she still remembered his kindness in helping her. She smiled and her eyes curved. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Zhouwen grunted, turned around, and quickly caught up with Mu Qinghe. The group of figures quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. After a long while, the quiet square became noisy again. Chu Luiwei heard quite a few people talking about her. I wonder where that Vice Admiral Mu came from. What did he mean when he said that about Chu Luiwei? I thought that he was interested in Chu Luiwei since he has that face. However, it seems like Chu Luiwei has offended him. There are so many people here, but he only talked to Chu Luiwei. I think he's not simple. That person looks like a murderous god. How can he be moved by a woman? I think Chu Luiwei is more mysterious. It was obvious that most people did not think highly of what happened today. Mu Hongyu ran over and nervously asked, Chu Luiwei? Lu Yu? What exactly happened just now? Chu Luiwei lightly said, what else could it be? What else could it be? He's just asking for my name. Besides, he seemed very unhappy with my name. How can you be so calm? That's... Mu Hongyu lowered her voice. That's someone from the Tunling dynasty. Chu Luiwei nodded indifferently. I know. She used to be someone from the Tianling dynasty and was this person's master. You, sigh. Mu Hongyu looked at Chu Luiwei's indifferent expression and felt that it was useless for her to say anything more. Did she know that if she really made that person unhappy, her life would be in danger? Didn't she see that His Majesty was so respectful to him? It was really the case that the eunuch was not worried. Since the competition is over, it's time to go back. Let's go? Chu Luiwei said and walked forward with a calm expression. Mu Hongyu hurriedly caught up and wanted to try her best to persuade Chu Luiwei, but she swallowed her words when she saw Chu Luiwei's tired expression. Chu Luiwei had been competing for the past few days and did not have a good rest. Since things are already like this, let's just let him be. With this thought, Mu Hongyu felt much more relaxed. She then held Chu Luiwei's arm and left. Sigh, Lu Yu, I saw your previous competition. Gu Mingfeng and Sun Hu also followed. The few of them acted as if nothing had happened, so the others did not say much. After these people left, the remaining people also felt bored and dispersed. The people from Taiyan Academy and Nanfeng Academy also prepared to leave. Xingchen? Xingchen? Emo Tsang saw that Situ Xingchen was still staring at a certain spot and raised his voice. Situ Xingchen recovered her senses. We should go. Emo Tsang walked to her side and followed her line of sight. You're looking at that Vice Admiral Mu? Situ Xingchen nodded and felt a little regretful. I didn't expect to see such a person here. Country Xing Luo is not inferior to country Yaochen, so why don't we have such a fortuitous encounter? It's naturally not easy for us to guess such a powerful existence, Emo Tsang muttered. When he recalled Cheng Han's appearance just now, he felt a little scared. That person's abilities are really unfathomable. Situ Xingchen did not say anything. Actually, other than being shocked by Vice Admiral Mu's appearance, she was more concerned about why did he look at Chu Luiwei differently? There were tens of thousands of people in the square, and Chu Luiwei was standing further away back then. Why did that man choose Chu Luiwei? In terms of looks, I'm not inferior to Chu Luiwei. Also, what did he mean by those words? To others, perhaps Chu Luiwei was unlucky and might even be punished because of this. However, I didn't sense any killing intent toward Chu Luiwei from that man. I keep feeling that something is amiss. Mu Qinghe was a little distracted throughout the journey. In actual fact, he had not thought of that person for a very long time. For some reason, when he saw that girl today, he subconsciously thought of many things from the past. He wanted to get rid of the images in his mind, but he realized that the more he tried to do so, the clearer he remembered them. Those scenes appeared in front of his eyes again and again. She laughed, she was sad, she was nervous, she was cunning, she was majestic. And her hopeless face. In the end, for some reason, those images overlapped one another and gradually faded away. In the end, only a pair of eyes was left. They were watery, but they were quiet and bright like obsidian. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. That Chu Luiwei has the same eyes as her. Digression. The sequence of the previous chapter's questions was written wrongly. Please don't mind it and just ignore it. Then, I'll get off the plane now and get on the subway. I'll try my best to update the 5th chapter as soon as possible. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 280. That night, Chu Luiwei did not sleep well. Vaguely, she seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, many scenes kept appearing. However, in the end, they were all destroyed in a ball of fire. When Rong Xiu arrived, he saw Chu Luiwei lying on the bed. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her body was curled up into a ball. She was muttering something in a low voice. The moonlight shone through the window, elongating his tall figure. Half of his face was in the light, while the other half was in the dark. His eyes were as deep as the sea, but there seemed to be a cold flame burning in them. He stepped forward and took her into his arms. Chu Luiwei was like a traveler in the desert who finally found an oasis. She subconsciously leaned closer to him. Rong Xiu lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chu Luiwei grabbed the front of his clothes with both hands. Her eyes were closed, but a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. Rong Xiu sucked that teardrop away. The tip of his tongue was bitter. He stepped back a little and looked at the person in his arms. His voice was low, drifting in the night wind. It was so low that it could not be heard. "What will come will come." The next morning, Chu Luiwei woke up and smelled a familiar cold fragrance on her body. She immediately understood that Rong Xiu had come. In fact, even if there was no smell, she could probably guess. In the first half of the night, she was restless and had nightmares. However, in the second half of the night, she quietly calmed down and became at ease. Only Rong Xiu could be like this. Unconsciously, she had already gotten used to Rong Xiu's existence and gradually developed a dependence on him. A trace of sweetness overflowed from the bottom of her heart. Chu Luiwei took a deep breath, walked to the window, and looked at Yifeng courtyard. Rong Xiu was not in the courtyard at this time. She could only see the lush peach tree. The breeze blew, waking her up a lot. Since he had already reached this step, he could only continue moving forward. "Lu Yu." Someone was calling her name downstairs. Chu Luiwei simply tidied up and went downstairs to open the door. The person who came was actually Teacher Bai Chen. "Teacher Bai Chen? Why are you here?" Bai Chen had a complicated expression on his face. He was excited and worried at the same time. He handed over an invitation card. "This is the invitation card for today's banquet. His Majesty wanted to hold a welcoming dinner for that person. You came in first place in the midterm assessment, and your performance in the Qingjiao competition was also very outstanding, so you were invited as well." This was supposed to be an excellent thing. After all, not everyone was qualified to meet the Tianling dynasty's envoys. However, Vice Admiral Mu from yesterday seemed to treat Chu Luiwei differently. She wondered if he would take Chu Luiwei's rebuttal to heart. Chu Luiwei took the invitation. "Thank you, Teacher Bai Chen. I'll be there on time tonight." "Lu Yu," Teacher Bai Chen said hesitantly. You'll follow Elder Sunday. Be careful." "You're worried that Vice Admiral Mu will target me?" Chu Luiwei immediately guessed Bai Chen's concern. The corners of her mouth curled up. "Don't worry. If someone of his status really wanted to do something to me, he wouldn't wait until the banquet." Bai Chen thought about it and agreed. "What you said is not without reason. However, it's better to be cautious." Bai Chen said a few more words before leaving. After Chu Luiwei thanked him, she looked at the invitation card in her hand. She slowly curled the corners of her lips and smiled. She had been waiting for this day for too long. At noon, there was still an hour before the banquet officially started. In the Jiaoyang Palace, the left and right sides were already filled with people. Only a few seats at the top were still empty. Clothes and hair were messy, and people were toasting each other. Everyone chatted with each other, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. However, everyone's eyes were actually looking up from time to time. Today, they were all here for the Tianling dynasty's Vice Admiral Mu. "Mother, you have to help me this time." Rong Zhen leaned close to the Empress and kept begging. "That Vice Admiral Mu is so powerful. He can definitely help me recover." She had seen it clearly at the square yesterday. That Lieutenant General Mu's strength was stronger than anyone she had ever seen before. The Empress also had more hope in her heart. She patted her hand and comforted her softly. "Don't worry. Mother will definitely find a chance to help you beg him. However, that Vice Admiral Mu looks very cold. I don't know if he will help." "Why wouldn't he? He definitely will." Rong Zhen's eyes lit up, and her face was filled with admiration. "Imperial Mother, I feel that although he looks cold, but..." Two streaks of red flew up her cheeks. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Rong Zhen like this, it's obvious that she likes that Mu Qinghe. She's really crazy. "Zhen, what kind of person are you?" He's not someone we can trifle with. You better get rid of this thought as soon as possible. The smile on Rongjin's face immediately disappeared. Mother, what do you mean by that? He's the most powerful person I've seen all these years. Even Brother Royal can't compare to him. Why can't I? The Empress hurriedly pulled her arm and quickly scanned the surroundings. She was slightly relieved when she realized that no one was paying attention to them. What else could it mean? You know it clearly in your heart. I'll only tell you one thing. I only want to help you recover this time. You're not allowed to think about anything else. That Mu Qinghe is clearly a ruthless person. Not to mention that he doesn't like Rongjin. Even if he did, he could easily play Rongjin in the palm of his hand. After so many years, Rongjin was already very willful. When she was beside such a person, she would lose her life if she wasn't careful. Anyway, don't mention it again. If this path doesn't work, we'll do it according to Chu Liuyue's method. The Empress's expression became sterner. Rongjin didn't dare to make a fuss anymore and pouted. Got it. But that Chu Liyue is really seductive. He actually dared to seduce me in front of so many people yesterday. The Empress gave her a warning look. Rongjin then completely shut up, but the hatred she had for Chu Liyue in her heart deepened. If she found out that Chu Liyue still dared to do this at the banquet today, she definitely wouldn't let Chu Liyue have a good time. After Chu Liyue arrived with Old Master Sun and the rest, he sat down in his seat and waited quietly. She could feel many gazes landing on her, but she didn't care. She slowly turned the wine glass in her hand. Until Tianling Dynasty's Vice Admiral Mu arrives. She turned to look. Mu Qinghe was walking in, and Emperor Jiuan was half a step behind him as he respectfully invited him to take a seat. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, the crowd bowed in unison. Mu Qinghe's gaze swept across the crowd. He almost couldn't control his gaze as it stopped on Chu Liyue again. Emperor Jiuan thought that he was still angry about yesterday's incident, so he eagerly said, Vice Admiral Mu, didn't you come here to find some outstanding talents? Chu Liyue is one of them. You might also know that she's a rare talent, a warrior, a Xian master, and a celestial physician. Mu Qinghe's gaze flickered. What a coincidence. I have an old friend who's also a triple talent. Digression, I can only update one chapter at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, but it won't be as late as today. I'll adjust back in the next few days. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Yuan. Chapter 281. That's such a coincidence. Emperor Jiuan had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Mu Qinghe wasn't smiling. Instead, she looked at Chu Liyue with a judgmental gaze. Only then did he realize that this didn't seem to make Mu Qinghe happy. You're a triple cultivator? Which one is more outstanding? Asked Mu Qinghe lightly. The hall was very quiet as the emperor's gaze shifted between Mu Qinghe and Chu Liyue. Mu Qinghe treated Chu Liyue differently yesterday, and she picked me to talk to when she just arrived today. It would be a blatant lie if I said that I didn't treat Chu Liyue well. I just don't know if this is a good or bad sign. Before Chu Liyue could speak, Sun Zhongyan spoke first. Lu Yu took first place in the warrior and Xian master competitions. As for the celestial physician, she's also very outstanding. Yesterday, he heard this person mention to Emperor Jiuan that he seemed to have the intention to select some outstanding talents. Even if he really didn't like Chu Liyue, he probably wouldn't go overboard on account of her talent. Mu Qinghe's expression didn't change. Oh, it seems like you're an all-rounder? Chu Liyue could hear the mockery in his voice. He had been by her side for many years, and she was very familiar with his words and actions. Even though his face was always expressionless, Chu Liyue could always guess what he was thinking. It seems like he clearly doesn't think highly of my all-rounder. Rong Xiao said that you're 14 this year. What's your warrior level? Vice Admiral Mu, Stage 2. What's your Xian Master level? Second 2. What grade of pill can you refine? 4th grade. Mu Qinghe chuckled. It seems like you're only slightly talented in Celestial Physician, but that's all. Chu Liyue curtsied. Your Majesty and Elder Sun are overpraising him. With Lu Yu's insignificant talent, Vice Admiral Mu naturally wouldn't take a liking to him. Mu Qinghe saw that her expression was calm and did not show any signs of anger. The inexplicable anger in her heart from being offended dissipated a lot. At least you know your place. Back then, when that person was 14 years old, Mu Qinghe seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Why was he thinking of that person again? She was not the only all-rounder in this world, but how many could be compared to her? He didn't say anything else and walked back to his seat with a cold face. Emperor Juan was beside him, and he very sensitively felt that the latter's aura suddenly became much colder. Hence, he couldn't help but feel even more confused. What's going on? Weren't they having a good chat just now? Chu Liuyue's every word was very appropriate, and there was no problem at all. Why does Mu Qinghe not like me? Even if Chu Liuyue's talent can't be compared to those people from the Tianling dynasty, he's definitely considered one of the top talents in country Yaochen. Emperor Juan was confused, and the others were even more so. Chu Liyue is actually only SOSO in Mu Qinghe's eyes? Then, aren't the rest of us even worse? But thinking about it carefully, this Vice Admiral Mu looks like she's only in her 20s, but her abilities are far beyond our reach. Hence, they seem to understand. It seems like the Tianling dynasty is much stronger than we thought. After Mu Qinghe and Emperor Juan sat down, the crowd carefully sat down. The two of them sat at the head of the table, and Emperor Juan was still sitting in the middle. However, Mu Qinghe's aura was even stronger. Just by sitting there, her surroundings seemed to have frozen. Everyone in the palace became much more reserved. Even though quite a few people wanted to perform well in order to gain Vice Admiral Mu's favor, they all obediently sat there under the deterrence of a top warrior. Mu Qinghe was a little frustrated. After he went back yesterday, he felt that he had really lost his composure. Who is Chu Liyue? She's just an ordinary girl in this small country Yaochen. He came here because he had something important to do, but after seeing Chu Liyue, he thought of many messy things, which caused his emotions to become messed up. I really care too much about Chu Liyue. Or rather, Chu Liyue reminds me of that person too easily. Other than their eyes, they clearly don't look alike in any other way. Mu Qinghe poured a glass of wine and slowly felt around. When Chu Liyue looked up, she saw that Mu Qinghe seemed to have sunk into deep thought, and she didn't know what he was thinking about. Her gaze landed on his wine glass, and she laughed self-deprecatingly. In the past, Mu Qinghe never touched a drop of wine. Only a little more than a year had passed, but so many changes had happened. As if sensing her gaze, Mu Qinghe looked up again. What are you looking at? Chu Liyue stood up and smiled. Vice Admiral Mu came from afar, and it must be tough on you. Liu was too rash yesterday, so I'll toast you here. I hope you can forgive me. Then, he picked up the wine glass in front of him and finished it in one gulp. What a fox! Rongjun cursed in her heart. Ever since Mu Qinghe came in, Chu Liyue had been using all sorts of methods to attract his attention. Now, she was even more brazenly seducing him. There are so many people present, and all of them are more qualified than me to toast to him. Mu Qinghe then looked at the wine glass in his hand. A strong wine aroma wafted into his nose. He knitted his brows in disgust and put the wine glass down. Bam! The wine glass made of green jade landed on the table and made a crisp sound. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Everyone looked at one another. Is he angry again? I don't drink wine, said Mu Qinghe coldly. Each and every word was extremely cold and hard. Shock flashed across Chu Liyue's face. He still doesn't drink wine? So he was thinking about something else when he poured the wine just now? When he's deep in thought, he often gets distracted and takes the wrong things. It seems like this is the same as before. Emperor Juan realized something and hurriedly scolded the palace maid beside him. How did you serve him? Who put this wine on the table? Your Majesty, please forgive me. A palace maid anxiously knelt down and begged for mercy. However, she felt very wronged. Who knew that this VIP didn't drink wine? Isn't he a general from the military? Why doesn't he drink wine? Chu Liyue quickly looked down, and a tinge of panic flashed across her face. Liu was too rash, and it's all my fault. Vice Admiral Mu and Your Majesty, please don't implicate others. Rongjun proudly grunted. Let's see if she still dares to be so impudent. Originally, Mu Qinghe didn't like her. Now that this happened, let's see if she still dares to be so arrogant. Didn't she just get first place in the Qin Jiao competition? What's there to be proud of? Can't she see that I don't even like her? Rongjin didn't think that if Mu Qinghe didn't like Chu Luiyue, he wouldn't like anyone else in the palace. Mu Qinghe's face darkened for a while. Just as the crowd was thinking about how he was going to punish Chu Luiyue, he said, "Don't worry. Forget it. Digression, I'll update it as soon as possible today, so everyone should be able to read it together tonight. Myo mobile users, please browse and read it. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 282. The crowd couldn't figure out Mu Qinghe's thoughts, so they all quietened down. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue was very calm as if nothing had happened. She sat down and allowed all sorts of gazes to size her up. She could roughly guess that Mu Qinghe recalled the past, but she didn't know where his anger came from. After meeting him this time, she realized that Mu Qinghe's personality seemed to have changed a lot. Even though he was quiet in the past, he wasn't as unpredictable as he was now. Emperor Zhouwen came out to smooth things over. Vice Admiral Mu, you said yesterday that you came here to pick some people to cultivate with you. Is that true? Everyone's attention immediately shifted to Mu Qinghe. Countless pairs of eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Follow Mu Qinghe back? Isn't that going to the Tianling dynasty? This is a great opportunity. The Tianling dynasty is such a powerful existence. In the entire country Yaochen, only Emperor Zhouwen has the right to go there. The others don't even need to think about it. I didn't expect to have such a chance now. Mu Qinghe actually came here personally to pick people. That's right. Mu Qinghe's short 2 words immediately made the crowd's heart skip a beat. Even though Emperor Zhouwen already knew about this yesterday, he still felt very excited when it was brought up. There was an unconcealable glow of excitement in that pair of old eyes that were always calm and unperturbed. Almost all of country Yaochen's most outstanding talents are here. Take a look and see if there's anyone you like. Other than the princes and princesses, there were also important figures from the various aristocratic families, Tianlu Academy's elder son, and the rest. Of course, there were also Fu Yunshan and Cheng Han. Upon hearing Mu Qinghe's affirmative answer, the two of them looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. Mu Qinghe actually came here to pick people. He even wants to bring them back to the Tianling dynasty. I really don't know what kind of luck country Yaochen has. However, since we're here, we might as well join in. After all, there were many outstanding geniuses in the 2 academies. As long as one was chosen, their future was limitless. Mu Qinghe swept her gaze across the crowd. Those who were seen by him unconsciously straightened their shoulders and held their breaths. Vice Admiral Mu. Rongjin suddenly stood up. I wonder if I can recommend myself? Out of habit, he wanted to say, this consort, but he suddenly remembered that even Imperial Father didn't dare to call himself Zhen in front of Mu Qinghe, so he hurriedly changed his words. Emperor Zhouwen didn't expect Rongjin to take the initiative and was very surprised. But on second thought, Rongjin was the most talented among all the princes, so he could give it a try. If even he couldn't do it, then there was no need to mention the others. After all, he was the crown prince. He should have the courage and insight. Mu Qinghe glanced at him. Rank 4 warrior? Such a powerhouse would be able to tell the level of other cultivators with just a glance. Rongjin nodded nervously. In another month, I should be able to break through to rank 5 warrior. The crowd stared at him in shock. It wasn't easy to break through to rank 5 warrior, and many people were stuck at this stage their entire lives. But since Rongjin dared to say this in front of everyone, he must be confident. Sensing the crowd's reaction, Rongjin was delighted. Even though he lost to Heng Jingchua at the Qin Jiao competition a few days ago and was poisoned, it wasn't without benefits. After clearing the poison in his body, he shockingly realized that he seemed to have signs of breaking through. He had been cultivating diligently for the past 2 days, and he had vaguely touched that invisible barrier. Hence, he concluded that he could definitely break through in another month. This was actually a pleasant surprise. He originally wanted to wait until he really broke through, but he couldn't care less now. As long as he could get Mu Qinghe's praise, then, should? There's no should or shouldn't when it comes to cultivation. As long as you don't break through, you're still a stage 4 warrior. Mu Qinghe's voice was cold as if she wasn't moved. Rong Jin was dazed. He looked up and saw the obvious indifference in Mu Qinghe's eyes. This was the attitude of a strong warrior towards an ant. Rong Jin was dazed. You should be over 20 years old this year, right? Rong Jin nodded hesitantly. Mu Qinghe snorted. Then, how can you stand here and say that you're volunteering yourself? What right do you have? Rong Jin didn't expect to be humiliated by Mu Qinghe in front of so many people. His face flushed red. Mu Qinghe's every word made him feel extremely embarrassed. He had been outstanding since he was young, and he had always been praised by others. This was the first time he was looked down upon. Emperor Zhouwen looked awkward. Rong Jin thought for a while and suddenly smiled playfully. Lieutenant Mu, my brother is already the most outstanding. If you don't even like him, then no one here will be able to catch your eye. Her smile was bright, and her tone was light as if she was acting coquettishly. Mu Qinghe glanced at her. Rong Jin's heart raced. She was nervous and expectant. Who are you? Mu Qinghe coldly spat out a few words. The smile on Rong Jin's face froze. The palace was dead silent. Chu Luiyue looked down and played with the empty wineglass in his hand as his lips curved up. Mu Qinghe climbed up from the bottom, so she was very determined. After he became her right-hand man, countless girls wanted to throw themselves at him. Of all shapes and sizes, what had he not seen before? But before she died, he was 27 years old, and he still didn't have a wife or concubine. Rong Jin really didn't deserve to be ranked. He didn't know where she got her confidence from to think that Mu Qinghe would fall for her tricks. Rong Jin had never been humiliated like this in public, and her face was as pale as a sheet. Emperor Zhouwen was already scolding Rong Jin in his heart. How stupid! Can't she see that even I don't dare to speak up for Rong Jin? She actually dares to speak up like this? She's really embarrassing the royal family. You don't have the right to speak. He harshly chided. Rong Jin's eyes turned red and tears fell. The Empress gave a look to the person behind her to pull Rong Jin back before letting her sit down again. The atmosphere in the palace became even colder. Mu Qinghe asked, among you, who has a Daijing Yuan meridian? Daijing Yuan meridian. The moment these few words came out, it made everyone's faces turn silly. How many years did it take for a genius to have a Daijing Yuan meridian to appear? It was fine if Mu Qinghe didn't say it, but she actually had such high standards once she opened her mouth. If she were to find someone based on this standard, none of the people here would be qualified. It seems like there aren't any. Chu Liyue's heart tingled and he stood up. I am. Digression, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 283. The woman in front of him was beautiful and had curved eyebrows and eyes. Her eyes were very similar to hers. But if one looked carefully, there were some differences. She used to be as high as the sun, high above the clouds and unparalleled in the world. Even if she just stood there, she could make people submit to her and not dare to blaspheme her. However, the Chu Luiyue in front of him had more of a worldly aura. Although her eyes looked clear, if one looked carefully, one would find that there were too many things hidden in Chu Luiyue's eyes. Curiosity, eagerness, flattery, and a trace of expectation. He had seen too many people looking at him like this. People who wanted to get something from him would always look at him like this. Probably because she was still young, although her expression was very calm, her eyes couldn't lie. The subtle feeling in Mu Qinghe's heart gradually dissipated. The pair of eyes in his mind gradually became clear and became two people. It's okay. He suddenly felt a little bored. Without saying anything more, he turned around and left. Hong Yao reluctantly looked at Chu Luiyue and then followed Mu Qinghe. This time, it was very obedient and didn't look back. Vice Admiral Mu, take care. Chu Luiyue bowed respectfully. When Mu Qinghe's figure gradually disappeared in front of her, the eager smile on her face gradually disappeared. She pursed her lips into a straight line, looking a little cold. She had fooled him today, but she had to be more careful in the future. Fortunately, Hong Yao had always been very obedient. After sensing her thoughts, it really didn't pounce on her again. Chu Luiyue stood in place for a long time. It wasn't until her neck itched that she came to her senses. She looked down and saw Dumpling squatting on her shoulder, looking at her pitifully with a pair of round eyes. Chu Luiyue tapped its head. You feel wronged? You almost got me into big trouble today, do you know that? Dumpling actually fought with Hong Yao in front of so many people. If Mu Qinghe pursued the matter, not to mention Dumpling, even she would have to bear the consequences. Dumpling rubbed her cheeks ingratiatingly. Hong Yao has a noble status and is very powerful. Don't provoke it in the future. Chu Luiyue continued. However, when Dumpling heard this, she immediately stared at Chu Luiyue with her eyes wide open, full of accusation. You're actually speaking up for that guy. Who exactly is your magical beast? Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows and looked at it. Today should be the first time you met the Red Demon, right? Why are you so hostile? It didn't provoke you. Dumpling shook her head frantically. He had provoked them. He had provoked them. That guy actually dared to throw himself into Chu Luiyue's arms. How audacious! Plucking a tuft of hair was just a simple lesson to it. If there was a second time, let's see how I'll deal with it. Seeing Dumpling's high fighting spirit, Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment and simply gave up trying to persuade it. Although Dumpling hadn't been with her for long, she had already figured out its character. Since it dared to openly attack Hong Yao in the main hall today, it would only fight more fiercely in private. It was useless to persuade it. Your temper is really like Hong Yao's, Chu Luiyue muttered softly, but she didn't say the rest of the sentence. If it was in the past, she could at least mediate, but the situation was different now. Hong Yao's identity was extraordinary, and it could almost do whatever it wanted in country Yaochen. If Dumpling continued to target it and even fought with it, people with ulterior motives would definitely not let her off easily. Chu Luiyue's slender and fair fingers gently tapped Dumpling's nose. If you're not obedient, I won't bring you out next time. This sentence finally worked, and a hint of hesitation flashed across Dumpling's eyes. If I can't come out with Chu Luiyue, what should I do if that fellow takes advantage of the situation? In the end, it could only nod its head unwillingly. Chu Luiyue sighed softly. For some reason, she had a feeling. When Hong Yao and Dumpling meet again, they will definitely fight again. Let's go. There's still a lot of trouble waiting for us in the future. Clatter. Inside the room, the sound of all sorts of things being smashed could be heard. It wasn't hard to imagine the anger of the owner. The palace servants all stood in the courtyard and looked inside from time to time, trembling in fear. Are you done? The Empress's authoritative voice sounded, and Rong Zhen, who was on the verge of losing control, finally found a trace of rationality. She glanced at the Empress, and her eyes were red as if she had suffered a great grievance. But this time, the Empress didn't console her like before. Instead, she was even angrier. You're still feeling wronged? Do you know what you've done today? That person is the envoy of the Tianling dynasty, and he has seen many tricks up his sleeves. Your thoughts have already been seen through by him. Who do you think you are? Rong Zhen looked at the Empress in disbelief. Ever since she was young, her mother had always doted on her. Even if she was willful and rash, her mother would always reprimand her. She had never been reprimanded by her mother like this before. Rong Zhen's face turned pale, and her body swayed as if she couldn't take such a blow. But the Empress didn't intend to stop. She took a few steps forward and stood in front of Rong Zhen, looking at her sternly. Do you know that if you weren't careful today, not only would you lose your life, but other people would also be implicated? Look at your brother. Isn't that the case? It's fine if you throw a tantrum in the past, but how dare you be so impudent today? Rong Zhen's body trembled, and tears kept falling. Mother? What did I do wrong? I only said a few words. Aren't those few words enough? The Empress suddenly raised her voice, scaring Rong Zhen so much that she shivered, and fear and panic appeared in her eyes. Seeing her like this, how could the Empress's heart not ache? But today, she was determined to teach Rong Zhen proper manners. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would sooner or later bring harm to everyone. It's fine if something happens to you, but can you bear the responsibility if it harms your brother? Today, Rong Jin had embarrassed himself in front of everyone, and the Empress was both heartbroken and afraid. On the one hand, she was worried that this would be a huge blow to Rong Jin. On the other hand, she was worried that this would affect His Majesty's view of Rong Jin. If what happened today were to spread, Rong Jin's situation would become even more difficult in the future. Rong Jin looked up in disbelief. Mother actually said that it was fine if something happened to me. Brother. Ever since I was young, I've done a lot for brother. She sneered. Mother, even if I'm in the wrong today, is brother really completely innocent? He's useless and can't compare to Chu Luiyue, so Vice Admiral Mu didn't take a liking to him. He's useless. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 284. Chu Luiyue's eyes curved into crescents as she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she wasn't happy at all. Instead, she was confused. Mu Qinghe seemed to care a lot about the Daijing Yuan Meridian. Did he come to country Yaochen specifically to find a genius with the Daijing Yuan Meridian? However, in the Tianling dynasty, such people weren't common, but they weren't rare either. Why did he come all the way here to find them? Everyone looked at Chu Luiyue in shock. It took them a while to come back to their senses. What did this mean? Chu Luiyue really had the Daijing Yuan Meridian. Didn't that mean that she could follow Mu Qinghe to the Tianling dynasty? Mu Qinghe put away the stone. Chu Luiyue asked tentatively, Vice Admiral Mu, since it's proven that I have the Daijing Yuan Meridian, then what you said before, Mu Qinghe was expressionless. You can indeed follow me back since you have the Daijing Yuan Meridian. Chu Luiyue held her breath. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating fast. Don't be happy too early. Having the Daijing Yuan Meridian is just the beginning. There are other requirements. If you can't meet them, you won't be able to go. Mu Qinghe said calmly. Chu Luiyue lowered her eyes. Thank you, Vice Admiral Mu. Luyu will do his best. She knew that things weren't that simple. However, this was still an opportunity. It was even more in line with her thoughts. Although she wanted to go back as soon as possible and let those people experience the pain she had experienced, she knew very well that now wasn't the best time. With her current strength, she would just be courting death if she went back and fought them head-on. Mu Qinghe grunted. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief, but the others had mixed feelings. Everyone present had come with hope, but the requirements for the Daijing Yuan Meridian were too high, and they could not fulfill them. In the end, it was Chu Luiyue who came out on top again. How could they be happy about this? Emperor Zhouwen hesitated for a while, but he still carefully asked, Vice Admiral Mu, do you really only want people with the Daijing Yuan Meridian? Actually, there are some. Although they are not the Daijing Yuan Meridian, they are still very good. Why don't you pick some more? If they're all like him, then there's no need to say anything more. Mu Qinghe's gaze swept past Rong Jin. Rong Jin was even more embarrassed. As the crown prince, he had never experienced such a thing. Even when his father grounded him and took back many of his rights, he had never felt so humiliated. This was equivalent to giving him a few tight slaps in front of everyone. Emperor Zhouwen didn't know how to reply at that moment. Not to mention Rong Jin, even he didn't dare to show any displeasure when someone said that to him. Hearing Mu Qinghe's words, he couldn't continue and could only shut his mouth awkwardly. The entire palace's atmosphere became even stranger and colder. However, Chu Luiyue was very calm as he calmly ate his food and ignored the surrounding gazes. Rong Jin clenched her teeth and hated Chu Luiyue for getting this rare opportunity one moment, and she was also annoyed at her previous rashness the next moment. After being reprimanded by Mu Qinghe, she originally felt very humiliated. However, when she saw that Mu Qinghe treated the others the same way, including Rong Jin, she didn't feel so angry anymore. When she gradually calmed down, she also felt that her previous actions were a little overboard. Who is Mu Qinghe? He's the Tianling dynasty's envoy. He's the high and mighty lieutenant. Even father has to give in to him, so what if I'm reprimanded by him? Besides, I'm still counting on Mu Qinghe to help me heal my body. Thinking of this, she gave the Empress a look. The Empress saw the urgency in Rong Jin's eyes and naturally knew what she meant. However, this made her even more frustrated. Does Rongjin think that I don't want to ask Mu Qinghe for help? Why doesn't she know? Look at the situation now. First, it was the crown prince, then it was Rongjin. This pair of siblings was reprimanded in front of so many people, and she lost all her face. If they really made Mu Qinghe unhappy, he could casually kill them with one finger. How could she speak now? Seeing that the empress didn't move, Rongjin couldn't help but feel anxious and even wanted to get up a few times. Luckily, the palace servant standing behind her had already received the empress's signal and silently held her back. Rongjin was very unhappy, but she didn't dare to really make a scene in this place, so she could only bear with it. At this point, something suddenly flew in from outside the door. Chu Luiyue took a look and was suddenly stunned. It was a green sparrow. It was only the size of a palm, and its entire body was green. However, its claws and eyes were red. Especially its pair of eyes, they were as bright as rubies and were very beautiful. This green sparrow flapped its wings and flew very quickly, but it didn't make any sound. Hence, when the people in the palace discovered it, it had already rushed to the center of the palace. "Stop it!" Rongjin frowned and hollered. "What are you doing? What kind of place is this? Can't even stop these random things." The guards outside rushed in one after another, but they couldn't say anything after hearing Rongjin's scolding. The flying speed of this thing was simply too fast. They couldn't stop it in time. "Your Highness, please calm down. We have important guests here today. This is my fiend." Mu Qinghe, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly spoke. Rongjin's remaining words were suddenly stuck in his throat, and his entire body froze. His limbs were cold. Mu Qinghe waved his hands, and the green sparrow flew toward him. Silence reigned in the hall. The green sparrow landed in Mu Qinghe's hands. Mu Qinghe glanced at it and saw that there was a trace of blood under its wings. He knitted his brows slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. "You're injured? Who hurt you?" The green sparrow moved its wings and covered the blood stains. Mu Qinghe knitted his brows even tighter. Hong Yao was a 7th grade fiend. It was very strong and rarely lost. Yesterday, it was a little anxious for some reason, so he let it out. He didn't expect it to be injured. Who else in country Yaochen has such capabilities? Hong Yao bit the feathers on its wings, feeling wronged. Mu Qinghe said coldly, "Why didn't you say before? What did you promise before coming here? That you wouldn't cause any trouble. Are you obedient now?" Hong Yao didn't expect to be scolded even when it was injured, and it felt even more wronged. Its beautiful, ruby-like eyes didn't blink, but they quickly filled with tears, making it look very pitiful. Mu Qinghe suddenly sighed in his heart. Hong Yao has really been spoiled by that person. It feels wrong just by saying a few words. "Hong Yao," Mu Qinghe's voice became stricter. Hong Yao suddenly turned around. Suddenly, it paused and looked at Chu Luiyue in a daze. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. The next moment he saw the small red sparrow flying toward him. Digression, Khan was so stuck that he wanted to die. His computer screen suddenly turned white again. The last chapter will be updated before midnight. I'm so unlucky today that I have nothing to say. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 285. News of what happened at the palace banquet quickly spread among the aristocratic families in the imperial capital. Chu Luiyue also became the topic of discussion. First, she took first place twice in the Qingjiao competition. Then, she was chosen to follow Mu Qinghe to the Tianling dynasty because of her Daijing Yuan meridian. In just a few days, Chu Luiyue became famous. She became the envy of everyone. Ordinary people might not know, but the important figures in the aristocratic families all knew what the Tianling dynasty meant. From now on, Chu Luiyue would have a meteoric rise and a bright future ahead of her. The palace banquet ended in the afternoon, but Chu Luiyue had already received many gifts at night. She didn't need to look to know that those were people who wanted to get close to her, so she rejected all of them. After returning to the academy, she even chose to enter Jiuyou Tower to cultivate, regardless of the storm outside. At the Chu residence, Chu Xiao returned to the Chu residence with a gloomy face. The servants trembled in fear when they saw his expression and didn't dare to say anything. However, this situation was quickly changed. Since the afternoon, people kept asking to see him. And they were all asking for the same thing. What? Let Chu Ning and his daughter return to the Chu family. Hearing their suggestion, Chu Xiao exploded like gunpowder that had been ignited. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Chu Ning and his daughter had already broken off all ties with the Chu family. Everyone in the imperial capital knew that they were at odds with each other. If they were to discuss this matter with them now, it would be equivalent to them admitting defeat. By then, the entire Chu family would become the laughingstock of the imperial capital. Chu Xiao felt uncomfortable every time he thought of that. He was determined not to agree. However, the members of the Chu family, who had always obeyed him, were also very determined this time. Great Elder, things are different now. The news that Chu Luiwei was chosen to go to the Tianling dynasty has already spread among the aristocratic families. Even if she had a huge conflict with us in the past, we are still family. The same blood flows in our bodies. Why can't we let it go? That's right. She's no longer the useless trash that she used to be. Needless to say, her achievements in the future will definitely be great. This is also a great opportunity for the Chu family. Grand Elder, it's not as if we don't have your concerns. However, if we continue to fight with them, we'll only be at a disadvantage. After today, how many people in the imperial capital will want to get close to Chu Luiwei? She's still from the family? As long as we take the initiative to ask for peace, she will definitely give us face. Listening to their hopeful words one after another, Chu Xiao was extremely irritated. He abruptly interrupted them and shouted angrily, "Let's go! Don't you know what kind of Chu Luiwei? If you ask her for peace now, you're just asking for your own humiliation." Everyone looked at each other in dismay, feeling a little troubled. In fact, how could they not know this point? But wasn't there no other way? Could it be that he could only watch helplessly as such a great opportunity was missed? Compared to the Tianling dynasty, what was this little bit of face? As long as they could repair their relationship with Chu Luiwei, they could have whatever they wanted in the future. Great Elder, we all know that you don't like Chu Luiwei. However, shouldn't you think about the entire Chu family now? Third Elder suddenly spoke, his tone slightly cold. Chu Zhao's expression turned stern. What do you mean? The third Elder smiled. Nothing. We all know why Chu Luiwei left the Chu family. To be honest, it's because of you. It's not a big deal if you're safe. However, Chu Luiwei is different now. We're in a favorable position. Wouldn't it be a pity if we give up just like that? The others nodded. Chu Ning and his daughter are not unreasonable people. As long as we sincerely apologize, I believe we can salvage the situation. Chu Xiao scolded angrily. You're crazy. Great Elder, we're not crazy. This is our only choice now. Third Elder was not frightened by Chu Zhao's anger at all, and his expression did not change. Our Chu family has been declining all these years, and our situation is not good. It wasn't easy to nurture Chu Xianmin, but she's basically useless now. Now that we finally have a top talent like Chu Luiwei, we have no reason not to seize the opportunity, right? No matter what, she's someone that Vice Admiral Mu thinks highly of. What's wrong with us lowering our heads? When she becomes successful in the future, it'll be many times harder for us to do all this. The third Elder's words immediately drew everyone's agreement. Everyone discussed fervently, implying that they hoped Chu Xiao would be the representative to apologize to Chu Ning and his daughter and invite them back to the Chu family. Chu Xiao was annoyed. Say whatever you want. If you want to build a relationship with Chu Luiwei, go ahead. In any case, this old man will definitely not go. Third Elder smiled faintly. Great Elder, you're so stubborn. I wonder what the head of the family will think when he comes out and finds out about this? Chu Zhao's expression froze. He had almost forgotten about this. The head of the family had been in seclusion for too long, and he had already regarded himself as the head of the Chu family. Although Third Elder's words were unpleasant, they were not without reason. He could ignore the others, but not the head of the family. It would be hard for him to explain himself then. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Zhao's expression changed several times before he finally agreed. Give Chu Luiwei Forget it. Give Chu Ning an invitation and say that we have something to discuss with him. Chu Luiwei entered Jiuyou Tower again. As she had already broken through to stage 2, she easily ascended to the second floor this time. The Qing Jiao competition had just ended, so not many students came to Jiuyou Tower. Chu Luiwei simply walked around the second floor and realized that there wasn't much of a difference here other than having a stronger force. She randomly found a room and started cultivating. Not long after she sat down, Chu Luiwei heard a sharp and hoarse roar. That sound came closer and closer, and it gradually became clearer. The powerful suppression also became more and more terrifying. Chu Luiwei even felt as if the blood in her body had solidified. Screech. That screech seemed to be right beside her ear, and it almost pierced her eardrums. Chu Luiwei suddenly opened her eyes. But this time, she suddenly saw a pair of scarlet and sharp eyes in front of her. That pair of eyes was burning with raging flames. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Digression, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I had been running around outside today, and then I had to entertain my friends at night. I thought that I would come back to right after a simple meal, but I didn't expect that there would be so many delays, and I couldn't abandon my friends and come back alone. I feel very guilty. I'll update later. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 286. Hong Yao tilted its head to one side, making it clear that it didn't want to talk to Mu Qinghe. Mu Qinghe stared at Hong Yao. Your temper is getting worse and worse. Hong Yao glared at her with tears in its eyes. When she was here before, she never dared to treat it like this. Only a short time had passed, but its life was getting worse and worse. It had suffered enough in the past year. Mu Qinghe was such a stupid master. The more Hong Yao thought about it, the angrier it became. It couldn't wait to go back and find Chu Luiwei. But it knew that Mu Qinghe would definitely not agree. Besides, that guy was still here. Its fur had been plucked off. Bang! Hong Yao was so angry that it simply lay straight on the ground. I won't go. I can't live like this. Mu Qinghe's eyes twitched. It's useless for you to throw a tantrum. Hong Yao didn't move. It was determined not to go with him. It might as well just let it die. Thinking of how it was injured by a beast that had been imprisoned for many years when it went out yesterday, Hong Yao felt ashamed. And today, it was treated like this by Mu Qinghe. It couldn't live like this. Mu Qinghe closed his eyes hard and tried to control his emotions, lest he accidentally killed his demonic beast. Who hurt you? If you are willing to tell me, I can help you take revenge. Hong Yao's eyes moved, but its body was still tense. It thought for a while and was in a dilemma. You can even get injured in such a place. It seems that you haven't been diligent in cultivation during this period of time. Mu Qinghe's following words successfully made Hong Yao give up the idea of asking him for help. A green flame ignited on its body, burning away the remaining bloodstains. Mu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. Hong Yao had always liked to make trouble outside and then let him clean up the mess. He didn't expect it to be so courageous today. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll ask another question. Mu Qinghe's eyes were as sharp as a substance. He stared at Hong Yao, as if he wanted to see through it. Just now in the main hall, you, Vice Admiral Mu. Before Mu Qinghe could finish her sentence, she was suddenly interrupted by a clear female voice. He turned around and saw that it was Chu Luiwei. What a coincidence! Mu Qinghe's expression changed, and she glanced at Hong Yao. The red demon lying on the ground suddenly froze. It's over. He had been seen. This was too embarrassing. Without thinking, it flew up from the ground and rushed up. Then, it circled around Mu Qinghe, not forgetting to dive down to the ground in the middle, pretending that it was also around Mu Qinghe. From afar, it looked like a jubilant butterfly. Mu Qinghe was speechless. Chu Luiwei walked closer and asked in a surprised tone. Vice Admiral Mu, your magic beast looks really lively. Yes, he was still as good as ever. His ability to play dead and act shamelessly was still the same as before. Mu Qinghe was speechless. Hong Yao, who was flying excitedly, suddenly felt embarrassed. For a moment, it didn't know whether it should continue to fly. It staggered and almost fell from the air. In the end, it could only lower its head and accept its fate. What's the matter? Mu Qinghe coughed, but there was still no expression on her face. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. There is one thing I want to ask you for help with. I don't know if you are willing to agree. Say it. According to Mu Qinghe's character, she was never interested in this kind of thing. If it was before today, he would definitely not say a word when Chu Luiyue talked to him like this. But thinking of Hong Yao's reaction to her, Mu Qinghe felt that maybe she should find an opportunity to get to know Chu Luiyue more. Chu Luiyue bowed. I have a friend whose mother has been ill for many years. Her condition has worsened recently. I wonder if Vice Admiral Mu can help? Lu Yu will definitely be very grateful. Mu Qinghe frowned. Your friend? Chu Luiyue nodded. Mu Hongyu. She is country Yao Chen's Princess Yong. Mu Qinghe didn't care if Mu Hongyu was a princess or not. Even if it was Emperor Juan, he might not be willing to help. However, Hong Yao and you hit it off very well. For its sake, I can help you. Chu Luiyue looked surprised and looked at Hong Yao. Then I really have to thank Hong Yao. Her red lips moved slightly as she softly called out its name. She was the one who named Hong Yao. Back then, when Mu Qinghe was hunting fiends, she coincidentally obtained Hong Yao, but she didn't know what to call it. Chu Luiyue thought that it was a green sparrow, and Mu Qinghe also had the word Qing in her name. Thus, they were considered to be fated. Hence, he purposely gave it the opposite name, Hong Yao. Now, when he called out this name again, things had changed. Hong Yao was stunned and instinctively wanted to fly toward Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue glanced at it. The human and fiend looked at each other, and undercurrents surged. Hong Yao suddenly paused. I don't seem to want to now. It stared at Chu Luiyue and couldn't wait to run over and complain to Mu Qinghe. Dumpling squatted on Chu Luiyue's shoulder and stared at it warily. Hong Yao felt a dull pain at the spot where the feathers were plucked off. After hesitating for a long time, it finally didn't go over and could only bury its head under its wings. No one saw the tears rolling down its cheeks, all of them falling into its feathers. After a while, its wings were wet. Seeing it like this, Chu Luiyue felt very sorry for it. Hong Yao had always been arrogant and often made a lot of trouble. But when it was really sad, it would only bury its head in its wings and cry, just like now. How could she not want to hug Hong Yao? Since her rebirth, everything she thought of in her previous life was like a dream. All the true feelings were fake, and all the loyalty was betrayal. In the end, Hong Yao was the only one who missed her. Seeing Hong Yao like this, she felt that the pain that went deep into her bones was a little comforted. But now was not a good time. Mu Qinghe said, I will stay here for a while. Let her come here. I will send a celestial physician to treat her. As the deputy general of the Black Cavalry, he had great power. It was not difficult for him to mobilize a few celestial physicians. Chu Luiyue looked away with a polite and eager smile on her face. Thank you, Vice Admiral Mu. After saying that, she asked hesitantly, but Vice Admiral Mu means that you won't leave immediately? Didn't he come here to pick people with the Daijing Yuan Meridian? Apart from that, was there something else? Mu Qinghe replied with a faint but didn't say anything else. Chu Luiyue knew that she wasn't qualified to ask so much now, so she didn't say anything and just curtsied. In that case, Lu Yu won't waste your time. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, she took a step back and turned to leave. So, Mu Qinghe suddenly said. Chu Luiyue stopped in her tracks, turned around, and asked with a smile, Vice Admiral Mu, is there anything else? Digression, when I go out today, it will probably be very late. Don't wait during the day. Let's read it together at night. So how much do you owe now? Woo, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 287. Dumpling nodded vigorously. Chu Luiyue was speechless. This was already the 4th floor, and only Stage 4 warriors could come up here. Looking around, it was empty. In the entire academy, there were less than 10 students who had reached Stage 4. And there were no Stage 5 warriors. Not a single one. Chu Ning was also a Stage 5 warrior. Cultivators who could reach this level could be considered powerful in the entire country Yaochen. It was obvious that there shouldn't be anyone above the 5th floor. Now it was hard to figure out how Tuanzi could pass through the barrier of the floor so easily. Chu Luiwei was most worried about something else. If they came up so quietly, would they alert Elder Wei Yun, who was guarding Jiuyou Tower? Jiuyou Tower was very important to Tianlu Academy. If they really caused a commotion and were discovered, it would be difficult for her to explain herself. Seeing that Chu Luiwei was standing there in deep thought and didn't seem to have any intention of following her, Dumpling couldn't wait any longer and turned around, heading straight for the 5th floor. Chu Luiwei frowned slightly as she watched Dumpling fly to the barrier on the 5th floor. Although there was still a distance between them, Chu Luiwei could clearly feel the suppression above. It was much stronger than the one on the 4th floor. Perhaps the suppression on the 5th floor could stop Dumpling? If Jiuyou Tower was really so easy to get into, it wouldn't make sense, right? Thinking of this, Chu Luiwei calmed down a little as she stood on the spot and watched quietly. However, her fantasy was shattered very quickly. That strong barrier didn't stop Dumpling at all. It passed through it easily as if it was entering an uninhabited land. Seeing Dumpling happily wagging her tail at her, Chu Luiwei was silent for a while. She seemed to have underestimated this blood ferret that she had casually picked up. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Luiwei took a deep breath and finally decided to follow Dumpling up. Since they had already come this far, she wanted to see what it was that had attracted Dumpling. In fact, there was another thing she wanted to clarify. When she first came to Jiuyou Tower and pushed the door open, the ferocious beasts carved on the door seemed to have come alive. Ever since she started cultivating here, she had heard that strange sound more than once. Although Chu Luiwei didn't know what kind of magical beast was imprisoned under Jiuyou Tower, she was certain that the magical beast was targeting her. Thinking of this, she made up her mind and stretched out her hand in front of the barrier. Dumpling immediately hugged her hand happily and easily crossed the barrier with her. Looking at the lively Dumpling and his unharmed body, Chu Luiwei pursed his lips and looked up. The staircase spiraled up to the top. However, each layer of barriers was like layers of fog, concealing everything and making it impossible to see anything clearly. A question suddenly flashed across Chu Luiwei's mind. Since only Stage 5 warriors could go up to the 5th level, did the top few levels have the same rules? For example, only Stage 7 warriors could go up to the 7th level? However, there were no cultivators outside Heaven's Canopy who could break through to this level. If that was the case, then what was the point of the top few levels of Jiuyou Tower? One had to know that in the entire country Yaochen, the strongest was only a Stage 5 warrior. There wasn't even a Stage 6 warrior. In other words, with Jiuyou Tower here, everyone could only go up to the 5th level at most. Who placed such a powerful Jiuyou Tower here? Chu Luiwei recalled that Bai Chen had specially introduced Jiuyou Tower when she was in the academy. However, at that time, he only mentioned that the pit of heavenly origins was under Jiuyou Tower, so the density of force in the tower was much better than the outside world. However, he didn't say anything else. A large part of the reason why Chu Luiwei wanted to enter Tianlu Academy was because of Jiuyou Tower. However, she now felt that there were too many secrets buried in Jiuyou Tower. She looked at Dumpling. Shall we continue? When Chu Luiwei entered Jiuyou Tower and broke through the 5th barrier, Rong Xiu had just returned to Yifeng Courtyard from Prince Li's mansion. Yan Qing followed closely behind and quickly reported the day's events to Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu lay down on the rattan chair. His expression was calm, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. Has the time been set? Yan Qing bowed. Not yet. From what Vice Admiral Mu said, it seems like he will be staying here for a while. He also seems to be planning to test Miss Lu Yu again. He will only bring Miss Lu Yu to the Tianling dynasty after she passes all of them. Rong Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile. Of course, he won't go back immediately. Mu Qinghe came here because she had other important matters to attend to. You said that she was the one who mentioned that she had a Daijing Yuan meridian? Rong Xiu asked calmly. Yan Qing bowed and replied respectfully, yes. Rong Xiu remained silent for a while. He crossed his fingers, and his eyes darkened slightly. It seems like she really wants to go. Yan Qing sensed that something was wrong with her master's aura. She hesitated for a while and said, To the people of country Yaochen, it's a great opportunity to go to the Tianling dynasty. It's reasonable for Miss Lu Yu to want to go. Besides, Miss Lu Yu is very talented. It's a pity for her to stay here. Rong Xiu closed his eyes gently. Of course, he knew this. However, he was more concerned about something else. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Jiuyou Tower. Yan Qing was shocked. "Master, what's wrong?" Rong Xiu frowned slightly. Someone barged into the 6th floor of Jiuyou Tower. Yan Qing was shocked. Wasn't the 6th floor of Jiuyou Tower only accessible to Stage 6 warriors? No one in the entire Imperial City could do it, let alone Tianlu Academy, right? "Master, could it be those?" Rong Xiu raised his hand and narrowed his eyes before Yan Qing could finish her sentence. "No." He found that aura very familiar. "It's her." His expression changed slightly, and he immediately rushed toward Jiuyou Tower. Why did she enter Jiuyou Tower at this time? On the other side, Chu Luiyue looked back and still couldn't believe that she had reached the 6th floor just like that. With Dumpling leading the way, she didn't encounter any obstacles. If she hadn't experienced it herself, Chu Luiyue wouldn't have believed that she could reach the top few floors of Jiuyou Tower in such a way. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. The space here was much smaller than the 1st floor, but the force was more concentrated. If she cultivated here, she would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. However, at the same time, the rich force was mixed with all kinds of impurities, which made people flinch. However, she still couldn't find any trace of the fiend here. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and looked up. Could it be even higher up? Digression, I'll update slowly in the afternoon after eating. Love mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 288. Chu Luiyue looked at Dumpling. "Dumpling, are you going to stop? This is already the 6th floor." It was obvious that only Stage 7 warriors could go further up. Dumpling blinked and looked up again, seemingly puzzled by Chu Luiyue's question. There was nothing here, so of course they had to continue going up. Chu Luiyue held her breath for a moment and finally said, "Okay, if you can go up, I'll go with you." Tuan Zi wagged its tail happily and turned around, intending to go to the 7th floor. Chu Luiyue looked down and saw that there seemed to be no end to the spiral staircase. Suddenly, her gaze froze and she looked at her feet. There was actually a drop of dried blood there. As it was dark red and fell at the edge, she didn't see it when she came up from below. This was the 6th level. Who would be able to come here and leave behind a trail of blood? She bent down and took a closer look, frowning slightly. According to her experience, this drop of blood seemed to have been left not long ago. It was very likely that it was left in the past 2 days. Who could it be? Chu Luiyue stretched out her hand, wiped the blood gently, and looked at it carefully. A familiar aura hit her in the face. She was stunned. These seemed to be. She immediately looked around the drop of blood again. After searching carefully, she finally saw a green feather in an inconspicuous corner. She immediately recognized that it was Hong Yao's feather with just one look. "Hong Yao has been here?" Chu Luiyue was shocked, and then she suddenly remembered that when she saw Hong Yao previously, there was blood under its wings. It seemed to be injured. At that time, she was immersed in the shock that Hong Yao actually recognized her, so she didn't pay attention to it. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed strange. As a 7th-grade fiend, Hong Yao was very powerful. Being able to injure it showed that the other party wasn't easy to deal with. More importantly, there shouldn't be such an existence in country Yaochen. From the looks of it, Hong Yao had barged into Jiuyou Tower and was injured here. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but think of that ferocious magical beast. Seeing that Chu Luiyue didn't follow her, Dumpling chased after her. When it saw the green feather in Chu Luiyue's hand, a look of disdain flashed across its eyes. As expected, he was useless. He was actually injured here. Chu Luiyue glanced at it. "Dumpling, Hong Yao is injured here. Are you sure you want to continue?" Even Hong Yao had suffered a loss, so she and Dumpling might not be a match for him. Hearing this, Dumpling's face immediately scrunched up. How could that green sparrow compare to it? Chu Luiyue saw that it was very stubborn, so she couldn't help but sigh. If you run into trouble later, I can't help you. It might even become a burden to her. Dumpling stepped forward angrily and threw away the green feather. Then, it hugged Chu Liyue's hand and walked up. She had made up her mind. Chu Liyue had no choice but to secretly take out the crystal barrier, ready to deal with any sudden situations. The human and beast continued to walk toward the 7th floor. Chu Liyue already felt as if something heavy was pressing down on her body, and every step she took was extremely heavy. If not for Dumpling, she probably wouldn't have been able to continue. Finally, the two of them reached the barrier on the 7th floor. Unlike the transparent barriers from before, the one in front of him was actually a bright silver. The brilliance flowed, and it looked as brilliant as the galaxy. However, Chu Liyue was not in the mood to admire it at this moment. She stood stiffly in front of the barrier, and the blood in her body seemed to have solidified. Only her heart was beating wildly. She took a deep breath, and then slowly stretched out her hand and reached forward. Dumpling sat on the back of her hand, and its round eyes were wide open, looking excitedly and expectantly at the flickering silver barrier in front of it. Chu Liyue could clearly see her fingers slowly sinking into the silver barrier. The silver barrier was solid, and Chu Liyue could even clearly feel the strong resistance. This time, it was as if she had plunged into a quagmire. Soon, Chu Liyue felt as if there was a force crazily dragging her, trying to pull her in. Her heart trembled, and she subconsciously tried to pull her hand out. However, the force also grew rapidly, and it swallowed even more of her hand. Very quickly, the flowing light had already pulled her entire hand into it. Dumpling's body was halfway in. At this moment, a ball of black karmic fire suddenly rushed out of the barrier. A burning pain suddenly assaulted him. Chu Liyue immediately wanted to retreat. But at this moment, she was already trapped within the silver barrier. She could not move. In an instant, the black karmic fire had spread to Chu Liyue's body and surrounded her. Chu Liyue immediately threw out the crystal barrier. However, she soon realized that the crystal barrier did not have any effect. Because one of her hands had sunk into the silver barrier, the crystal barrier could not pass through the barrier and could not completely protect her. Helpless, she could only put away the crystal barrier and began to think of other ways. The blazing flames made her feel as if her entire body was burning. She could even smell something burning. However, at this moment, Dumpling's body had been completely swallowed by the flowing light. Chu Liyue realized that her hand, which had been swallowed by the barrier, was completely numb and had lost all feeling. Therefore, at this moment, she had lost all sense of Dumpling. Dumpling? Chu Liyue raised her voice and shouted. However, Dumpling did not respond. At this moment, the black karmic fire had completely spread over the entire barrier. Chu Liyue stood there as if she was in hell. Just as she was feeling extremely anxious, she suddenly heard a clear sound. Kacha! Her heart jumped, and she immediately focused her gaze. She saw that the black karmic fire in front of her had suddenly encountered something terrifying and was rapidly retreating from the center. A crack had appeared on the barrier that was flickering with light. Chu Liyue's brows furrowed, and in the next moment, she saw that the crack had expanded again. Crush! The barrier shattered. A small claw suddenly reached out from within. It was Dumpling. Chu Liyue's heart relaxed. Then she saw Dumpling grab the edge of the shattered barrier and forcefully break it. Kacha! A bright and colorful barrier was actually broken like a piece of broken ice by it. Chu Liyue suddenly had a premonition. Indeed, in the next moment, she heard the crisp sound of something being bitten. Kacha! Kacha kacha! Gulp! Through the hole in the middle, Chu Liyue could clearly see Dumpling stuffing the last bit of the barrier into her mouth, chewing and swallowing. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 289. This scene was all too familiar. However, Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably when she saw it. How could Dumpling eat this? Previously, when it ate Heng Jingshua's force, she thought it was already shocking enough. She did not expect it to be able to eat a barrier that was full of pressure so easily. This was not an osmanthus cake. Because she was too shocked, Chu Liyue could not say a word for a while. She could only watch in a daze as Dumpling broke off another piece and put it into its mouth. Chu Lue even saw that there was still a black karmic fire on the barrier that had yet to burn. However, Dumpling did not seem to care at all. Because it was careless, a strand of its beard was burned off. Fortunately, it changed its angle in time and successfully put the thing into its mouth and ate it happily. The black karmic fire around it was still burning wildly, but Chu Lue suddenly felt that this thing did not seem to be so powerful. No matter how strong it was, wasn't it still eaten by Dumpling? Looking at Dumpling diligently breaking off another piece, the corner of her eyes twitched. If other people saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Dumpling, is it delicious? In the end, she could not help but ask. Dumpling heard her and stopped. It looked at her with bright eyes and nodded furiously. Delicious. Super delicious. It was much better than Heng Jingshua's Moon Devourer. Compared to this, what it ate before was rubbish. Chu Lue was shocked by its enthusiastic reaction, and the corner of her eyes twitched uncontrollably. So what exactly did she bring back? After the previous few incidents, Chu Lue had already guessed that Dumpling was not an ordinary blood ferret. It was even different from other magical beasts. She had never heard of any magical beast that consumed origin power as food. She did not notice it before, but later she realized that Dumpling did not seem to like to eat. What it loved the most was origin power, and it was the kind that came in large clumps. Just like this silver barrier. This thing was also condensed from origin power and contained an extremely powerful suppressive might. Chu Lue had no doubt that this barrier could indeed stop cultivators below rank 7. Therefore, Dumpling's behavior now looked even more strange. As Dumpling ate crazily, the hole in the barrier grew bigger and bigger. The black karmic fire that was spreading wantonly seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and retreated. However, Dumpling was even faster. She devoured the flaming barrier piece by piece. Chu Lue watched quietly, the waves in his heart unable to calm down for a long time. That originally extremely tall silver barrier was quickly reduced to rubble. In the end, it was completely destroyed by Dumpling. As for the hand that had been swallowed, it had been freed at some point. After finishing the last bite, Dumpling finally rubbed her round belly and burped in satisfaction. Burp. Chu Lue was speechless. If Heng Jingshua could see the scene, he should be able to rest in peace. In this world, how many people's origin power could receive the same treatment as this powerful barrier? From the looks of it, Dumpling was willing to swallow that ball of origin power because she was compromising. Chu Lue looked at the broken barrier in front of him and did not recover for a long time. After a while, he looked at Dumpling faintly. Dumpling, tell me honestly, did you come here just to eat this? Dumpling suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Chu Lue was speechless. She seemed to be guilty? Chu Lue held his forehead helplessly. The 7th level's barrier was eaten by Dumpling just like that. This matter would definitely attract the attention of the elders in the academy. It might not even take long for them to rush over. Of course, whether or not they could reach this level was another matter. But if others found out, she felt that she really could not explain it. Did she have to tell everyone that she was brought up by Dumpling and that it was also the one who ate this barrier? Dumpling saw that Chu Lue seemed to be very troubled, so it quickly flew over and threw itself into her arms, rubbing against her ingratiatingly. Chu Lue's neck tickled and she could not help but laugh. She pulled Dumpling down, annoyed and amused. Don't act cute. Tell me, what should we do now? How was she going to explain such a big hole? Dumpling blinked and thought for a long time. Then, it stretched out its paw and pointed upwards. Chu Lue's eyebrows twitched violently, and an even more ominous premonition attacked her heart. You still want to go up? Dumpling heard a hint of threat in her voice and nodded timidly. How far were they? If they did not go up, wouldn't they have made this trip in vain? Chu Lue's hands trembled slightly, and she kept chanting in her heart. This is my fiend. If I kill it, it will be gone. This is my fiend. If I kill it, it will be gone. This is my fiend. But I don't want to die. Chu Lue finally could not hold it in anymore and pinched its chubby cheeks harshly. Dumpling, do you know that your master only has one life? If it's gone just like that, It will really be gone. Tuanzi blinked its eyes and then clasped its paws together. It bowed obediently with its hands folded in front, looking eager to please. Chu Luiwei closed her eyes. Go! When the 7th level's barrier was eaten by Tuanzi, Elder Wei Yun, who was dozing off in his chair outside Joyo Tower, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at Joyo Tower in shock. This commotion was not right. He had been guarding Joyo Tower for many years, but he had never felt such a commotion. For the past half a year, Joyo Tower had some strange movements from time to time, but it had always been within their control. Thus, even the dean did not take it to heart. But now, boom! The door of Joyo Tower suddenly opened. Several figures were thrown out one after another by a powerful force. They were the students who were cultivating in Joyo Tower. Cries of surprise were incessant. Clearly, these people had not realized what had happened. Some of them could not withstand the impact of this force and even vomited blood. They were extremely pathetic. Elder Wei Yun's heart was in his mouth. For so many years, such a situation had never happened in Joyo Tower. He abruptly stood up and slapped the black jade stone in front of him without any hesitation. A bright light pillar shot up to the sky. Joyo Tower has changed. Other than teachers and elders, all students retreat. Elder Wei Yun shouted sternly. His voice spread far and wide. When the students who were chased out of Joyo Tower heard this, they were all shocked and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, everyone else in the college also saw the light pillar. Level 1 alert. What happened in Joyo Tower? Digression, I'm going out tonight. I don't know when the 5th watch will be updated. Everyone don't wait. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from love. Chapter 290. Rong Xiao, who was walking toward Joyo Tower, frowned when he saw the light pillar. He was still a step too late. She had already reached the 7th floor. He quickened his pace and walked forward. Yan Qing followed behind. She was also shocked when she saw the commotion and didn't dare to say a word. Miss Lu Yu is too daring. She actually caused such a huge commotion in Joyo Tower. The two of them walked forward and soon met the students who were retreating. Prince Li? The girls were shocked when they saw Rong Xiao. Rong Xiao was expressionless as he lightly nodded and continued walking forward. Prince Li, it's dangerous ahead. The girls looked at each other and hurriedly rushed in front of Rong Xiao, wanting to stop him. Rong Xiao quietly looked at the few of them. His expression was calm to the extreme, but those women felt a chill run up from the soles of their feet, rushing straight to their heads. Their joy and excitement from meeting Rong Xiao quickly faded. They looked at each other, and their faces turned pale. This Prince Li's aura is not ordinary. Yan Qing immediately said, Prince Li has something important to do. His Highness has important matters to attend to, so please do not delay. The girls came back to their senses and hurriedly stepped aside. Rong Xiao walked forward and didn't even look at her. The girls hesitated for a while and couldn't help but shout, Prince Li, Joyo Tower has changed. It's the most dangerous time for you to go there now. Elder Wei Yun has already ordered everyone to evacuate. It's better if you don't go. Rong Xiao was unmoved and continued walking forward. Yan Qing felt helpless. Can't these people tell that Master has made up his mind to go? If they obstruct him and delay his matters, it would be dangerous for them. Yan Qing turned around and scanned the girls. Prince Li knows what he's doing. The women's faces turned even paler, and they didn't dare to say anything more. Gradually, more and more students began to evacuate. Everyone was moving away from Joyo Tower, and only Rong Xiao went against the flow. Many people were surprised to see him. Why did the frail Prince Li come here at this time? And it looks a little different from before. Some people couldn't help but remind her, but Yan Qing blocked them all. Rong Xiao finally arrived in front of Joyo Tower. Elder Wei Yun was anxiously looking at Joyo Tower when he unintentionally turned his head and saw Rong Xiao walking over. His brows were tightly knitted together. Rong Xiao, why are you here at this time? Now that all the students had been evacuated, the elders and teachers would come to deal with it. You should leave as soon as possible. There are still people inside. Rong Xiao interrupted him. Elder Wei Yun was stunned. Just as he was about to ask who it was, his heart suddenly lit up. And Chu Luiwei. He had actually almost forgotten about her. He remembered that when she came in the afternoon, he even congratulated her. Thinking back, Chu Luiwei wasn't among the students who came out just now. She was still inside. How did this happen? Juyo Tower changed, and all the students were expelled. Why is Chu Luiwei the only one left? Elder Wei Yun also became nervous. Chu Luiwei had taken first place twice in the Qingjiao competition just now. She was undoubtedly the top genius in their academy. If anything happened to her, they wouldn't be able to bear the loss. Rong Xiu looked up at Juyo Tower. I'll go in and bring her out. Elder Wei Yun gritted his teeth and immediately rushed in. But at this moment, Juyo Tower's door slammed shut with a bang. It blocked Elder Wei Yun outside. Elder Wei Yun widened his eyes. Isn't Chu Luiwei completely trapped in Juyo Tower? He tried to open the door, but it didn't budge at all. Elder Wei Yun then realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. What's going on? Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, Sun Zhongyan and the rest finally arrived. Elder Wei Yun quickly explained the situation to them. There were no signs when Juyo Tower changed. I don't know what's going on. The door can't be open now. Sun Zhongyan frowned and asked. Is there anyone inside? Elder Wei Yun swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Chu Luiwei is still inside. What? Sun Zhongyan was shocked and immediately looked at Juyo Tower with a frown. Then he crossed his arms in front of him. Rays of light intertwined, and a Xian formation quickly appeared. At the same time, spots of starlight appeared around Juyo Tower. That was the Xian formation set up on Juyo Tower. Sun Zhongyan looked at the Xian formation in front of him carefully. That's not right. There's no trace of her in Juyo Tower. This Xian formation was connected to Juyo Tower. Even if they couldn't enter, they could see something from the Xian formation. Sun Zhongyan looked at it for a while, but he couldn't sense Chu Luiwei's presence. Elder Wei Yun was puzzled. Impossible. She went in the afternoon, and all the other students came out together. She was the only one who didn't come out. She should still be inside. Sun Zhongyan held his breath and checked the Xian formation again. He still shook his head. Still nothing. Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. This situation was too strange. Elder Wei Yun anxiously paced around in circles. Why can't we find her? She's clearly inside. Rong Xiu suddenly said. Elder Sun, which level can your Xian formation see? Sun Zhongyan was stunned and instinctively replied. 5 levels. This Xian formation has been with Juyo Tower for many years, and it has always been able to see 5 levels. Do you mean? A ridiculous thought flashed across Sun Zhongyan's mind. Could it be that Chu Luiwei isn't on the 5 levels below? That's impossible. Sun Zhongyan blurted out. No one in Tianlu Academy has ever been able to go above the 5th level. How could she? Halfway through his words, his voice abruptly stopped. Other than this explanation, he couldn't find any other answers. Also, Juyo Tower's sudden change seemed very wrong. Everyone fell into dead silence. Suddenly, a scream came from the crowd. That door. Everyone looked over and they were all shocked. They saw that the engraved lines on Juyo Tower's door suddenly jumped. In the blink of an eye, it turned into black karmic fire. It burned fiercely. How could this be? Sun Zhongyan opened his eyes wide and muttered in disbelief. While everyone was still in shock, the fire had already spread rapidly. In an instant, the entire first level of Juyo Tower was surrounded by the black karmic fire. An extremely ferocious roar suddenly sounded from Juyo Tower. It reverberated through the heavens. Digression, I rushed it out with all my might. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 291. Everyone was horrified. What is that? Why were there cries of fiends coming from Juyo Tower? Only Sun Zhongyan was frowning, and his wrinkled face was scrunched up. All Xian masters, listen up. Activate the locking heaven formation. Everyone else, evacuate immediately. Once those words were spoken, everyone looked at Sun Zhongyan in shock. The locking heaven formation was the ceiling formation of Joyo Tower, and it had never been activated for thousands of years. Now, no one knew what would happen after the locking heaven formation was activated. Elder Sun, can't the locking heaven formation only be activated by the president? Bai Chen asked hurriedly. Sun Zhongyan's face was solemn. I've already informed Uncle Master. I hope he can come out of seclusion as soon as possible. But Joyo Tower has changed, and the situation is critical. We can't delay. We have to activate the locking heaven formation immediately. Uncle Master has already entrusted the locking heaven formation to me, so I can activate it too. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a silver needle appeared in his palm. At first glance, the silver needle looked no different from an ordinary silver needle. But if one looked closer, they would see exquisite patterns engraved on it. In fact, the patterns on it were exactly the same as the patterns on Joyo Tower's door. Hearing Sun Zhongyan's words, everyone knew that this was the only way now. No one knew when the president would come, but Joyo Tower's situation couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the silver needle in Sun Zhongyan's hand, everyone felt more at ease. Elder Sun, please give us your orders. Sun Zhongyan rose into the air. He threw the silver needle in his hand. The silver needle grew in the wind and rapidly expanded to the size of a person's arm. From afar, it looked like a silver pestle. Then, the silver pestle landed right above Joyo Tower. It spun rapidly. Locking heaven formation, activate. Sun Zhongyan shouted, and countless silver lights flew out of his hand. They all poured into the silver pestle. The next moment, a buzzing sound was heard. The patterns on the silver pestle suddenly lit up. Swoosh! A silver dot of light flew out and landed in a certain location. Sun Zhongyan said, Bai Chen. Chi-san. Without saying a word, Bai Chen immediately flew over and stood on top of the star. Swoosh! A second silver light quickly appeared and flew to the other side. Wen Yan. Menchi. Chen Shao. Donglu. Qi Gao. Basi. Sun Zhongyan quickly gave the order, and all the Xian masters moved out. A huge Xian formation quickly appeared in the sky above Joyo Tower. Countless silver lines flew out from the silver pestle and intertwined with each other. Starlight flickered on them and spread out like stars on a chessboard. All the mystic cultivators also spread out and prepared to attack. The heaven ceiling formation was a level 6 Xian formation, and no Xian master in the academy could activate it alone. Therefore, they could only work together. When everyone was in position, Sun Zhongyan shouted in a deep voice, Activate! As soon as he said that, all the Xian cultivators moved at the same time and poured their origin power into the starlight beneath their feet. Streams of light flew out and flowed along the huge interweaving lines in the air. They were all gathered in the silver pestle. A vast pressure descended. Above Joyo Tower, the locking sky formation was activated. Below Joyo Tower, the other teachers had already begun to evacuate. At a time like this, the only thing they could do was to ensure the safety of everyone in the academy. Rong Xiu. Let's go. Elder Wei Yun saw that Rong Xiu was still standing at the same spot and thought that he hadn't reacted yet, so he hurriedly advised him. It's very dangerous here. You can't stay here. Given Joyo Tower's current situation, no one could say for sure what would happen. The heaven ceiling formation had already been activated, and the pressure was extremely strong. When the two forces collided, the people standing at the side would bear the brunt of it. Rong Xiu didn't have much cultivation, and his body was weak. How could he withstand such a crushing force? If anything happened to Rong Xiu, they wouldn't be able to explain it to His Majesty. However, Rong Xiu didn't seem to hear anything and only looked up at the 7th level of Joyo Tower. Rong Xiu! Elder Wei Yun shouted again, but Rong Xiu still didn't respond. He couldn't help but become more anxious. When he turned back, the black karmic fire had already completely surrounded the 1st level of Joyo Tower, and the door was completely sealed. What was even more worrying was that it didn't have any intention of stopping and was spreading toward the 2nd level. The scorching flames had already started to ignite the surroundings. The air was so hot that it could almost burn people. Elder Wei Yun was burning with anxiety. He had to control this fire as soon as possible. Otherwise, once it spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Qing, take him away quickly. Elder Wei Yun had no choice but to shout at Yan Qing. Yan Qing looked up, glanced at Elder Wei Yun, and shook his head firmly. Elder Wei Yun, please forgive me. Yan Qing has always been obedient to His Highness. Since His Highness wanted to stay here, he naturally had to follow. Even if he knew that it was very dangerous, he had no other choice. Because that person was in even more danger now. If anything happened to Chu Luiyue, Yan Qing didn't dare to imagine what his master would do. Elder Wei Yun couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw that the master and servant didn't listen to him at all. These two fools. Everyone else had already left. Were they really going to stay here and wait for death? Boom. A ball of black karmic fire suddenly rose. It actually shot straight up to the 3rd level. Elder Wei Yun wasn't paying attention and was hit by the blast. He lost his balance and took a few steps back. Screech. The fiend's screech sounded again. Everyone's mind was shaken. The entire school seemed to be enveloped in this fierce and shrill screech. Elder Wei Yun's blood was in turmoil, and he almost spat out blood. He looked up at Jiuyou Tower in shock. What kind of fiend was suppressed in there? It was actually so powerful. It was just a screech, but it actually had such a frightening aura. At the same time, even the students and teachers who had retreated far away were somewhat affected. They widened their eyes in shock as they looked at Jiuyou Tower. Their hearts were in turmoil. Gosh, Jiuyou Tower is actually burning. What exactly is going on? Old Sun and the rest actually activated the locking heaven formation? This is the first time in 1,000 years, right? Weren't the few of you still cultivating in Jiuyou Tower previously? Do you know what exactly is going on? How would we know? Everything was fine before. Suddenly, there was a huge force that chased us out. We didn't even have time to react. Luckily, you all came out. If you were still inside, I'm afraid. Wait. I just heard from Elder Wei Yun that Chu Luiyue seems to still be inside. What? Then isn't she? Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Chu Luiyue is most likely doomed this time. On the other side, Elder Wei Yun finally caught his breath. Suddenly, he saw a tall figure striding toward Jiuyou Tower. He was shocked. Rong Xiu. Stop right there. However, Rong Xiu didn't stop and continued forward without hesitation. In an instant, the black karmic fire enveloped him and swallowed him. Digression, I'm staying at my friend's house. She's still sleeping, and I'm sitting on the bay window quietly typing. I think it's better to read it at night. Updates will drop from time to time. I'm in debt again and again. Too much debt is no burden. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 292. Rong Xiu is really crazy. This thought flashed across Elder Wei Yun's mind. Jiuyou Tower is so dangerous now. Not only did Rong Xiu not leave, but he even barged in. Isn't he courting death? He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, wanting to bring Rong Xiu out. But a ball of black karmic fire suddenly exploded in front of him. It blocked Elder Wei Yun outside. He hurriedly turned around and saw that Yan Qing didn't follow Rong Xiu in. He was about to call out to Yan Qing when Yan Qing suddenly turned around and left. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Elder Wei Yun couldn't care less now. He had no choice but to fly into the air and say to Sun Zhongyan, Rong Xiu has gone into Jiuyou Tower. Sun Zhongyan frowned. I know. This locking heaven formation was specially used to suppress Jiuyou Tower. After it was activated, he knew everything that happened in Jiuyou Tower. But unfortunately, he could only see the bottom 5 levels. So, he still couldn't find Chu Luiyue's traces. I tried to stop him just now, but I couldn't. Sun Zhongyan looked at the black karmic fire that was burning wildly below and said solemnly. Elder Wei Yun was shocked. How could this be? Sun Zhongyan held the silver pestle and controlled the entire locking heaven formation. If he really tried to stop him, how could Rong Xiu still enter? How could Sun Zhongyan not know what he was thinking? In fact, he was also very shocked and confused. When he sensed Rong Xiu's aura, He knew that something was wrong and immediately sent out a force to stop him. But it didn't seem to have any effect on Rong Xiu. Suddenly, Sun Zhongyan was shocked. Rong Xiu has already entered the first level. Elder Wei Yun's mouth was wide open. He was so shocked that he stuttered. But why isn't the door closed? How did he go in? He saw with his own eyes that Jiuyou Tower's door closed by itself. At that time, even he was excluded. Rong Xiu did not have the slightest bit of cultivation, so how did he open the door? Moreover, the entire first floor was burning. I don't know, but he did go in. And it's still going up. Sun Zhongyan looked at the flickering dots of light on the profound formation in front of him, and his heart also tightened. Now, they couldn't afford to lose the two people in Jiuyou Tower. Moreover, even if it was out of selfishness, he absolutely did not wish to see anything happen to the two of them. Rong Xiu probably has a protective yuan instrument on him. That's why he was able to enter safely, but that shouldn't last for too long. Elder Wei Yun thought for a while and felt that this was the only plausible explanation. But no matter what, we still have to find a way to bring them out. Sun Zhongyan suddenly sucked in a cold breath. When Elder Wei Yun saw the change in his expression, his heart sank. He actually went up to the second level? Sun Zhongyan said in shock. How is this possible? His body is weak and he can't cultivate. It's already a coincidence that he could enter the first level. How can he go up to the second level? He's not a stage 2 warrior. Lu Yu is a stage 2 warrior, but there's no trace of him on the second level. Sun Zhongyan gritted his teeth and said. Elder Wei Yun was instantly speechless. After a while, he asked hesitantly, so you're saying that he's indeed above the 5th level? Sun Zhongyan closed his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Jiuyou Tower had a strict hierarchy, and every level was blocked by a barrier. No one had ever been able to go up. But now, the truth was right in front of his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. Boom! Just as the two of them were talking, the flames below Jiuyou Tower burned even more vigorously. Sun Zhongyan mobilized all the force in his body and poured it into the silver pestle. The gigantic profound formation in the sky became even more vibrant. It was oppressive. The two forces entered a frenzied confrontation. The commotion caused by Jiuyou Tower quickly attracted the attention of many powerful figures in the imperial city. Mu Qinghe, who was resting in her room, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of Jiuyou Tower. He stared at it for a while and muttered softly, "Looks like a beast is about to emerge. Looks like a ferocious beast is about to be born. I didn't think there would be such an existence here." Country Yaochen really had a lot of secrets. At that moment, Hong Yao suddenly flew over. Its ruby-like eyes stared intently at Jiuyou Tower. Mu Qinghe looked down at it. Hong Yao had been unhappy since it came back yesterday. It refused to say anything when she asked it. It only stubbornly buried its head under its wings and remained motionless. Mu Qinghe knew that it was throwing a tantrum, but she didn't intend to coax it. Hong Yao's temper was getting worse. In the past, it would complain to that person every time, and he had no choice but to give in several times. But it was different now. That person was long gone. If Hong Yao continued acting like this, it would cause big trouble sooner or later. Therefore, Mu Qinghe had already made up her mind to treat Hong Yao's temper. Since Hong Yao didn't move, he didn't do anything and allowed it to sulk by itself. Seeing that Hong Yao was on high alert and its eyes were burning with anger, he suddenly understood and frowned. "Where did you go previously?" Hong Yao ignored him. It flapped its wings and was about to fly away. Mu Qinghe crossed her arms and said lightly, "Your cultivation seems to be deteriorating. It seems that your cultivation is indeed declining with each passing day. Now, even a suppressed ferocious beast is able to injure you." Hong Yao turned its head angrily and glared at him. He didn't know what was going on and was just spouting nonsense. That beast was indeed suppressed under Jiuyou Tower, but it didn't mean that it was weak. Furthermore, it wasn't prepared at all and was injured by that beast. If it was serious, it would definitely be able to beat that beast to a pulp. Mu Qinghe narrowed her eyes when she saw Hong Yao's reaction. Hong Yao had always been proud and arrogant. It wouldn't even take a second look at ordinary fiends. For it to have such a huge reaction, it was enough to prove that the suppressed ferocious beast's level wasn't low. He had a thought, and his figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Hong Yao widened its eyes. Again. He didn't want it to go, but wasn't he going now? Green flames burned on Hong Yao's body, and it quickly rushed toward Jiuyou Tower. I must take this opportunity to take revenge. On the other side, Fu Yunshan, Qing Han, and the rest also felt that something was amiss. When they realized that the commotion was coming from Tianlu Academy, they were all shocked and rushed over. They weren't worried that the people of Tianlu Academy would encounter any danger, but they were shocked by the terrifying commotion. When they reached the outside of the academy, they saw Jiuyou Tower burning crazily from afar. The black flames had already surrounded the lower levels of Jiuyou Tower, making it look like purgatory. Above Jiuyou Tower, Sun Zhongyan and the rest were working together to suppress it. However, that huge Xian formation was on the verge of collapsing. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 293. A roar was heard again. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder rumbled. The appearance of rare treasures or high-level magical beasts would trigger a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. There's a fiend trapped under Jiuyou Tower? Fu Yunshan exclaimed in shock. Cheng Han's face darkened. Rumor has it that there's a pit of heavenly origins under Jiuyou Tower. If there's a fiend hidden there, it's most likely a ferocious beast. However, he had never heard of such a thing before. That ferocious beast seems extraordinary. Not only did it cause such a huge commotion, but it also seems like it's going to break free from Jiuyou Tower. Sun Zhongyan's Xian formation won't last long. Cheng Han muttered to himself, and many emotions flashed across his eyes. Fu Yunshan hurriedly said, "Then we have to hurry and help. If that ferocious beast comes out, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Cheng Han suddenly interrupted him and raised his brows with a strange expression. "This is Jiuyou Tower. Even if something really happens, it's Tianlu Academy's business. Is it up to outsiders like us to interfere? That Xian formation is obviously Jiuyou Tower's seal, which means that they already knew that there was a ferocious beast hiding under Jiuyou Tower and made ample preparations. What's the point of us doing anything now? We might even get into trouble in the end." Fu Yunshan glanced at him. "You mean, I don't mean anything. Brother Yunshan, if you want to help, just go ahead. I don't want to get involved in this mess." With that, Cheng Han took a step back. "Brother Yunshan, please." Fu Yunshan was instantly embarrassed. Actually, he had just said it casually, but after seeing Cheng Han's attitude, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Nobody knew what was down there, and it was indeed very dangerous to go there now. He did not intend to sacrifice his life for Tianlu Academy. Cheng Han's words were not without reason. In the end, this was Tianlu Academy's business, and it had nothing to do with them. It was better to observe the situation first. Then, let's take a look first. That Xian formation has already been set up. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid we'll bring trouble to them. Fu Yunshan coughed and decided to watch from the sidelines. Cheng Han sneered in his heart. Just now, he had heard people from Tianlu Academy discussing that Chu Luiwei was still trapped in Jiuyou Tower. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Chu Luiwei, it would save them a lot of effort. He looked at the black karmic fire that was still spreading, and an undetectable cold smile flashed across his eyes. It was such a pity that such a genius was going to fall just like that. Sun Zhongyan and the rest quickly realized that even though they had successfully activated the locking heaven formation, they were not strong enough to suppress Jiuyou Tower. Not only did the flames not have the slightest intention of extinguishing, they became even more rampant. As the two forces clashed, the heaven sealing array gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. If this continued, the heaven sealing array would break sooner or later. At that time, the situation would be completely out of control. It was at this moment that Sun Zhongyan sensed another wave of fluctuation coming from the profound formation. Rong Xiu had actually reached the third floor. He opened his mouth, but he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what was going on with Rong Xiu, such as whether he was injured or not, but he was sure that Rong Xiu had passed through the barriers of the second and third floors consecutively. How exactly did he do it? Elder Wei Yun saw that Sun Zhongyan's expression wasn't right, and he vaguely guessed something in his heart. Rong Xiu is still going up? Sun Zhongyan nodded with difficulty. With Chu Luiwei in front of him, the things that Rong Xiu had done didn't seem so shocking anymore. However, why did Rong Xiu go in? This was what Elder Wei Yun couldn't figure out the most. It was impossible that he didn't know how dangerous it was inside. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. Could it be? It can't be for Chu Luiwei, right? When Sun Zhongyan heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Otherwise, what else could it be? I didn't even notice it before. Previously, he thought that the two of them only knew each other, but it seemed like it wasn't just that. Gotcha! A crisp shattering sound was suddenly heard. Sun Zhongyan looked over, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that a crack had suddenly appeared in the middle of Jiuyou Tower. Jiuyou Tower had actually cracked. A cluster of black karmic fire crazily surged out from within. As a result, half of Jiuyou Tower was engulfed in flames. Sun Zhongyan's face was a little pale. Jiuyou Tower had existed for thousands of years and had weathered countless storms, but it had never been damaged in the slightest. Suddenly, accompanied by a ferocious roar, a cluster of black flames rose abruptly. That flame rapidly transformed into a huge eagle in midair and rushed towards the Locking Heaven formation above Jiuyou Tower. It's the illusion of that ferocious beast. Elder Wei Yun exclaimed in shock. The appearance of that eagle was exactly the same as the carving on the door of Jiuyou Tower. He had guarded Jiuyou Tower for many years and was very familiar with everything in Jiuyou Tower. Thus, he immediately recognized that eagle the moment he saw it. He never expected that such a ferocious beast was actually hiding under Jiuyou Tower. Boom! Its speed was extremely fast, and everyone could only see a black trace streaking past. The next moment, it had already collided with the Xian formation. Seal! Sun Zhongyan shouted fiercely. The force in his body surged out. The other elders and teachers were also stunned by this scene. When they heard Sun Zhongyan's voice, they finally reacted and increased their force once again. Bam! A huge collision sound was heard. Countless sparks and light scattered in all directions. The silver pestle in the middle seemed to be affected as well, and it shook violently. With this movement, the Xian formation in the sky also started to fluctuate. It looked as if it would break apart at any time. Elder Sun, this side can't hold on any longer. The teacher shouted loudly. Just as he finished speaking, the starlight under his feet suddenly exploded. The terrifying impact backfired, and he couldn't dodge at all. He spat out blood, and his body flew backward. The spot where he was previously at quickly dimmed. The illusion formed by the black karmic fire seemed to have found this weak spot. It immediately changed its direction and charged in that direction. Quick, stop it! Sun Zhongyan shouted hurriedly. However, it was already too late. This Locking Heaven formation was extremely huge. All the Xian masters in the academy were here, and they barely managed to activate the Xian formation together. Everyone could only be responsible for a part of it. Now that one person suddenly made a mistake, the others simply couldn't fill in time. In the blink of an eye, that black illusion had already rushed to the dim gap. Its body was wrapped in a terrifying aura, and it was extremely valiant. This time, it could probably completely destroy the Locking Heaven formation. Digression, I'm going out for lunch in the afternoon, and I'll probably have to wait until nighttime for the remaining 2 updates. Chapter 294. Condense. A low and powerful voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, everyone saw a silver ray of light falling. It covered the broken Xian formation. The moment the two forces came into contact, they immediately merged. The area that was originally dark instantly brightened up. The Xian formation that was previously on the verge of collapsing instantly stabilized with the infusion of this energy. Everyone looked over and saw a gray figure slowly walking over from the void. When Sun Zhongyan saw that person, he immediately exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Master. Who else could it be if not Tianlu Academy's director, Yi Zhiding? He was still wearing the gray cotton shirt and holding a fan in his hand. There were no waves of force on him, and he looked very simple. He was no different from an ordinary elder. However, everyone present knew that he was the most powerful person here. When the teachers and students in the academy saw Yi Zhiding, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Cheng Han and Fu Yunshan, who were secretly observing from afar, were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Zhiding to suddenly appear at this time. He came out just in time. Cheng Han glared at that figure and gritted his teeth. Fu Yunshan could not help but whisper. After so many years, old Yi seems to have become even stronger. Cheng Han felt increasingly frustrated. Of course, he could see this too. He originally thought that he could win against Yi Zhiding once in the Imperial City and redeem himself. He felt rather regretful that Yi Zhiding didn't appear. After knowing that Yi Zhiding had a disciple, he thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Situ Xingchen win against his disciple. However, he didn't expect Yi Zhiding's disciple to be Chu Luyue. Also, Chu Luyue took first place in both the warrior and Xian master competitions. What frustrated him the most was that even Situ Xingchen's first place in Celestial Physician was actually obtained by Chu Luyue. Later, he regretted it immensely and actually agreed to Chu Luyue's suggestion to replace Situ Xingchen. He originally had a stomach full of anger, but he didn't expect Jiuyo Tower to change just as he was about to leave the Imperial City. Yi Zhiding also came out. Most importantly, Yi Zhiding's cultivation level was obviously higher than before. Cheng Han was certain that if the two of them fought now, he still wouldn't be Yi Zhiding's match. Jiuyo Tower is in big trouble this time. I don't think they can resolve it so easily, Cheng Han said gloomily. Fu Yunshan was very hesitant. On the one hand, he didn't want to get involved in such a dangerous matter. Who knew what kind of existence was suppressed under Jiuyo Tower? On the other hand, he didn't want to offend Yi Zhiding because of this. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Yi Zhiding had already walked slowly to the shattered starlight. He waved the palm leaf fan in his hand, and a layer of starlight fell down. It drew a bright streak of light in the air, and finally landed on the silver pestle in the middle of the heaven ceiling formation. The silver pestle, which had been swaying a little, began to spin rapidly again. Moreover, it once again unleashed a powerful force that spread out in all directions. The huge heaven ceiling formation once again shone brightly. The black figure seemed to sense a threat as it stopped and stared at Yi Zhiding warily. It was very clear that Yi Zhiding's arrival would be a great threat to it. Both parties were in a stalemate. Yi Zhiding looked at it. His eyes, which had always been old and turbid, were now extremely bright and filled with suppression. "Evil creature! How dare you!" His voice boomed like thunder. Light intersected above the heaven ceiling formation. A hint of struggle flashed across the black figure's scarlet eyes. As the dean of Tianlu Academy, Yi Zhiding was also the true owner of the silver pestle. Now that he was here, the heaven ceiling formation's power was naturally more than twice as strong as before. "Go!" Yi Zhiding waved the palm leaf fan in his hand again. The huge heaven ceiling formation undulated like waves on the sea. The black figure let out a painful roar. Then, its entire body was actually split apart. It transformed into countless black sparks that scattered in all directions. Even the black karmic fire that was burning below seemed to be affected as it retreated a lot and didn't continue moving upwards. When Sun Zhongyan and the rest saw this, their hearts finally settled down. "Uncle Master, you're finally out of seclusion," Sun Zhongyan said agitatedly. If he was any later, the heaven ceiling formation would have really been broken by that evil creature. Yi Zhiding laughed out loud. "If I still didn't come out, the entire academy would have been destroyed by this evil creature." Sun Zhongyan lowered his head in guilt. "It's all because we're useless. You're not to blame for this. This evil creature wanted to come out long ago, but it didn't find a suitable opportunity. I happened to be at the juncture of a breakthrough, so I didn't pay much attention to it. A moment of carelessness led to today's situation." Yi Zhiding shook his head, but he didn't blame Sun Zhongyan and the rest. Sun Zhongyan asked hesitantly, "Then, Uncle Master, what do you think we should do now? That evil creature clearly hasn't been completely subdued. Also, Uncle Master, there's already a crack on Jiuyo Tower. I'm afraid we can't continue suppressing this evil creature in the future. This is even more troublesome. Yi Zhiding glanced at Jiuyo Tower. Indeed, there was a clear crack on the tower. His expression instantly turned serious. In this case, things are much more troublesome than I expected. His gaze landed on the heaven-ceiling formation again, wanting to find a way to solve this problem. Suddenly, his gaze focused. There's still someone in Jiuyo Tower. Sun Zhongyan's heart skipped a beat, and he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yes. Who's the one on the 4th floor? 7th Prince, Prince Li. Sun Zhongyan didn't dare to hide anything and immediately answered. Yi Zhiding furrowed his brows tightly. How did he go in? Without waiting for Sun Zhongyan's reply, Yi Zhiding discovered something even more shocking. There's still someone on the 5th floor? Sun Zhongyan couldn't be bothered anymore and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Lu Yu is still on the 5th floor. Can you see which floor she's on? Uncle Master is stronger than me, so he can see the situation on the higher floors. Upon hearing the familiar name, the corners of Yi Zhiding's eyes twitched. Who did you say? Sun Zhongyan choked and lowered his voice. Chu Luiwei. Yi Zhiding's vision turned black. I only have one precious disciple. Such a thing actually happened. How dangerous is Jiuyo Tower now? Won't she be dead if she goes in? How did she go up? Sun Zhongyan was on the brink of tears. I really want to know too. Yi Zhiding was anxious. He hurriedly focused and looked at the heaven-ceiling formation again, wanting to check on Chu Luiwei's current situation. When he saw it, his expression turned ugly. I can only sense that she's on the upper floors, but I can't sense which floor she's on. Now, I only know that she's not on the 6th floor. That means she's at least on the 7th floor. How can she go to such a hellish place? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 295. Sun Zhongyan was so shocked by this that he couldn't react for a while. This means that Rong Xiu is already on the 4th level, and Chu Luiwei is most likely on the 7th level. Uncle Master, what should we do now? Even though Sun Zhongyan had been through a lot, he still panicked in this situation. Yi Zhiding furrowed his brows and was extremely anxious. He kept waving the fan in his hand up and down. This bastard is determined to come out. If we can't completely deal with it, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter Jiuyo Tower. Not to mention, he wasn't completely confident that he could completely suppress Jiuyo Tower when it was broken. Even if he could, how much time would it take? Could Chu Luiwei and Rong Xiu, who were inside, safely wait until then? Now that the black karmic fire had been released, half of the tower was probably filled with this fire. The two of them were probably in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Zhiding suddenly rushed toward Jiuyo Tower. However, at this moment, a ball of black karmic fire rose again. Waves of heat surged and blocked Yi Zhiding outside. Another crack appeared on Jiuyo Tower. More and more flames surged out. The air around Jiuyo Tower became extremely hot, and even the trees at the side were burning. Yi Zhiding stared at Jiuyo Tower, and his heart gradually sank. Everyone listen to my orders. Activate the locking heaven formation. Suppress this bastard. An old and deep voice spread far and wide, echoing in the sky above Tianlu Academy. All the elders and teachers answered in unison. While the outside world was in chaos, there was an eerie silence in Jiuyo Tower. 7th level. Unlike the 6th level, the 7th level was empty. It was a complete and huge space. At this moment, Chu Luiwei was standing in this huge space and looking at the scene in front of her. She was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. In front of her was a huge, transparent, three-legged cauldron. It was unknown what material this cauldron was made of. It was neither stone nor jade, and it was colorless. There were strange patterns carved on the outside. Perhaps because it was too old, the pattern on it had become somewhat blurry. Chu Luiwei looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't recognize the pattern on it. However, this was nothing. What was more important was that there was a ball of black karmic fire burning wildly within the cauldron. The entire space became incomparably hot because of the existence of this flame. and the flames inside were crazily rushing out. If Chu Liwei could go out now, he would know that the black karmic fire that was crazily spreading under Juyo Tower came from this cauldron. However, she was certain that this flame was exactly the same as the one engraved on the door of Juyo Tower. When she first entered Juyo Tower, she was burned by the illusory flames and almost lost her life. From the looks of it, it was this thing. A ferocious and ruthless aura continuously gushed out from the transparent medicinal cauldron. Chu Liwei took a deep breath. Previously, when Dumpling swallowed the 7th level's barrier, she followed Dumpling up to the 7th level. When she came up, she saw everything in front of her. She never thought that there would be such a strange flame hidden on the 7th level of Juyo Tower. According to her understanding of Juyo Tower, this thing had probably existed here since the beginning. It was really strange. The Cave of Heavenly Origins was a rare sacred place for cultivation. No one would trap a fiend here, much less leave behind such a strange flame. This thing was sinister and cold. Even though there was still a distance between them, Chu Liwei felt a chill in her heart. It was hard to imagine who had set up so many things in Juyo Tower back then. Suddenly, 2 balls of red light appeared in the flame. In the next moment, Chu Liwei suddenly realized that it wasn't red light but a pair of scarlet eyes. She had seen this pair of eyes before. They were the eyes of that eagle. She had felt the threat of this pair of eyes countless times, so she could recognize it at once. However, compared to before, seeing it with her own eyes this time brought her even greater shock. That bone-chilling and terrifying aura enveloped her, making it almost impossible for her to escape. Chu Liue's blood seemed to have frozen. Only her heart was beating wildly. She walked forward almost uncontrollably. At this moment, Dumpling, who was squatting on her shoulder, suddenly jumped up. Furthermore, it let out a threatening cry of warning. Chu Liwei was shocked. Only then did she come back to her senses and stop in her tracks. Immediately after, she broke out in a cold sweat. She was actually bewitched by that pair of eyes just now. Once she got close, it would be dangerous. She frowned as she looked at the crazily burning flame and asked word by word, "Who are you? Who are you, and why do you keep targeting me?" What answered her was a hissing sound. The other party clearly didn't intend to answer her question. Chu Liwei looked at Dumpling. "Dumpling, can you tell what fiend it is?" Dumpling sized it up and shook its head. Chu Liue's mind raced. She had seen many high-level fiends in her previous life, but the eagle-type ones didn't seem to be similar to this one. For a moment, she couldn't be sure of the other party's true identity. But she could be sure of one thing. This beast really wanted to get out of here. She didn't know if this transparent medicine cauldron was used to seal it or to rear it. Chu Liwei didn't dare to act recklessly. Just as she was deep in thought, a trace of biting cold murderous intent flashed in that pair of scarlet eyes. The next moment, a ball of black karmic fire transformed into a pair of huge wings and flew towards her. Fierce eyes and sharp beak. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chu Liwei. Chu Liwei was shocked and wanted to retreat immediately. However, that terrifying aura almost made her unable to move. Just in this moment of hesitation, her body was already enveloped by that pair of wings. Dumpling's hair stood on end and wanted to rush up immediately. At this moment, the water droplet that was quietly suspended in Chu Liue's danton suddenly spun rapidly. Digression. Phew. Time for dinner. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 296. A vast oppressive aura suddenly descended. A powerful devouring force was emitted from the water droplet. The phantom that was about to reach Chu Liwei seemed to have sensed danger. A trace of panic flashed across its eyes, and it quickly retreated. A red flame surged out from Chu Liue's body. It chased after the phantom crazily. In the blink of an eye, the 2 flames, one black and one red, collided. A piercing sound was heard. The black phantom seemed to have encountered something terrifying. It quickly retreated and returned to the transparent medicine cauldron. However, the red flame still chased after the edge of the medicine cauldron. It burned fiercely. A grayish-white smoke was emitted. Roar! The black karmic fire in the transparent medicine cauldron suddenly went out of control, as if it had been greatly agitated. And that mournful cry came from within. Chu Luiyue looked at the scene in shock. The red flame came out on its own? She did not have time to think about anything just now. The water droplet in her danton was the first to exert force. It chased the black phantom back. To be precise, the black karmic fire was fleeing in a sorry state. Chu Luiyue could feel the deep fear in the beast's heart even through the transparent medicine cauldron. Is this the soul of some kind of demonic beast? Chu Luiyue muttered softly. She saw clearly that when the black karmic fire rose, there was no demonic beast's physical body inside. However, what kind of demonic beast could survive for 1,000 years with only a soul? The doubts in Chu Luiyue's heart grew. She stared at the scene in front of her and frowned. At this moment, the red flame had transformed into a huge fence, completely surrounding the transparent medicine cauldron. That mournful cry gradually became weaker. Dumpling swung its tail at the side, as if it was regretful that it could not deal with the beast personally. Chu Luiyue stood in the same spot for a long time with a subtle expression. In fact, although the crimson flame had appeared very suddenly, she had sensed it. For example, she seemed to have sensed the beast's fear and retreat. It seemed like it wanted to surrender. Chu Luiyue carefully sensed it and found that he seemed to be able to control the red flame. With a wave of her hand, the flame flew back into her palm. The originally arrogant black karmic fire had already wilted. In comparison, it was obviously not a match for Chu Luiyue's flames. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but look down. On his palm, there was only a small cluster of dancing red flames. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that the flames actually contained such a powerful force. This scarlet flame was clearly from the water droplet. Its color was very similar to the red words that had appeared on the water droplet. Chu Luiyue suppressed all the thoughts that flashed through his mind and looked ahead. Admit defeat or continue. 5th floor of Jiuyo Tower. The black karmic fire was quickly spreading upwards from below. From the inside to the outside, it was filled with blazing flames. At a glance, it was like purgatory. However, in this sea of fire, there was a person walking up slowly. He was dressed in white, and his figure was tall and slender. Every step he took was casual and calm. In the endless darkness, he was the only white. With every step he took, the flames in front of him would automatically part and open up a path. He walked alone, and the two simple yet extreme colors reflected each other like an eternal painting. Soon he reached the barrier of the 6th floor. He stood at the top of the stairs, and his deep gaze swept across the barrier. Then he reached out his palm and slowly placed it on the barrier. He seemed to be able to feel a trace of residual heat. That was her aura. Rong Xiu sighed softly. I thought that she would at most reach the 6th floor, but I didn't expect that. He curled his fingers slightly, and the barrier spread silently. He continued to walk up. Rong Xiu has already reached the 6th floor. Yi Zhiding, who had been paying attention to the situation in Jiuyo Tower, suddenly exclaimed. Sun Zhongyan's eyelids twitched harshly. One Chu Luiyue isn't enough. Why is Rong Xiu also? How did the two of them do it? He pondered for a while and finally said, Uncle Master, actually, this might not be a bad thing. The bottom 5 floors of Jiuyo Tower are already surrounded by the black karmic fire. If we can escape to the top, we might be able to avoid it. Zhongyan, I remember that you've been to the 5th floor before, right? Sun Zhongyan nodded in confusion. Yi Zhiding sighed softly. Then, do you think the fire below is more dangerous, or the floors above? Sun Zhongyan was speechless. He clearly remembered that the pressure would increase with every level he ascended. Whether it was Chu Luiyue or Rong Xiu, they didn't seem to have enough ability to support it. Director, the fire seems to be a little smaller. Not far away, Bai Chen suddenly shouted. The others hurriedly looked over and indeed realized that the fire that had reached the 5th floor didn't continue to go up. Also, compared to before, it did seem to be a little weaker. Yi Zhiding stared at it for a while, but his expression didn't relax at all. Instead, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Sun Zhongyan was about to say, "That's great," when he turned and saw Yi Zhiding's expression. His smile suddenly froze. Uncle Master, what's wrong? Something's wrong, Yijiding muttered softly. Sun Zhongyan took another look and asked in confusion, something's wrong. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Isn't that ferocious beast suppressed by our locking heaven formation? I think the fire seems to be a lot smaller. This should be a sign that they're going to win. Yijiding didn't say anything and only shook his head slowly. Something's wrong indeed. The locking heaven formation didn't suddenly increase its power, and the ferocious beast's transformation was too sudden. Could it be that something happened in Juyo Tower? For some reason, he felt a little uneasy as if something was about to happen. Screech. At this moment, a crisp chirp sounded from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a palm-sized green sparrow flying rapidly toward Juyo Tower. It was extremely fast, and green flames were burning on its body. From afar, it looked like a green fireball. That's a 7th grade fiend, a green sparrow? Yijiding was shocked. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly explained. Uncle Master, that's the fiend of the Tianling dynasty's era, Mu Qinghe. Yijiding had been in seclusion previously, so he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. However, he heard the words Tianling dynasty very clearly. He was shocked. When he looked carefully, he indeed saw a young man following behind the green sparrow. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a handsome face. However, the scar on his left eye made him look even more stern and oppressive. What surprised Yijiding the most was that he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation level. Hong Yao was furious when it saw the burning black karmic fire. It flapped its wings and flew toward Juyo Tower. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveWeb. Chapter 297. Mu Qinghe frowned when she saw the burning Juyo Tower. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Hong Yao rushing inside, but he didn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yao had already passed through the black karmic fire, and its small figure disappeared into Juyo Tower. Before Sun Zhongyan could stop it, he discovered that the azure sparrow had already disappeared before his eyes. He looked at Yijiding hesitantly. Yijiding was very calm. That's a 7th grade fiend. Nothing will happen to it. At the very least, there's still its master. Sun Zhongyan was then relieved. That's right. I almost forgot that Mu Qinghe is here too. He looked at Mu Qinghe and cupped his hands. Vice Admiral Mu. Why you here? Mu Qinghe's tone was calm. After such a big commotion, the entire imperial city knows about it. Many people had already arrived outside Tianlu Academy, let alone him. Sun Zhongyan was a little awkward. Mu Qinghe stared at the burning flames on Juyo Tower and frowned. I didn't expect such a ferocious beast to be hidden under Juyo Tower. He was still a little confused previously as he didn't know what kind of fiend could hurt Hong Yao. But now, he understood a little after seeing this scene. Sun Zhongyan did not know how to respond. After hesitating for a moment, he said worriedly, Vice Admiral Mu, this place is very dangerous now. Your fiend just ran in. It would be fine if nothing happened, but if something happened, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Mu Qinghe's expression was still cold. It knows what it's doing. Although it's a little dangerous, it's definitely not fatal. It's not impossible to let Hong Yao train for a while. Since Mu Qinghe said that, Sun Zhongyan couldn't persuade her anymore. He returned to Yiding's side and activated the locking heaven formation together. Mu Qinghe's gaze slowly swept across the locking heaven formation and finally landed on the silver pestle in the middle. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes. That thing. This small Tianlu Academy seems to be much more complicated than I imagined. Hong Yao easily passed through the black karmic fire without any damage. However, it took some effort to enter the sealed Juyo Tower. The door below was locked, and the windows on the other floors were all closed. In the end, it finally found the crack in the middle of the tower and flew in against the flames that were constantly gushing out. Chu Luiwei was confronting the beast when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from above. She looked up and saw a familiar green figure flying towards her. She widened her eyes in shock. Red Demon? Why are you here? After saying that, she suddenly realized that her tone was too familiar, so she immediately looked behind Hong Yao vigilantly. Fortunately, Mu Qinghe did not follow. Red Demon flapped its wings and flew in. At a glance, it saw the transparent medicine cauldron below as well as the black flames that were crazily burning in it. Within it, it felt a familiar threat. It was this fellow who had caused it to be injured. Red Demon widened its eyes and was about to rush up to take revenge. However, at this moment, it suddenly heard Chu Liuyue's voice. It looked up in shock and saw that Chu Liyue was also here. It was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly turned around and flew toward Chu Liyue. Before it could fly over, a red shadow flashed and blocked its path. It was Dumpling. Just like before, Dumpling stared at Hong Yao vigilantly, making it clear that she did not want it to get close to Chu Liyue. Hong Yao was also annoyed, and the flames on its body suddenly rose. The two little ones were in a confrontation again. Chu Liyue looked at them helplessly. He knew that when these two were together, they would always be at odds. How could they fight as soon as they met? Dumpling. Chu Liyue's tone contained a faint warning. Tuanzi was not convinced, so she snorted and refused to retreat. Hong Yao also did not give in and stared at Dumpling. Chu Liyue said, "If you want to fight, go out and fight now." The two little ones froze at the same time. Chu Liyue continued, "Dumpling, I won't help you. Hong Yao is a 7th-grade demonic beast. You may not be its opponent now." Dumpling held its head in annoyance. Hong Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, and it bit its wings. And Hong Yao. Chu Liyue looked at it again. "If you kill my demonic beast, you know the consequences." Hong Yao was stunned. Dumpling was very proud. She turned around and shook her butt at Hong Yao arrogantly. Hong Yao was so angry that it turned around a few times. Finally, it stopped and looked at Chu Liyue pitifully. Her ruby-like eyes were instantly filled with tears, turning even redder. It was so angry that it cried. Chu Liyue's heart suddenly softened. In fact, she knew that Hong Yao just wanted to come to her side. After all, she used to help Mu Qinghe raise it for so long, and every time it was angry with Mu Qinghe, she always helped it vent its anger. Hong Yao had always been very dependent on her. It was even closer to her than its real master, Mu Qinghe. As a reincarnated human, Hong Yao could recognize her. How could she not be moved? She didn't know how Hong Yao had lived for more than a year. Finally, she sighed softly and waved her hand. Hong Yao. Dumpling suddenly froze and looked up at Chu Liyue in disbelief. Chu Liyue glanced at it. Dumpling immediately became obedient. Although it was still angry, it didn't dare to really anger Chu Liyue. When Red Demon heard the summon, it flew over in surprise and joy. Seeing that it was about to jump into her arms again, Chu Liyue smiled helplessly and dotingly. However, when it arrived in front of her, Hong Yao suddenly stopped. It looked at Chu Liyue hesitantly with a timid look in its eyes. It had imagined such a scene countless times, but every time, it was like a bubble that burst. In fact, in more than a year, it had gradually accepted the fact that that person was no longer around. It was just that it was unwilling to admit it. But now, she was right in front of it. What if it was still the same as before, dissipating with a touch? Seeing Hong Yao's hesitant and timid look, Chu Liyue's heart ached and she softened her voice. "Yao Yao, come here." Hearing this, Hong Yao's body suddenly froze, but its eyes were filled with endless ecstasy. In this world, no one would call it that again. It finally stopped hesitating and jumped into Chu Liyue's arms. Chu Liyue raised her hand and gently stroked its head. Hong Yao's body trembled, and big drops of tears rolled down. Chu Liyue was very glad that she met Hong Yao here again. Otherwise, she would never dare to do this. Tuanzi looked at this scene angrily from the side. What was there to cry about? It didn't even cry. While thinking, it quickly stretched out its claws and wiped its face. At this moment, the beast in the medicine cauldron, which had already quieted down, roared again. Hong Yao turned around angrily. Then it quickly flew out. It didn't make a sound earlier or later, but chose this moment. This beast must be doing it on purpose. New hatred and old hatred, I'll take revenge together. Digression, I'll update 4 chapters in the morning and then I'll go out. I don't know if there will be 5 chapters today. Don't wait. Mobile users, please browse and read. Chapter 298. The red demon flapped its wings, and 2 balls of blue flames burned instantly. Behind it, an enormous azure phantom suddenly appeared. The suppression of a 7th-grade fiend was unparalleled. Chu Luiwei glanced at Hong Yao in shock. She didn't expect it to use a killer move right from the start. However, on second thought, Hong Yao seemed to have been injured by this thing previously. Hong Yao had always been very vengeful. How could it let it go just like that? This time, it must find a way to get back at Hong Yao. As if sensing the threat from Hong Yao, the black karmic fire in the transparent cauldron suddenly jumped violently. Chu Luiwen narrowed her eyes. This ferocious beast indeed doesn't give up. It showed weakness previously only because it was at a disadvantage. Suddenly her gaze focused. There seemed to be a stream of light on the transparent cauldron. She felt that something was amiss and took a closer look. However, she didn't see anything this time. Screech! Hong Yao let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. The 2 green flames were flapped out harshly. They went straight for the transparent cauldron. Crack! Another crack appeared on Jiuyo Tower. Even more black flames gushed out from within. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely nervous and speechless. Yi Zhiding injected force into the silver pestle again. The suppression above the locking heaven formation increased again. However, the power in Jiuyo Tower seemed to have suddenly become violent. What's going on? Didn't the black flames stop for a while just now? Sun Zhongyan was shocked. Yi Zhiding's expression was solemn. As expected, he felt that something was amiss just now, and it seemed like it was indeed so. The black karmic fire wasn't suppressed by the locking heaven formation but by the ferocious beast. Although he didn't know where its power came from, he was certain that if the ferocious beast continued to become stronger, the locking heaven formation would eventually break. Bam! A rock suddenly peeled off Jiuyo Tower. Yi Zhiding's heart suddenly sank. Jiuyo Tower is probably going to collapse. On the other side, Mu Qinghe's gaze focused. She actually saw a familiar green flame in the black karmic fire. Is Hong Yao fighting with that ferocious beast? It seems like the battle is intense. However, the situation of the red demon seemed a bit strange. Although it was proud and stubborn, it was also lazy. That ferocious beast had injured it before, so it would definitely take this opportunity to take revenge. But it seemed that there was no need to use such a killer move right from the start. After Red Demon went in, it seemed to be very excited. He thought for a moment, then suddenly asked Sun Zhongyan, "Is there anyone else in Jiuyo Tower?" Sun Zhongyan was very surprised. How did Vice Admiral Mu know? He had just arrived, so he shouldn't have had the time to hear the discussions of the people below, right? Mu Qinghe already had a vague guess in her heart. Chu Luiwei. Sun Zhongyan was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Mu Qinghe knew that she was right. Chu Luiwei was indeed in Jiuyo Tower. He looked at Jiuyo Tower again with a deep gaze. This Chu Luiwei really has a lot of mysteries. Is Vice Admiral Mu worried about Lu Yu? Sun Zhongyan asked tentatively. After all, Chu Luiwei had the Daijing Yuan Meridian, and he was the only person who had the chance to go to the Tianling dynasty with Mu Qinghe. It was normal for Mu Qinghe to be worried. Hearing this, Mu Qinghe didn't comment. Sun Zhongyan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Vice Admiral Mu, don't worry. Lu Yu is a student of our school and also Uncle Master's disciple. We will save her no matter what. Mu Qinghe lifted her chin slightly, and her eyes were filled with scrutiny. Just by relying on this half-activated locking heaven formation? Sun Zhongyan was speechless. Mu Qinghe was right. This locking heaven formation seemed to be fully activated, but only half of its power was released. This was because Yi Zhiding was around, and it was already better than before. But in reality, the real locking heaven formation was dozens of times more complicated than what was shown now. However, as their cultivation levels were limited, they could only perform to this standard with so many people working together. That complicated Shen formation pattern made him feel dizzy just by looking at it for a while, let alone activating it. If he couldn't do it, the other Shen masters in the school naturally couldn't do it either. As a result, he fell into this awkward situation. His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, an anxious voice was heard from afar. Everyone was shocked. Why is Emperor Jiawen here at this time? The Empress is here too? Zhuorong and the rest turned around and saw Emperor Jiawen rushing over as expected. The Empress followed closely behind. Chu Ning led a group of imperial guards over with the two of them. Your Majesty! Zhuorong and the rest hurriedly went forward and were about to bow when Emperor Jiawen stopped them. Where's seventh brother? This seventh brother naturally referred to the current seventh prince, Prince Li Rongxiu. Nobody expected his first sentence to be about Rongxiu, and they couldn't help but be dazed. Cold resentment flashed across the Empress's eyes, but it was fleeting, and nobody noticed it. After hearing that something happened at Jiuyou Tower, Emperor Jiawen immediately rushed over from the palace. She rarely saw Emperor Jiawen so nervous, so she didn't need to think to know who he was worried about. Isn't it all because Rongxiu is in Tianlu Academy? I originally thought that His Majesty bestowed the title of princely to Rongxiu, and it's already a great honor. I didn't expect him to favor Rongxiu to this extent. After not having him by his side for so many years, His Majesty still dotes on Rongxiu the most. Isn't all of this because of that woman? She's clearly been dead for so many years, but her soul still lingers around. How disgusting! The Empress's fingernails dug deep into her palms, but her expression didn't change as she gently advised from the side. Your Majesty, don't worry. Prince Li is blessed, and he'll be fine. Didn't you say that all the students in the academy have left? Look, they're all over there. Prince Li will definitely be fine. Emperor Jiawen hurriedly looked up and indeed saw all the students gathered together. Jiuyou Tower was burning in the distance, but it was still quite a distance away. Besides, the academy's elders and teachers were around, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, Emperor Jiawen scanned the surroundings and didn't see Rongxiu. He couldn't help but frown. Why isn't old Seven here? Zhuorong was the first to react. When he heard Emperor Jiawen's question, he didn't know what to say. Your Majesty, Prince Li. Looking at his hesitant appearance, Emperor Jiawen instantly had an ominous feeling. Where exactly is he? Zhuorong looked down. Your Majesty, Prince Li is in Jiuyou Tower now. What? Emperor Jiawen felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his body suddenly shook. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iYuan. Chapter 299. The Empress hurriedly held on to Emperor Jiawen and worriedly said, Don't worry. Your Majesty, you must take care of your health. Emperor Jiawen held the Empress's wrist tightly and finally stabilized himself. He anxiously looked at Jiuyou Tower as he was worried and angry. How could this be? Aren't all the other students here? Why is he in Jiuyou Tower? Zhuorong and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Boom! At that moment, the flames on Jiuyou Tower exploded again. It continued to spread upwards. Emperor Jiawen's heart twitched when he saw this, and he finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. His health isn't good to begin with, and you actually allowed him to enter Jiuyou Tower? What kind of intentions are you harboring? If anything happens to him, we will definitely not let you off easily. Emperor Jiawen had always respected Tianlu Academy's elders and teachers, so he had never spoken to them in such a tone. Therefore, when His Majesty shouted, everyone was taken aback. Only then did they realize that His Majesty was very worried about Prince Li. Zhuorong explained helplessly. Your Majesty, please calm down. Actually, His Highness Prince Li went in himself. Emperor Jiawen was dazed, and his face was filled with suspicion. How is that possible? Rongxiu clearly knew that he was sick. How could he be so stupid as to enter Jiuyou Tower? We dare not deceive your Majesty, so we can only tell you the truth. In fact, all the students had been chased out of Jiuyou Tower before the anomaly. After that, the black karmic fire burned in Jiuyou Tower, but Prince Li entered Jiuyou Tower at that time. He swallowed hard. Elder Wei Yun and the others tried to stop him, but they failed. These two simple sentences contained a huge amount of information. Emperor Jiawen took a while before he recovered his senses. You're saying that he passed through the flames? Because of the shock, his voice was trembling. Zhuorong and the others could only nod. Yes. In fact, how could they not be shocked? Rongxiu's actions were tantamount to courting death. Later on, we also tried to go in, but the fire was too big. There was nothing we could do. Zhuorong lowered his head as he spoke. He himself knew that this explanation sounded very weak, even though it was true. However, they had indeed failed to protect Rongxiu. If something really happened to Rongxiu, Emperor Zhouwen looked up and dazedly stared at Jiuyou Tower, which was surrounded by black karmic fire. His face turned pale, and he didn't say anything for a long time. The Empress stood beside him. Her wrist hurt from his unconsciously pinching. She didn't need to look to know that it was bruised. However, she calmly endured it. What was this bit of pain? Hearing that Rongxiu was trapped in Jiuyou Tower was enough to offset the pain. Could Rongxiu survive in such a dangerous place? Originally, he was still worrying about how to get rid of this thorn in his side. Who would have thought that he would send himself to death? Zhuorong had made it clear that it was Rongxiu who insisted on going in. If he died, he could not blame anyone. At the very least, it had nothing to do with her and her son. The Empress suppressed the joy in her heart and tightly knitted her brows as she comforted him. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Prince Li always knows his limits, and he must have his reasons for doing this. Now that Elder Yi is here, I'm sure Prince Li will be safe. However, Emperor Zhouwen couldn't hear a single word. Elder Yi was indeed here, but everyone could tell that the locking heaven formation couldn't last much longer. Besides, even Jiuyou Tower was starting to collapse. Quickly think of a way to save Rongxiu. Emperor Zhouwen muttered as he suddenly saw Mu Qinghe's figure from the corner of his eye. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the last straw. Vice Admiral Mu. Vice Admiral Mu. Upon hearing that, Mu Qinghe looked at Emperor Zhouwen. He naturally knew about Emperor Zhouwen's actions and knew that Emperor Zhouwen wanted to ask him for help. However, he didn't intend to help. Looking at Mu Qinghe's cold and nonchalant expression, Emperor Zhouwen felt very uneasy. However, at this juncture, he couldn't think of any other solution. Thus, he could only beg. Vice Admiral Mu, you're very capable. You can definitely, don't save him. Mu Qinghe straightforwardly interrupted Emperor Zhouwen, leaving no room for negotiation. Emperor Zhouwen's face turned even paler. Just as he was about to continue fighting, Mu Qinghe spoke again. He's not in any danger now. Why should I save him? Inside Jiuyou Tower. Bang! Hong Yao suffered a blow, and its body flew backward before landing harshly on the floor. The green fire on its body also became much weaker. Hong Yao. Chu Luiwei immediately went forward. Hong Yao struggled to get up, but it still collapsed in the end. On its wing, there was a bloody wound. Chu Luiwei carefully carried it up and turned around to take a look. The aura of the illusion formed by the black karmic fire in the transparent cauldron was also much weaker. The two of them fought intensely and actually ended in a draw. Chu Luiwei knew that Hong Yao had previously fought with the other party and was injured. Thus, she didn't dare to underestimate it at all. However, she didn't expect Hong Yao to be on par with the other party when it went all out. If this thing really escaped, she really didn't know how much trouble it would cause. At this moment, Chu Luiwei saw another ray of light flash across the transparent cauldron. This time, it was much clearer than before. Chu Luiwei could even tell that the ray of light seemed to follow the strange pattern on the cauldron. She didn't know if it was her imagination. She kept feeling that after the ray of light flashed, the pattern on the cauldron seemed to be clearer than before. Hong Yao lay in Chu Luiwei's arms, but it still stared at the cauldron with indignance. It was already embarrassing enough to lose once previously, but it didn't expect it to lose the second time. If this spread out, its reputation would be ruined. Hong Yao moved and wanted to fight again, but it could only flap its wings weakly. Chu Luiwei said, "You're injured now, so you'd better behave yourself." Hong Yao immediately folded its wings obediently. However, thinking that it was useless after this fight, it couldn't help but bury its head in anger. Chu Luiwei understood. "You want me to help you take revenge?" Hong Yao poked its head out and answered aggrievedly. Dumpling glanced at it contemptuously and sneered. "It's useless." Hong Yao immediately glared at her fiercely. Chu Luiwei patted its head and smiled helplessly. "Wait by the side." Hong Yao reluctantly left and flew to the side. Before leaving, it didn't forget to raise its head at the black karmic fire, looking arrogant as if it had found a backer. Chu Luiwei held her forehead. Hong Yao didn't seem to realize that she was no longer who she used to be. She really wasn't sure whether she could win or not. Thinking of this, she flipped her palm. With a thought, a cluster of red flames suddenly rose. Almost at the same time, above the transparent cauldron, endless light suddenly gushed out. The pattern on it quickly became clear. Boom. Digression, I'm going out and won't be back until very late. Therefore, there may not be 5 chapters. If there is, it will be very late. Everyone can watch it tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 300. The fire in the cauldron suddenly burned fiercely. Almost in the blink of an eye, the aura was many times stronger than before. Chu Luiwei was taken aback as she took a step back from the terrifying heatwave. Then, a pair of red eyes appeared again. All the fire in the surroundings quickly gathered. Chu Luiwei's heart skipped a beat. Previously, when this ferocious beast took form, it only gathered a portion of the fire. It had never gathered all the fire like this. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from above. Chu Luiwei looked up and was shocked to see a ball of black karmic fire barging in from outside. It quickly merged with the illusion. Those were the flames that had surged outside previously. At this moment, for some reason, those flames actually all came back. Chu Luiwei felt uneasy. As the fire kept gathering, the illusion became more and more solid. It also gradually had a huge and clear outline. Chu Luiwei stared at it closely. That illusion looked exactly the same as the carving on Joyo Tower's door. It was a huge black eagle with its wings folded in front of its body. Only a pair of red eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. It made one shudder. Swoosh! Its wings suddenly spread open. A sharp screech reverberated in the entire Joyo Tower. The fire on Joyo Tower is dissipating. Just as everyone was extremely nervous and worried that Joyo Tower would collapse, an exclamation was suddenly heard from the crowd. Everyone looked over in unison. Sun Zhongyan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Uncle Master, it seems like the locking heaven formation is working. Yi Zhiding stared closely, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Retreat! Everyone was confused. The next moment, Yi Zhiding suddenly flew toward the silver pestle in the middle. The fire outside Joyo Tower started surging in at an even faster speed. Yi Zhiding's hand hit the silver pestle harshly. Rich force surged in crazily. The power of the locking heaven formation increased again. At this point, everyone finally realized that the black fire wasn't extinguished. Instead, it was all surging in. Although they didn't know what was going on, anyone who saw this scene would feel that something was amiss. Bang! The cracks on Joyo Tower gradually expanded, and the outer layer started to peel off at an even faster speed. Through the broken Joyo Tower, everyone could only see an endless sea of black fire. The entire Joyo Tower seemed to have been occupied by the flames. Sun Zhongyan and the others felt their hearts clench tightly. The situation in Joyo Tower was extremely dangerous. Rong Xiao and Chu Luiwei, who were still inside, were most likely dead. Emperor Jiawen quickly walked forward, wanting to find the familiar figure in the fire. The Empress quickly pulled him back. Your Majesty! Danger! Zhuarong and the others immediately stepped forward to stop him. What a joke! The people inside hadn't come out yet. How could they let more people in? Emperor Jiawen looked dejected as if he had aged by more than 10 years in an instant. Seeing him like this, the Empress was both jealous and delighted. It would be better if he was dead. Not far away, the students who had gathered together finally couldn't help but whisper to each other. It's over. Joyo Tower is really going to collapse this time. I wonder what kind of ferocious beast is being suppressed down there. It's actually so powerful. If the director and the rest can't stop it? What are you talking about? How can the director and the rest not have a way? Joyo Tower has existed for thousands of years, and the director and the elders are very strong. They can definitely suppress it again. But if Joyo Tower collapses, there's a pit of heavenly origins below. I really don't know what will happen after today. Be content. At least we're still alive. However, Prince Li and Chu Liwei inside are probably. At this point, Chu Ning, who had just finished instructing his subordinates, happened to hear this. He instantly looked at the few people who were speaking in shock. You is inside too? I came in a hurry just now and only cared about telling the Imperial Guards to spread out and isolate Tianlu Academy. I didn't notice anything else at all. He immediately looked up and scanned his surroundings. As expected, he didn't see the familiar figure. He forcefully calmed himself down and made himself calm down. Then, he took out the compass in his arms. The needle on the compass spun gently and finally pointed to Jiuyou Tower. Chu Ning's heart was filled with worry and relief. He was worried that Yu was indeed trapped in Jiuyou Tower. Fortunately, since the compass still had a reaction, it proved that Yu was still fine. He put away the compass and immediately rushed toward Jiuyou Tower. Lord Chu Ning? What are you trying to do? Zhuorong saw Chu Ning's actions and hurriedly stopped him. Chu Ning stared at Jiuyou Tower. Yu is still inside. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a sudden clap of thunder sounded. A silver lightning suddenly appeared in the rolling clouds. Soon after, the crowd saw that the lightning was rapidly descending and striking straight down. It went straight for Yi Zhiding. Yi Zhiding was forced to retreat quickly. Boom! The bolt of lightning struck the silver pestle with unparalleled precision. In the next moment, the lightning transformed into countless streaks of light that quickly spread down and covered the entire Jiuyou Tower. Bam! Above the heaven-sealing array, a star suddenly exploded. An elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The area under his feet also quickly dimmed. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, multiple sounds came from the locking heaven formation. Bam bam bam. In the blink of an eye, the massive heaven-sealing formation dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it completely collapsed. A huge black figure suddenly rushed out of Jiuyou Tower. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 301. The locking heaven formation cracked. A few elders and teachers suffered a huge backlash and fell down one after another. Even Yi Zhiding took a few steps back. Jiuyou Tower was already enveloped by endless streams of light, dazzling everyone. However, everyone present only felt endless fear when they saw this scene. Now that the locking heaven formation cracked, they wouldn't be able to continue suppressing the ferocious beasts in Jiuyou Tower. Uncle Master, what do we do now? Sun Zhongyan asked anxiously. Yi Zhiding swallowed the bloody stench in his throat. Quick! Repair the locking heaven formation. Inside Jiuyou Tower, Chu Liwei clearly heard the thunder and saw the bolt of lightning harshly striking down from the top of the pagoda. Countless streams of light appeared on the walls in all directions and surged toward the transparent cauldron in the middle. Gradually, a clear image finally appeared in the middle of the transparent cauldron. Screech! Chu Liwei was shocked. This word, screech. At this moment, the black phantom in the transparent cauldron suddenly let out a sharp screech. The next moment, it flapped its wings and dived toward Chu Liwei. Dumpling immediately stood in front of Chu Liwei. A huge wing flapped past. A terrifying air wave came and sent Dumpling flying. Chu Liwei immediately hugged Dumpling and waved her hand. A transparent barrier instantly appeared in front of them. Boom! That ball of black fire hit the crystal barrier harshly. But this time, the black karmic fire seemed to be much stronger than before. After a moment of stalemate, a crack actually appeared on the crystal barrier. The huge black eagle's eyes were filled with crazy murderous intent, and its sharp claws slapped down harshly. Crack! The colored glass barrier was completely shattered. Chu Liwei suddenly looked up. The sharp claws were already in front of her. They were about to land and tear her into pieces. She retreated without hesitation and waved her hand at the same time. A ball of red fire suddenly surged out of her palm. Then, it condensed into a huge barrier at a visible speed. Boom! 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 The two balls of flames collided fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and Chu Liwei was sent flying. With a bang, he hit the wall. Her body trembled, and she felt as if her internal organs were squeezed together. It was about to explode. At the same time, Rong Xiu, who was also in Jiuyou Tower, had already moved from the 6th level to the 7th level. Looking at the damaged 7th barrier in front of him, Rong Xiu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, as if he had already guessed who had done this. The surrounding black karmic fire quickly surged toward the 7th level. However, when they passed by Rong Xiu, they automatically avoided him. Rong Xiu lifted his foot and continued to walk up. However, right at that moment, several silver rays of light flowed over and began to repair the damaged barrier at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was as good as new. Rong Xiu's eyes gradually turned cold, but the corners of his mouth were dyed with a cold smile. "You want to stop me?" No one responded. Only the black karmic fire covered the barrier. It was obvious that they didn't want Rong Xiu to go up to the 7th level. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Rong Xiu's eyes. He raised his hands slightly, and his knuckles were distinct. A terrifying aura rapidly gathered around him. However, just as his hand was about to land on the barrier, he suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes as if he was listening to something. Then he opened his eyes, and his brows moved slightly. His expression became somewhat playful. Since that's the case, his palm moved slightly, and a rich force quickly surged out. Then, the force quickly condensed outside the barrier, and finally formed silver light pillars that were as thick as an adult's forearm. From the outside, it looked like the door of a cage, completely sealing off the 7th level. His thin, scarlet lips curled up slightly, as if he was waiting to watch a good show. On the 7th level, Chu Luiyue slowly rubbed her shoulder. The collision just now had almost broken her shoulder blade. Fortunately, the barrier formed by the crimson flames was able to block the black karmic fire. As she watched the intense battle between the black and red flames, she thought about how to solve the current predicament. She glanced at the transparent cauldron from the corner of her eye. For some reason, she felt that the cauldron seemed to be calling out to her. That feeling was very weak at first, but now it was getting stronger. She couldn't ignore it anymore. This ferocious beast didn't have a physical body, only a soul. For it to be able to survive for 1,000 years, it must have something to do with the pit of heavenly origins under Jiuyou Tower. She didn't know who exactly suppressed this ferocious beast here, but she could guess from the carvings on the door of Jiuyou Tower that Jiuyou Tower was used to seal this ferocious beast. The black karmic fire burned continuously in the transparent cauldron. Then, there was most likely something fishy about the transparent cauldron. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue made up her mind and directly walked toward the cauldron. Sensing Chu Luiyue's actions, the black phantom let out a sneer, as if mocking Chu Luiyue's stupidity. The cauldron was a sacred item, and it wasn't something Chu Luiyue could touch. A stage 2 warrior like her would probably die on the spot before she could even get close. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at Chu Luiyue mockingly. It was just thinking about how to devour Chu Luiyue, and it didn't expect her to send herself to its doorstep. Chu Luiyue walked in front of the cauldron and slammed her palm on the swastika pattern. Digression, Kavinka felt terrible. Let's watch it together tonight. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 302. The Empress hurriedly supported Emperor Jiwen and said with a worried expression, "Your Majesty, you must be careful of your body." Emperor Jiwen's hand tightly grasped the Empress's wrist. With great difficulty, he steadied himself and anxiously looked at the 9 Netherworld Tower. His heart was filled with worry and anger. How could this be? Aren't the other students here? Why is he in the 9 Netherworld Tower? Zhuarong and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Boom! At this moment, the flames above the 9 Netherworld Tower exploded again. It continued to spread upwards. Emperor Jiwen's heart twitched when he saw this. Finally, he could not hold back the anger in his heart and shouted, "His body is not good, and you still let him enter the 9 Netherworld Tower? What are your intentions? If something happens to him, I will definitely not let you off lightly." Emperor Jiwen had always been respectful towards the elders and teachers of the Celestial Foothill Academy. He had never spoken to them with such a tone. So when this shout came out, everyone was taken aback. Only then did they realize that His Majesty was not just worried about King Li. Zhuorong helplessly explained, "Your Majesty, please calm down. This matter was actually His Highness King Li himself entered." Emperor Zhou was taken aback, his face full of suspicion. How is that possible? Rong Xiu clearly knew that he was ill. How could he take things too hard and enter the 9 Netherworld Tower? "We did not dare to deceive your Majesty and could only tell the truth. In fact, before the 9 Netherworld Tower changed, all the students were driven out. Then, in the 9 Netherworld Tower, the black karmic fire burned. But it was at that time that His Highness King Li entered the 9 Netherworld Tower." He swallowed hard. Elder Wei Yun and the others tried to stop him, but they could not. It was an extremely simple sentence, but it contained a huge amount of information. Emperor Zhou took a while to react and asked in disbelief, "You mean he went through the fire and entered?" Because of shock, his voice trembled a little. Zhuorong and the others could only nod. In fact, weren't they also full of horror? Rong Xiu's action was tantamount to courting death. "Later, we also tried to go in, but the fire was too big, there was no way," Zhuorong said and lowered his head. He knew that his explanation sounded weak and feeble, although it was the truth. But they really did not protect Rong Xiu. If something really happened to Rong Xiu. Emperor Zhou raised his head and stared blankly at the 9 Netherworld Towers surrounded by the black karmic fire. His face was pale and he did not speak for a long time. The Empress stood beside him. Her wrist was unconsciously pinched by him to the point that it hurt. Without looking, she knew that it must be bruised. But she quietly endured it. What was this pain? Hearing the news that Rong Xiu was trapped in the 9 Netherworld Tower was enough to offset this pain. If Rong Xiu went to such a dangerous place, could he still survive? She was originally worried about how to deal with this thorn in her side, but she did not expect that he would send himself to death. Zhuorong said very clearly that it was Rong Xiu himself who wanted to go in. So if he died, no one could be blamed. At least, it had nothing to do with her mother and son. The Empress suppressed the joy in her heart and her pair of willow-shaped eyebrows tightly knitted. She comforted, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Prince Li has always done things with propriety. There must be a reason for him to do this. Now that Elder Yi is also here, I believe that Prince Li will be safe." At this time, Emperor Zhou did not listen to a single word. Elder Yi was indeed here, but who could not see that the heaven-sealing array would not last long? Moreover, even the 9 Netherworld Tower was beginning to collapse. "Quickly think of a way to save Rong Xiu," Emperor Zhou murmured and suddenly saw Mu Qinghe's figure from the corner of his eyes. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the last straw. "Deputy General Mu. Deputy General Mu." Hearing this, Mu Qinghe looked at Emperor Zhou. He was naturally aware of the movements on Emperor Zhou's side. He also knew that Emperor Zhou wanted to ask him for help. However, he had no intention of making a move. Looking at Mu Qinghe's cold and indifferent expression, Emperor Zhou felt very apprehensive. But at this juncture, he could not think of any other way and could only plead, "Deputy General Mu, your strength is superb, you can definitely, don't save him." Mu Qinghe straightforwardly interrupted Emperor Zhou's words, leaving no room for discussion. Emperor Zhou's face turned even paler. Just when he wanted to continue fighting, Mu Qinghe said again, "He is not in any danger now, why should we save him?" Inside the Jiuyou Tower. Bang! The red demon suffered a blow, and its body flew backward, falling heavily to the ground. The green flames on its body had also become much weaker. Red demon. Chu Luiwei immediately went forward. The red demon struggled to get up, but in the end, it still fell down. On its wing, there was a bloody wound. Chu Luiwei carefully picked it up and looked back. In the transparent medicine cauldron, the aura of the phantom formed by the black hellfire had also weakened a lot. The two of them fought fiercely and actually ended in a draw. Chu Luiwei knew that the red demon had fought with the other party before and was injured. Therefore, she did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. However, she did not expect that the red demon would still be evenly matched with the other party when it attacked with all its might. If she really let this thing escape, She really did not know how much trouble it would cause. At this moment, Chu Liwei saw another stream of light flash past the transparent medicine cauldron. This time, it was much clearer than before. Chu Liwei could even tell that the stream of light seemed to be following the strange lines on the medicine cauldron. She did not know if it was her imagination. She had a feeling that after the stream of light flashed, the lines on the medicine cauldron seemed to be clearer than before. The red demon lay in Chu Liue's arms, but it still stared at the medicine cauldron, its eyes filled with indignation. It had already embarrassed itself enough to lose once, but it did not expect to lose the second time. If this were to spread, would its reputation still exist? It moved and wanted to fight again, but it just flapped its wings weakly. Chu Liwei said, "You're injured now, so you'd better behave first." The red demon immediately obediently retracted its wings. But thinking that it would appear very useless after this fight, it could not help but bury its head in a fit of pique. Chu Liwei understood. "You want me to help you get revenge?" Only then did the red demon poke its head out and answer pitifully. Tuanzi glanced at it contemptuously and sneered. It was useless. The red demon immediately glared at it fiercely. Chu Liwei patted its head and smiled helplessly. "All right, just wait by the side." The red demon then reluctantly left and flew to the side. Before leaving, it did not forget to raise its head at the black hellfire with an arrogant look as if it had found a backer. Chu Liwei held her forehead. The red demon did not seem to realize that she was no longer who she used to be. She was really not sure whether she could win or not. Thinking of this, she turned over her palm. With a thought, a crimson flame suddenly rose into the sky. Almost at the same time, above the transparent medicine cauldron, endless flowing light suddenly gushed out. The lines on it quickly became clear. Boom. Digression, I'm going out and will be back very late. So there may not be 5 updates. If there is, it will be very late. You can read it tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website.